Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, statements on significant matters.
Give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I appreciate very much this new element of the Parliament for significant matters. I rise today to speak about the passing and the life of Uncle Jack Charles. I'm sure he's a well-known person to everyone in this chamber. And I am very, very honoured to be able to do this, and I acknowledge Uncle Jack's family, who have given permission for his image and his name to be used in terms of recognition for him. And I note also that the Premier of Victoria have offered a state funeral for Uncle Jack Charles, which has been accepted, as I understand, by the family. Uncle Jack Charles was a Boom Wurrung Dudja Wurrung Woiwurrung and Yorta Yorta man. He was a gifted actor and storyteller, a role model and a mentor. And the many times that I've met Uncle Jack, you could not but think just such a warm and humble person. He was a tireless activist and the grandfather of Indigenous theatre in Australia. In his own words, which is part of the transcript from the Yurrug Justice Commission, and he was the first person to actually speak at that commission, a well-known Collingwood Fitzroy bloke, a Melbourneian, a survivor. Uncle Jack's fierce commitment to truth-telling was a hallmark of his life and his gift of the word. He shared his personal story with great honesty and courage. In fact, just the other day I was driving and listening to the conversation between him and Richard Fidler on the ABC, and it was just hilarious to listen to some of the exploits that Uncle Jack spoke about. He actually spoke about he'd broken into a couple's house and was caught. And the woman, the woman that lived in that house said, "You're Jack Charles." She'd been to see him in a play the night before, so they had a cup of tea, and no police were called. So that was just the sort of person that he was. He was just the most warm, wonderful man. When he told the story of his life, he offered a window for many Australians to see the enduring pain of the stolen generations. He was ripped away from his mother at Cumragunja at just 4 months old. He was placed in Melbourne City Mission and became a ward of the state. At 2 years old, he was sent to the notorious Box Hill Boys' Home, where he suffered years of terrible emotional and physical abuse. He was disconnected from his Aboriginality. In fact, he didn't even know he was Aboriginal, which was a terrible fate of so many children that were taken from their families. He said this, I had to discover that for myself. I knew nothing, was told nothing, and had to assimilate. I was whitewashed by the system. Uncle Jack Charles was the first Indigenous elder to appear before the Yurok Justice Commission. In taking this step, he helped to create a shared history. He gave us hope for a better future based on truth. It wasn't until his adult years that he learned about his family, and this is where we see the real tragedy occur. His great-great-grandfather had been part of the black political royalty who resisted government intervention into Aboriginal lives at Coranderrk Reserve in Victoria. His 5 times great-grandfather, Manangora, was a highly respected elder of his group and acted as an ambassador at an embassy to surrounding clans. At the Yurok hearing, he said he had 13 siblings on his father's side, 11 on his mother's. 6 he had never found. In the 70s, Uncle Jack discovered a passion for acting. With no formal training, he began an illustrious career that spanned decades. It's how we all know him. He set up the Nindathina Indigenous Theatre Company with Uncle Bob Mazza, another giant of the story who has since passed on. He had countless roles over the years, from the chant of Jimmy Blacksmith to Mystery Road and the TV series Clever Man. He toured the world with his stage play Jack Charles versus the Crown. As part of the stolen generations, Uncle Jack experienced devastating trauma, years of addiction, and he did spend time in custody. He laid bare his personal battles and used his life as an example to others of what is possible. He was inspirational, just not for First Nations people, but for all people. He was able to harness his own experiences to be a powerful mentor to others. In recent years, he was part of the Archie Roach Foundation, where he supported young men caught up in the prison system. I was in Melbourne when this actually happened. In July this year, Uncle Jack was named Male Elder of the Year at the National NAIDOC Awards. He stole the show with his deeply personal story that has touched so many Australians. It was well-deserved recognition for his contribution to Indigenous theatre, his advocacy for young Aboriginal men in prison, and his tireless truth-telling. In her moving tribute, Rachel Mazza said, it won't just be the list of achievements that Uncle Jack will be remembered for. She said, it is the person himself. We will remember his smile, his deep, melodious voice, his cheeky, disarming humour, his graciousness and generosity of spirit, his dapper dress and snappy vegan shoes, his magnificent silver mane and beard, and it truly was, the electric scooter sightings in his high-vis vest and the Aboriginal flag proudly flapping on his back. I don't know if anyone in this chamber has not heard the duet he did with the great and late Archie Roach, We Won't Cry. If you haven't, please Google it. But it says, I'm here beside you, and he's singing along with Archie. Don't you forget it. I'm here walking down beside this road. I'm here beside you. We won't cry, we won't cry. We will lift our spirits high. He really did live an extraordinary life and touch the hearts of so many. He will be remembered as an Australian who transcended incredible adversity and hardship to give us a better understanding of our own country. He will live on in our hearts and through his numerous film and stage productions. As his family said when he died, may he be greeted by his ancestors on his return home. Thank you, Uncle Jack. Rest in power.
I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to acknowledge and mark the life of Uncle Jack Charles, a life which is a story of Indigenous achievement, of artistic achievement and of human achievement over adversity. As we have heard, as the Minister for Indigenous Australians has rightly informed the House, Uncle Jack Charles was removed from his mother as a baby and grew up with no knowledge of his own Aboriginal heritage. In 1964, he found his way onto the stage almost by accident when he auditioned for an all-Indigenous production of A Raisin in the Sun, and he became the understudy. He said that acting had saved his life. I think I owe my life to having found the theatre. In 1972, with fellow actor and playwright Bob Muzzo, he co-founded the first Aboriginal theatre company, Nindathana, at the Pram factory in Melbourne. As he was very open about, he spent a significant amount of time in jail, and in the 1970s in Castlemaine, while in jail, he developed an interest in pottery and went on to start a successful pottery workshop for inmates. He cheekily referred to it as Psycho-Ceramica. He would say he was providing something unique there, a sanctuary in a maddening world. The award-winning production of Jack Charles Against the Crown was based on his life and those of fellow members of the Stolen Generation, and it toured the world for 8 years. In 2008, his documentary Bastardy told of his life and his experience of addiction. He was not afraid of bearing it all, and he used his own life experience in the hope that it would help others. He believed he had an obligation to work to help save lives and turn lives around. He said, to be an elder, you have to be statesmanlike. Own your past indiscretions. Share your wealth. Ideally would have loved an Aboriginal elder like me to come and tweak my conscience. I've had the breaks in my life. Now I want to make sure other young Indigenous kids get theirs. In 2019, he embarked on a speaking tour in a series of events called A Night with Jack Charles, in which he talked about his life as a gay Indigenous man, describing it later as, quotes, the story of a reformed and rehabilitated old coot that the audience feel they know so well. I emphasise that's a direct quote. They've seen me at my worst, read about me at my worst, and now they see me at my best. His memoir, Jack Charles, Born Again Blackfella, was published in August 2020 and shortlisted by the Australian Book Industry Awards for the 2020 Biography Book of the Year. He starred in plays across the country, including Cradle of Hercules, No Sugar, and in 2020 Black Ties. He appeared in television series including Clever Man, Women of the Sun, Preppers, and movies including The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith, Blackfellas and Wolf Creek. A photo of Uncle Jack Charles hangs in the National Portrait Gallery, won the National Photographic Portrait Prize in 2012. A portrait of him by Ando was the People's Choice Award winner in the 2017 Archibald Prize. In 2015, he was named the Victorian Senior Australian of the Year by the Victorian Government, and in 2019 he received the Red Ochre Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award given by the Australia Council. He may have been small in stature, but it was his warmth and candour that people were drawn to. He's been described by many as a trailblazer and a truth teller. Let us remember Uncle Jack Charles, a man whose life had highs and lows, but who departs as a well-known and well-loved Aboriginal elder who carved a distinguished presence in Australian theatre, film and television. And in his words, as an elder, I hope to be a glorious reminder of my people's culture, our place of belonging, our kinship, community and connection.
And I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on the death of Uncle Jack Charles to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted? The Manager of Opposition.
Leave is granted.
The Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that further statements on the death of Uncle Jack Charles be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. I present report number 3 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of bills. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I'll give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill 2022.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill and the National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2022.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, ahead of the election on the 21st of May, the Australian Labor Party pledged that if the Australian people gave us the honour of governing this nation, we would repay their trust by returning integrity, honesty and accountability to government. Labor told Australians that if we were elected, we would legislate a National Anti-Corruption Commission this year. Today, we honour that commitment. Today, I bring to the Parliament a bill to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. Mr Speaker, the former government promised to establish a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. It proved to be an empty promise because they never brought a bill before the Parliament. This government takes its commitments seriously, and we're serious about restoring trust and integrity to government. This legislation delivers the single biggest integrity reform this Parliament has seen in decades. It honours our commitment to Australians in both form and substance. The design principles we announced before the election are the design principles of the bill before the House. These design principles were developed with some of Australia's leading integrity advocates. They were endorsed by the Australian people at the election. I'm also pleased to say that the design principles have been endorsed by many crossbench members in this House and in the other place. Mr Speaker, the National Anti-Corruption Commission will operate independently of government and have broad jurisdiction to investigate serious or systemic corrupt conduct across the Commonwealth public sector. It will have the power to investigate ministers, parliamentarians and their staff, statutory office holders, employees of all government entities and contractors. It will have discretion to commence inquiries on its own initiative or in response to referrals from anyone, including members of the public and whistleblowers. Referrals can be anonymous. It will be able to investigate both criminal and non-criminal corrupt conduct and conduct occurring before or after its establishment. It will have the power to hold public hearings. It will also have a mandate to prevent corruption and educate Australians about corruption. A parliamentary joint committee will oversee the Commission and will be empowered to require the Commission to provide information about its performance. The Commission will form part of Australia's broader integrity framework. The Albanese government is committed to strengthening this framework to improve standards of integrity across the public sector. We have established robust codes of conduct for ministers and ministerial staff, and we are working across the Parliament to implement the Set the Standard report by Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins. We are committed to enhancing transparency and integrity of political donations. In coming months, I will be strengthening the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013 to ensure Australia has effective protection of whistleblowers. I'm also working with the Minister for Finance to ensure Commonwealth agencies take measures to prevent, detect and deal with corruption by creating new requirements in the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Rule. The National Anti-Corruption Commission aims to eliminate corruption in the federal public sphere and restore trust and transparency in our democratic institutions. The Commission will be able to investigate serious or systemic corrupt conduct affecting any part of the federal public sector. The definition of corrupt conduct is central to the Commission's jurisdiction. It is consistent with key elements of existing definitions at the state and territory level and in the Commonwealth Law Enforcement Integrity Commissioner Act 2006. It encompasses conduct by a public official that involves an abuse of office, breach of public trust, misuse of information or corruption of any other kind. It also includes conduct by any person that could adversely affect the honest or impartial exercise of a Commonwealth public official's functions. Other conduct that could adversely affect public administration, such as external fraud, will continue to be dealt with by existing integrity agencies. This will ensure that the Commission is not diverted from its core purpose of tackling serious or systemic corruption. There are well-established and effective arrangements for dealing with fraud and other crimes that affect Commonwealth interests. For example, in the last 3 years, the AFP's dedicated fraud command has undertaken 261 investigations into serious or complex frauds, and the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions has prosecuted over 1,400 fraud matters referred by the AFP and 30 other agencies in the same period. The Commission will be the lead Commonwealth agency for the investigation of serious or systemic corruption and will work in partnership with other agencies that form part of the Commonwealth's broader integrity framework, including the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Public Service Commission. The Commission will have the power to refer corruption issues to other Commonwealth, state and territory agencies for their consideration. For example, where an issue involves broader criminality or official misconduct that falls within the jurisdiction of another independent investigative agency. The Commission will have a full suite of powers similar to those of a Royal Commission. It will be able to use its powers to undertake an investigation into a corruption issue if the Commissioner is of the opinion that it could involve serious or systemic corrupt conduct. Importantly, the Commission will be able to undertake preliminary inquiries using powers to compel the production of information. This will enable the Commission to determine whether an allegation could be serious or systemic. The Commission will be able to hold public hearings in exceptional circumstances and, if satisfied, it is in the public interest to do so. The default position is that hearings will be held in private. The legislation provides guidance to the Commission on factors that may be relevant to determining the public interest in holding a public hearing. These factors include any unfair prejudice to a person's reputation, privacy, safety or well-being if the hearing were to be held in public. These factors also include the benefit of making the public aware of corruption. At the end of an investigation, the Commission will be required to produce a report containing findings and recommendations. It will be able to make findings of corrupt conduct, but not of criminal guilt, as this is a matter for a court to determine. Where a public hearing has been held, a report will be tabled in Parliament. Other reports will be published by the Commissioner where that is in the public interest. The legislation gives the Commission the function of providing education and information about corrupt conduct and preventing that conduct. The Commission will provide guidance and information to support the public sector to understand the concept of corrupt conduct and to identify and address vulnerabilities to corruption. This work will be informed by the insights the Commission draws from its investigations and the intelligence it collects about corruption. The Commission will also engage in broader public education about its role, corruption risks and avenues to report corrupt conduct. The independence of the Commission will be secured in a number of ways. The Commission will be able to conduct investigations on its own initiative or in response to referrals or allegations from any source. Agency heads will be required to report any corruption issue in their agency to the Commission if they suspect it could be serious or systemic. The appointment of the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioners will be subject to approval by the Parliamentary Joint Committee. The appointees will have limited terms and security of tenure during that term, comparable to a federal judge. The Commission will be overseen by a Parliamentary Joint Committee and by an inspector. The Parliamentary Joint Committee will be multi-partisan, comprising 12 members, 3 government, 2 opposition and 1 crossbench member from each chamber. The committee will be responsible for approving the appointments of the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioners and the Inspector. The committee will be able to review and report to both Houses of Parliament on the sufficiency of the Commission's budget. The committee will also be able to review the Commission's performance and its annual reports. The Inspector will deal with any corruption issues arising in the Commission and complaints about the Commission. The legislation also ensures that there are appropriate safeguards against undue reputational damage and provides protections for whistleblowers and journalists. There will be an express ability for the Commissioner to make public statements at any time to avoid damage to a person's reputation. The Commission will be able to clarify the capacity in which a witness is appearing at a public hearing. Reports on investigations will include statements that a person has not engaged in corrupt conduct or is not the subject of any findings where that is appropriate to avoid damage to the person's reputation. The Commission must afford procedural fairness to individuals or agencies who are the subject of any adverse findings it proposes to include in a report by providing them a reasonable opportunity to respond. The legislation provides strong protections for whistleblowers against adverse consequences, including criminal offences and immunities. Public officials making disclosures to the Commission will also be protected under the Public Interest Disclosure Act 2013, the PID Act. I will also be introducing separate reforms to the PID Act to improve whistleblower protections, with the aim of having these reforms in place when the Commission commences operation. The protections for journalists include an exemption from answering questions or providing information that would enable the identity of a source to be ascertained. Political parties and activities are an important part of our democracy, and this legislation recognises existing rules for political and parliamentary activities. The legislation makes it clear that the use of public resources to conduct parliamentary business in accordance with the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2017 or the Members of Parliament's Staff Act 1984 is not within the Commission's jurisdiction. It also confirms that political activities that do not involve or affect the exercise of powers or functions by a public official or the use of public resources cannot constitute corrupt conduct. The Commission will only be able to investigate a matter that falls within the jurisdiction of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, IPEA, or the Australian Electoral Commission, the AEC, if IPEA or the AEC refer the matter to the Commission. Before referring the matter, those authorities would need to form a view that the information raises a corruption issue that could be serious or systemic. The legislation also expressly preserves parliamentary privilege by providing that it does not affect the powers, privileges or immunities of each House of the Parliament. The Albanese government has committed substantial funding of $262 million over 4 years for the establishment and ongoing operation of the Commission. This funding will ensure that the Commission has the staff, capabilities and capacity to triage referrals and allegations it receives, conduct timely investigations and undertake corruption prevention and education activities. In conclusion, I'd like to acknowledge the constructive engagement on this bill from my Cabinet and caucus colleagues, the opposition, cross-benchers in this House and the other place, and also acknowledge the efforts of those in this House who kept up pressure in the last parliament, particularly the member for Indi. I will shortly be moving a resolution to establish a parliamentary select committee to inquire into this bill. I do so in the spirit of cooperation and multi-partisanship. My sincere hope is that this bill will benefit from scrutiny and ultimately gain broad support across the parliament. With this bill, the Albanese government is fulfilling its election commitment to establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. In doing so, we have the support of the Australian people. I look forward to the support of this parliament.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Yep.
Is the member moving that the debate be adjourned? Thanks, member for Riverina. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order for the next sitting. All of those with opinions say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2022.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I present the National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2022.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2022 and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill makes consequential amendments to the Commonwealth Statute Book to support the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. This bill ensures the Commission has key investigative powers such as the ability to obtain warrants to use surveillance devices and intercept telecommunications when investigating criminal corrupt conduct where existing statutory thresholds are met. This is consistent with current arrangements for the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity. It also ensures information can be shared with and by the Commission under other acts for the purpose of carrying out its functions. The bill also repeals the Law Enforcement Integrity Commissioner Act 2006 and provides transitional arrangements for the continuation of investigations and inquiries being conducted by the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity following the establishment of the Commission. The Commission will be able to complete those investigations or inquiries either under the Law Enforcement Integrity Commissioner Act 2006 or under the National Anti-Corruption Commission Bill if they could involve corrupt conduct that is serious or systemic. Finally, this bill gives the Commission and certain state anti-corruption and investigative commissions access to the Industry Assistance Framework under Part 15 of the Telecommunications Act 1997. The ability to obtain technical assistance from communications industry participants will support those agencies' exercise of investigative powers to investigate serious criminal corrupt conduct.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned. Speak.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4. Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I present the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to offshore electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Albanese government thinks about renewable energy, we don't just think about sun and wind, we think about jobs and investment. That's why I'm pleased to introduce the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill in the House. This is job-enabling legislation. This bill underpins the offshore renewable energy regulatory framework for a new Australian industry, building on this government's strong support for renewable energy projects and critical grid infrastructure. Offshore wind has incredible potential to strengthen our economy, create jobs and opportunities for Australians and ensure the delivery of affordable and reliable power. Australia should be on course to be a renewable energy superpower. We have the raw materials and intellect to do it. But what we haven't had to date is a government committed to seeing it happen. The Albanese government is supercharging our renewables vision because we know how important it is to our future. Cleaner energy, cheaper energy. It's why our plan includes 82% electricity by renewables by 2030. It's why we're investing in community batteries, installing 400 around the country so that communities can better harness the potential of solar without needing necessarily individual household batteries. It's why we're rolling out 85 solar banks around Australia to ensure households can benefit from rooftop solar. And it's why we're leading the way on offshore wind, putting in place the building blocks for what has the potential to be a game-changing industry in our country. The International Energy Agency estimates that offshore wind has the potential to generate more than 420,000 terawatt-hours per year worldwide, more than 18 times the global electricity demand. Offshore wind has the potential to power Australia several times over. One rotation of an offshore wind turbine has the same amount of energy that an average household solar system produces all day, meaning that this technology has the ability to expand manufacturing and the green hydrogen industry. It's not hard to see why, since 2010, at least 150 offshore wind projects began development across the globe. Offshore wind can strengthen our energy network by complementing onshore wind and solar generation patterns. While offshore wind generation is thriving in the UK, Europe and the United States, this great resource is currently untapped in Australia. While we're currently behind the pack, we're not out of the race yet, and the bill enables the necessary changes to allow for licensing and construction to begin. These proposed measures will deliver investment certainty to renewable energy sector participants seeking to operate in the offshore wind environment. There are at least a dozen offshore wind projects waiting for this legislation, and the passage of this bill is the next step in regulatory consideration. Projects like Star of the South, which will deliver up to 20% of Victoria's energy, have significant potential worth exploring, and my department is consulting with local communities to define job and economic opportunities as we speak. And the opportunities are there. Offshore wind has the capability to become a significant maritime employer. Energy jobs are well-paid, secure jobs, and this bill helps provide additional certainty to the regulatory framework. As part of our licensing framework, we will be supporting local communities to work with offshore electricity developers to get the best outcomes for their communities, whether that's through regional investment, employment and training opportunities, or a greater say in the project development. Further to the introduction of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislative Framework, consequential amendments to the Customs Act 1901 are required to effectively manage border security risks that could arise from the installation of offshore renewable energy infrastructure in Commonwealth waters. These amendments will treat offshore renewable energy infrastructure on the same basis as sea and resource installations for customs purposes. Without legislative amendments, there is a heightened risk of offshore renewable energy infrastructure providing an illegal entry point for people and goods seeking to enter Australia. These amendments to the customs framework will now treat offshore installations in the renewable and non-renewable energy sector on an impartial basis. This bill makes minor administrative amendments to the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 to ensure its effective operation as intended, further to the recent machinery of government changes. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Framework enables the development of a new industry, creating jobs, strengthening our economy, facilitating a more affordable and secure energy system, and significantly boosting Australia's progress in tackling emissions and climate change. It's the start, but not the end, of our plans for offshore wind. It's an important start, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5. Ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform. Closing the hole in the ozone layer Bill 2022.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Reform, Closing the Hole in the Ozone Layer Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act 1989 and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This bill is part of a package of very important legislation to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program. For more than 3 decades, ever since the ozone crisis emerged, this has been one of our most important pieces of environmental policy. It regulates the manufacture, import, export, use and disposal of ozone-depleting substances and synthetic greenhouse gases. And it implements our international obligations under the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary-General of the United Nations, described the Montreal Protocol as perhaps the single most successful environmental agreement to date. And when you look at the progress that has been achieved, taking us from the depths of fear in the 1980s to global agreement and, more importantly, action, to relative confidence today, it's hard to disagree with that assessment. Australians my age will remember that the ozone crisis, as it emerged in public imagination, was deeply concerning. It was a formative event for many people, which clarified our changing relationship with the natural world. It was also one of the first truly global environmental movements when we realised just how interconnected we are as human beings, and when we understood our immense power to alter this planet, our home. What made it even more unsettling at the time is that this destructive power came from some of our most familiar domestic appliances. In 1974, scientists discovered that chemicals used in cans like hairspray and shaving cream, chemicals called chlorofluorocarbons, were floating into the atmosphere and breaking down the ozone layer. So obviously that's very bad news, because it's the ozone layer that protects us from the awesome power of the sun. As a NASA paper put it, without the ozone layer, and I quote, "the sun's intense UV radiation would sterilise the Earth's surface." Scientists knew that the situation was bad, but it wasn't until the 1980s that they learned just how bad. In 1985, a group of physicists published a paper in Nature showing a drastic collapse in ozone coverage above Antarctica. The results were so shocking that one of the authors stationed in Antarctica thought his instruments were broken. As news of the ozone hole spread from scientific journals into the mainstream press, there was worldwide alarm. That's because a degraded ozone layer could massively increase the number of people suffering skin cancer. It could have given millions of people debilitating eye cataracts. It could impede the life cycle of plants, affecting agriculture. It could reshape our marine ecosystems and fundamentally alter the Earth's biochemical cycle. When people discovered this, it produced an understandable panic, but crucially, it also produced an unprecedented global response. It's fitting that we're introducing these bills just shortly after World Ozone Day, which was on the 16th of September. That day commemorates the signing of the Montreal Protocol in this year. That was 35 years ago. Because the Montreal Protocol was a truly great achievement. People at the time may have understood the seriousness of the problem, but of course, understanding the seriousness of a problem doesn't always mean you get agreement about the solution. There were countries that produced these chemicals, as well as the appliances that used them, like fridges and air conditioners. There were developing nations that wanted the option of producing them in the future, as wealthy countries had already done. There were companies that didn't want to accept that their products were causing a global catastrophe, and some of those companies outright rejected the science. The genius of the Montreal Protocol was its ability to bring these groups together, to provide sceptical parties with alternatives to CFCs, and to establish a pathway forward that most people could live with. The protocol showed that global environmental cooperation was possible. It showed that we could overcome national self-interest and the tragedy of the commons. And it showed that through sensitive diplomacy, we could find rational answers to our most difficult collective problems. Proudly, Australia was in the original group of countries that supported the protocol, of course in the face of initial opposition. It was then Prime Minister Bob Hawke and his Minister for the Environment, Graham Richardson, who moved to ratify the agreement immediately at home. We did this in partnership with other leading countries, particularly in Scandinavia, but also the United States. The American president at the time, Ronald Reagan, wasn't always the most enthusiastic environmentalist, but on this issue he proved that cooperation could cut across political lines, and he helped secure the international agreement that was needed to land the protocol. In 1987, 24 nations signed on, and today, amazingly, magnificently, every nation in the world, 198 nations, are parties to this agreement. And most importantly, thanks to this global effort, the ozone layer is projected to recover by the middle of the century. Because of the Montreal Protocol, the hole in the ozone layer is closing. Sometimes we don't celebrate this crisis avoided because we don't acknowledge the bullet we dodged, even if it was our hard work and planning that ensured the crisis never happened. But we really should celebrate our success on the ozone layer, and we should reflect on it. If people sometimes feel despair, if they begin to feel hopeless, they should remember this. Global action, successful global action is possible. And it's not just possible, we have an example, a living example of how we've achieved global cooperation. We're still doing it. It's made a life-changing, world-changing difference. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, the Montreal Protocol will have the effect of preventing 443 million cases of skin cancer. It will save 2.3 million lives from that terrible disease, and it will prevent 63 million people from developing eye cataracts, and that is in the United States alone. Like, you think about that on a global scale, the human misery avoided because we took this global action. You see the scale of what we've achieved. The theme of this year's World Ozone Day was global cooperation protecting life on Earth. It's appropriate because that's what protecting life on Earth requires: mature, good faith, truly international collaboration. Australia is a leader in this global effort, and we will continue to be a leader in this global effort, progressively phasing down our use of hydrofluorocarbons. Changes in this bill lay the foundation for future initiatives to reduce synthetic greenhouse gas emissions and to help Australia meet our 2030 Paris target. These amendments will allow for the implementation of additional measures to reduce these emissions through regulation as appropriate. This could include action to further reduce hydrofluorocarbon emissions beyond what is currently in place under Australia's HFC phase down, or to reduce emissions of other gases controlled under the legislation. This bill will support our ongoing program to protect the ozone layer. What might be less known is how it supports our other efforts on climate change. That's because HFCs are potent greenhouse gases, up to 4,000 times more harmful to the climate than carbon dioxide. By reducing HFCs, global action following the Montreal Protocol is estimated to prevent the equivalent of 420 gigatons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere by the year 2100. This represents more than 10 years of present-day emissions from all human activity. And these reductions will prevent up to 0.4 degrees of global warming by the end of the century. Australia's action on HFCs will be an important contributor to meeting our new emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030. We are on track to reach an 85% reduction of HFC consumption by 2036. Australia has a strong program to protect the ozone layer and to manage synthetic greenhouse gases, and we need to keep it strong. After years of delay on climate policy and after experiencing natural disasters aggravated by global warming, Australians are demanding real action. That's why one of our first actions in this 47th Parliament was to pass legislation to increase Australia's climate ambition. I want to thank all members and senators who offered constructive support to achieve that aim. The Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program is another example of what Australia can do to protect our environment and to meet our ambitious emissions reduction targets. We have an extremely supportive industry here in Australia who have worked with the government to embrace alternative technologies and to manage environmentally harmful chemicals. Taking just the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, for example, Australia has a world-leading approach to managing these substances from importation right through the supply chain and their use in the economy, and then at the end of life. Australia has established innovative product stewardship schemes which collect used refrigerants and turn their potent greenhouse gases into harmless salty water. We're also partnering with industry to assist our neighbours in the Pacific to help them phase out chemicals that deplete the ozone layer and to improve skills across industries in Pacific nations. We're helping 12 small Pacific nations build their own capacity by training local officers in industry best practice. We're offering regional nations advice and guidance on how to move to alternative technologies and alternative gases in the smoothest way possible. And we're helping our neighbours build their own systems to report and meet their international obligations. By working together across national boundaries, we can move away from refrigerants that damage our shared environment. Australia is committed to continued global leadership on ozone layer protection. This will make Australia's program even stronger. It will reduce administrative burdens on businesses and make the legislation easier to understand, reducing the opportunities for unintentional non-compliance. It will also introduce measures to modernise and strengthen enforcement powers. This bill will ensure that the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Act continues to provide protection for our environment and human health and plays a strong role in Australia's action on climate change. That's why I'm very proud to be introducing this legislation today.
Minister, can I prompt you to move the second reading, please?
I move the bill be read a second time.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Yes, I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Sorry, I call the minister.
Sorry, I'm just finding the... Thank you. I present the... I don't have the paper for the import levy.
Greenhouse gas
No,
import.
This is the problem with having three similarly named bills. Thank you. I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2022.
I call the clerk.
Haven't got it yet.
Yep, okay. Call the clerk.
No, that's the wrong bill. First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you for your patience, Mr Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that cost recovery arrangements for the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Program can continue to be effective. The bill will amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Act 1995, the Import Levy Act, and to remove the levy on the import of equipment that operates using ozone-depleting substances. As a result of the successful implementation of the phase-out of ozone-depleting substances in line with the Montreal Protocol, imports of equipment that use these substances are now limited to exceptional circumstances where no alternative exists, such as for public safety or scientific purposes. It is appropriate not to charge a levy in those circumstances. The bill will also amend the Import Levy Act to provide for the levy rates to be set by regulation rather than fixed in the Act. The capped levy rate has been in place since 2003 and, as such, is not an accurate reflection of the current cost of administering this program. Removing the cap allows the levy to be adjusted periodically so that activities under the Act and regulations can be fully cost recovered in the future. Following the review of cost recovery arrangements, a logical and appropriate change to the levy rate may occur to reflect the present-day cost of administering the program. The bill will allow for the delegation of power to appropriate officials to exempt a person from paying the levy. Effective delegation is a fundamental component of good governance and risk management. Limiting delegations to officials at executive level 2 or above ensures that only persons with appropriate seniority and expertise will be exercising those powers.
Minister, can I prompt you to formally move the second reading?
I move that the bill be now read a second time.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that cost recovery arrangements for ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management program can continue to be effective. The bill will amend the Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Act 1995, the Manufacture Levy Act, to provide for the levy rates to be set by regulation rather than fixed in the Manufacture Levy Act. The capped levy rate has been in place since 2003 and as such is not an accurate reflection of the current cost of administering the program. Removing the cap allows the levy to be adjusted periodically so that activities under the Act and regulations can be fully cost recovered in the future. Following a review of cost recovery arrangements, a logical and appropriate change to the levy rate may occur to reflect the present-day cost of administering the program. The bill will allow for the delegation of power to appropriate officials to exempt a person from paying the levy. Effective delegation is a fundamental component of good governance and risk management. Limiting delegations to officials at executive level 2 or above ensures that only persons with appropriate seniority and expertise would be exercising these powers. I move that the bill be now read a second time.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Government business, notice number 6. Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I present the Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the funding of Australian Animal Health Council Limited and Plant Health Australia Limited and for related purposes.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill now be read a second time. Maintaining Australia's strong biosecurity status ensures our food security and protects agricultural trade. This can only be achieved through a strong government-industry partnership. One of the many ways this partnership takes effect is through the work of Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia. Through these bodies, the Australian Government partners with state and territory governments and a number of livestock and plant industry bodies to further our shared biosecurity interests and ensure Australia's world-class produce remains in high demand. Incursions of exotic animal diseases or plant pests into Australia are relatively rare, but they do have serious potential impacts. Detections of foot and mouth disease, lumpy skin disease in one of our nearest neighbouring nations has had the government and livestock industries on high alert. The government has taken immediate action to prevent these diseases from entering Australia, implementing the strongest biosecurity response in our nation's history. This includes our three-pronged approach of supporting Indonesia's response to both diseases with animal vaccinations and technical support, stronger measures at the border and increased preparedness here at home, because the risk of incursion cannot be entirely mitigated. This is why governments and industry bodies partner with signatories to the Emergency Animal Disease Response Agreement and the Emergency Plant Pest Response Deed. If the worst should happen and an exotic animal disease or plant pest should make its way into Australia, emergency eradication responses are mounted and cost shared under these deeds to give the best possible chance of eradication. Government and industry investment can avoid significant pest or disease management cost to our producers in the longer term. Over the past few years, under these emergency response arrangements, we've been able to eradicate citrus canker and 3 strains of avian influenza. Varroa jacobsoni, a bee parasite, it's Varroa mite as we all know it, was also eradicated, and we are now working to achieve the same outcome for its more problematic cousin, Varroa destructor. 4 kinds of biosecurity levies provide an equitable way for all producers to contribute to the cost of the biosecurity activities and eradication responses that benefit their industry. Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia levies fund activities such as biosecurity education, planning and surveillance, as well as AHA and PHA membership. Emergency Animal Disease Response and Emergency Plant Pest Response levies primarily fund industry contributions to eradication responses. They can also be spent on other biosecurity activities once these financial obligations are met. An issue for Plant Health Australia member industries is that for the EPPR levy, this alternate use is limited to purposes related to emergency plant pests under the Plant Response Deed. Increasingly, the flexibility in how these levies can be spent to include all plant health and biosecurity activities will increase their effectiveness. This bill will achieve this by broadening the range of permissible uses for those levies. Plant industries have welcomed this change, as it will allow them to focus available funds on their industry's most pressing biosecurity needs, whether for exotic or established plant pests. However, meeting response costs remain crucial. It is the main purpose for emergency response levies, and the bill will not change that. The bill will also modernise and streamline the AHA and PHA funding legislation, including by removing redundant or duplicative provisions. For example, a complex provision for funding biosecurity-related research and development activities through PHA levies will be removed in favour of using PHA's more straightforward industry planning processes. The bill will also simplify the process by which the relevant PHA industry member for a specific biosecurity levy is determined. This will reduce regulatory and administrative burden. Honeybees provide valuable pollination services to a myriad of plant industries, and the honey industry's biosecurity activities are now characterised as plant biosecurity. Therefore, reference to honey in the AHA Act can now be removed. The bill will also allow the AHA Act to facilitate the levy arrangements that are likely to be needed if other response deeds are agreed. Each of these changes will make the AHA and the PHA funding legislation more effective, efficient and fit for purpose. This will strengthen the ability of industries to invest meaningfully in biosecurity and help maintain Australia's enviable position as a world-class agriculture producer and exporter, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 7, Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Workforce Incentive Bill 2022.
I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Workforce Incentive Bill 2022 and explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
Call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Of course, it has been widely reported and across the country and understood by this government that businesses across Australia are experiencing skill and labour shortages, and that this is constraining productivity and economic growth. In response to these challenges many global economies are facing, the Albanese Labor government is implementing a range of policies designed to address labour market issues the country is facing, to boost productivity and address underemployment. In early September at the Jobs and Skills Summit, our government announced 36 immediate actions to build a bigger, better trained and more productive workforce, to help deliver secure jobs with growing wages, boost incomes and living standards, and create more opportunities for Australians. If we're truly to unlock the full potential of our country and address our labour shortages, we need to take seriously that there are many who continue to be excluded from the labour force but want to join. The Jobs and Skills Summit presented an enormous opportunity to examine potential solutions, and in the lead-up to the summit, the Albanese government was continually consulting across portfolios in the ways and means that we could unlock workforce participation for those who wanted to work or work more, but were finding barriers or penalties for them doing so. During this consultation, stakeholders and peak bodies representing older Australians advised that many aged pensioners and other pensioners over age pension age are motivated to contribute to workforce and are an underutilised group who may be willing to assist in addressing our current shortages. At present, only around 3% of aged pensioners earn income from employment, but providing incentives and increasing opportunities to work more without penalty, even a marginal increase in the number of older Australians in work would benefit individuals and businesses. The measures in this bill are purposefully designed to further strengthen the existing incentives for pensioners over age pension age to take up work or increase the number of hours they work if they wish to do so. Through the Social Security income test, with its income-free area and proportional withdrawal rate, combined with the work bonus, pensioners are better off financially if they earn additional income rather than relying solely on income support. Pensioners are able to earn an amount of income before their pension begins to be reduced, the income-free area. For each dollar of income over the income-free area, the single pension is reduced by 50 cents. For a couple, each individual pension is reduced by 25 cents a fortnight for each dollar of income the couple has over the income-free area. In addition, the work bonus allows pensioners over age pension to earn an extra $300 per fortnight from work before the income test is applied. The combination of the income-free area and work bonus means a single-age pensioner with no other income could earn up to $490 per fortnight from work before their payment begins to reduce. Pensioners are able to build up any unused amount of the $300 fortnightly concession in a work bonus income bank. This amount can be used to exempt from future earnings from the pension income test. This means a pensioner could choose to do intermittent or seasonal work and still benefit from the work bonus. At present, the maximum work bonus income bank balance a person can accrue is capped at $7,800. This bill delivers on one of the key outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit. From commencement until the 30th of June 2023, aged pensioners, disability support pension and carer payment recipients over the age pension age, as well as certain veteran entitlement recipients over qualifying age, will have $4,000 credited to their work bonus income bank for use during this financial year. The maximum work bonus income bank will increase accordingly, taking the maximum balance from $7,800 to $11,800 until the 30th of June 2023. Eligible pensioners who are currently working and have already benefited from the full value of the work bonus concession will have their income bank topped up by $4,000, taking it from $0 to $4,000. Eligible pensioners who do not currently work and already have a current maximum income bank balance of $7,800 will also have their income bank topped up by $4,000. Until the 30th of June 2023, they'll be able to have a maximum income bank balance of $11,800. Because the $4,000 increase will be added to each eligible pensioner's work bonus income bank upfront, every pensioner will be able to have an extra $4,000 of employment income disregarded from the income test from the start of this measure. The bill will also give aged pensioners and those receiving the equivalent Department of Veterans Affairs payments increased flexibility to move more easily between the pension and periods of work. Under this measure, aged pensioners with employment income whose total income exceeds their income limit will be able to easily resume their age pension payment if they become payable again within 2 years without having to do the full reapplication. This legislation, once passed, will enable a streamlined, simple process to accommodate pension recipients' flexibility in their approaches and choices to work. At the moment, after 12 weeks at a nil rate of payment, those who are working can only resume their age pension payments if they complete a full reapplication. This bill will allow Services Australia to suspend instead of cancel a person's age pension for up to 2 years if their payment is reduced to nil and they have some employment income. Suspending instead of cancelling the person from payments ensures that the person can benefit from an abridged reapplication process if at any time during the 2-year period their income is at a level where they are no longer precluded from the payment. To enable a person to be paid their correct pension entitlement, the shorter, simpler process will confirm their current circumstances, including their income and asset information. This means age pension payments can be resumed quickly and effectively. In addition, we know that pensioners value their concession cards, and even if they are able to work, older Australians often still have additional medical needs. To support their ongoing care and cost of living, in addition to this bill, we are also extending the time the person can keep their pensioner concession card while their payments are suspended. The pensioner concession card provides access to a range of Commonwealth health concessions, including cheaper prescriptions under the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. Currently, aged pensioners who earn above the income limit keep their pensioner concession card for 12 weeks. Disability support pensioners who work more than 30 hours or have income, including some from employment, above the limit retain their card for 52 weeks. This bill will increase and align the amount of time aged pensioners and disability support pensioners are able to retain their concession card to 2 years. When a recipient of age pension, disability support pension or certain veterans' entitlements is employed and has sufficient income that a pension is no longer payable, then their partner, who is also a pensioner, they will both keep their pensioner concession card for 2 years. Both will also be able to easily resume their pension payments within the 2-year period if their income is reduced to the point they become payable again. We know that participating in work improves one's quality of life with financial and non-financial benefits. For pensioners, this could mean not only getting a higher income, but stronger social connections, keeping mentally active and keeping physically fit. Businesses also stand to benefit from the skills and experience of older Australians, particularly in the current labour shortages. We value the contribution that all senior Australians have made and continue to make to our economic and social well-being, and we will support those pensioners who still themselves wish to contribute to the workforce and to do so.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of day for the next sitting. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Honourable Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement Implementation Bill of 2022.
I call the clerk. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I move that this bill be read a second time. The bill will amend the International Tax Agreement Act of 1953 to implement the agreement reached between Australia and India on the 2nd of April of this year as part of the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. Specifically, the bill will adjust the taxation on certain payments or credits made to Indian residents providing technical services remotely to Australian customers. It aligns Australia's tax treatment of Indian residents providing technical services remotely with residents from other countries. Mr Deputy Speaker, as Australia's seventh largest trading partner, India shares a close economic relationship with Australia, and this measure will further strengthen that relationship. In accordance with the trade agreement's side letters on taxation, this measure will commence on the latter of the day of royal assent and the day the trade agreement enters into force. It will apply to assessments for income years starting on or after the commencement of this amendment. It does not commence at all if the trade agreement never enters into force. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 8. Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Call the Honourable Minister.
I move this bill be now read a second time. This bill will deliver on the government's election commitment to help ease the cost of living by increasing penalties for breaches of competition and consumer laws, and to provide greater protections for small businesses from unfair contract terms. Schedule 1 to the bill will increase the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, the CCA, as well as breaches of the Australian Consumer Law, ACL, to ensure the price of misconduct is high enough to deter unfair activity and to ensure consumers retain a robust level of protection. In 2018, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development found that the average and maximum competition penalties in Australia are substantially lower than those in comparable international jurisdictions. As a result, there is a risk that a breach of the existing competition law could be seen as an acceptable cost of doing business by some large firms. Consumers. The amendments will increase the severity of Australia's penalty regime to be more comparable with international jurisdictions. As a result of this bill, we expect that in some cases courts will impose higher penalties for wrongdoing. We want courts to be able to ask themselves, will this penalty deter law-breaking by this company and others like it? By strengthening penalties, Australia will be promoting competition and better corporate behaviour. Greater competition means better prices and more choice for Australian households. No business that complies with the law will face any additional compliance burden as a result of this increase in penalties. Schedule 2 to the bill strengthens the existing protections against unfair contract terms in the Australian Consumer Law and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act. The reforms will better protect consumers and small businesses from unfair terms by reducing their prevalence in standard form contracts. This will help to improve consumer and small business confidence when entering into standard form contracts. Consumers and small businesses often lack the resources and bargaining power to effectively review and negotiate terms in standard form contracts they are offered by a larger party. The existing unfair contract terms protections in the ACL and the ASIC Act provide that where a court finds a term is unfair, that term is void. This approach has not provided sufficient deterrence against the use of unfair terms, which remain prevalent in standard form contracts. The amendments introduce civil penalty provisions prohibiting the use of and reliance on unfair terms in standard form contracts. This will enable a regulator to seek a civil penalty from a court. The existing definition of an unfair term remains unchanged. The government's expectation is that regulators will continue to take a reasonable and proportionate approach to enforcing the unfair contract terms protections, including affording businesses an opportunity to respond to allegations of unfair terms before commencing any legal proceedings. The bill includes a requirement to review the reforms 2 years after commencement, and the government will also welcome feedback from stakeholders ahead of this review. Finally, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was previously notified in relation to the unfair contract terms amendments as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 9. Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation.
I call the Honourable Attorney-General.
I ask the leave of the House to amend the notice relating to the appointment of a Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation by adding the following words to the motion. 2A. Participating members may be appointed to the Committee on the nomination of the Government Whip in the House of Representatives, the Opposition Whip in the House of Representatives, the Leader of the Government in the Senate, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, or any minority party or independent senator or member of the House of Representatives, and 2B. Participating members may participate in hearings of evidence and deliberations of the committee and have all the rights of members of the committee, but may not vote on any questions before the committee.
I put the question.
You have to ask if leave is granted.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted on the basis that the Attorney-General has given me his word that there will be no issues with this and there has been consultation.
Right. Okay. The Attorney-General.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption legislation as amended.
I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. I call the Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I move that notices 10, 11 and 12 be postponed to a later hour.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Oh. Is that one? Yep. Thank you. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests concurrence of the House in the amendments. I call the Honourable Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think. Up the question. I think the ayes have it. I call the Honourable Minister. Yep.
I move that the amendments be agreed to. And, Deputy Speaker, we had a long debate in the Senate last night, a very significant debate, and I would like to thank all of those senators that contributed to the debate. There are really 4 sets of amendments that have come back to the House from the Senate that are agreeable to the government, and indeed were not divided on in the Senate last night. And I will go through those sets of amendments that we're talking about right now. The first set of amendments, and I must say these amendments came from extensive consultation and from, indeed, the Senate committee report. And I would like to thank the Chair, Senator Marielle Smith, and all the senators on that report that did a great job in that. These sets of amendments before us strengthen the Family Responsibilities Commission and the work they do. And I would be surprised if those opposite would vote against the strengthening of the Family Responsibilities Commissioner. These amendments to do with that group have been actually endorsed by the Family Responsibilities Commission themselves. The second allows for a transition for those in the 4 CDC sites that will be able to get voluntary income management to transition seamlessly on the 6th of March to an enhanced technological card, and that is what we heard. People wanted a seamless transition. The third set of amendments, the government amendments, allow for the Northern Territory participants that are on the CDC card and indeed transition onto an enhanced technology also on the 6th of March. Finally, moved in the Senate by Senator Rice was a requirement of me as Minister to table a services plan to ensure that all of the CD sites get a services plan, and indeed we table the costs of the CDC itself under the former government. These are sensible amendments. They do improve the bill. They are a result of listening to communities, and therefore I commend the amendments to the House.
Thank the Minister. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together, and I call the Minister. No?
No, I've moved the amendments.
Okay. Any other speakers? No? The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Opposed say no. No? I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for.
You didn't vote against any of them in the Senate last night.
Didn't say.
You didn't vote against.
Is division required?
Yes, division is required.
Okay, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
When a bill comes back, the question, when it comes back without an amendment, there's no question. When it comes back with an amendment, the question you ask is whether the amendments are agreed to. Which apparently you no longer like them. You liked them last night.
You said 12 hours ago. You said you didn't agree with the bill because these amendments improved things, and you didn't follow the session and the second. Less than 12 hours ago, flip-flop, opposition for opposition's sake. That's a record. Is this back from the No, but this isn't the bill, this is the amendment. And you did it, you agreed to last night. Oh, you didn't.
But that's not what your senators thought. Why do you hate Liberal Party senators? Like I've got my
No, it's not going to be happy with you. He forgot to write to you. He wrote to your leader, though, saying, please support our amendment. Begged to support our amendment.
Order. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the no. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 50. The question is therefore revolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
I'm looking for...
And I call order. Members will leave the chamber quickly and quietly, and I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a nurse, I know how difficult it can be for people to manage the health needs of themselves or their loved ones. It is complex, often tiring and often stressful to navigate managing your health or the health of your family. Often individuals have to calculate multiple health concerns, think about multiple medications, visit multiple health services. It's hard enough for many patients to remember their care regimes, let alone deal with the stresses that come with illness. They shouldn't need to deal with the further stress of financial strain on top of their illness. Of the 19 million Australians eligible for savings under this bill, people filling just one script a month could save around $150 a year. Those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300 a year. That is a lot of money for, say, someone on the minimum wage. The bill will also allow optional discounting by pharmacies for specific PBS prescriptions via an optional reduction to the maximum price of a medicine. We recognise that it is an established practice for some pharmacists to discount medicine to at or below the current general patient co-payment. Instead of this meaning that the new co-payment price leading to an increase for some patients, these amendments will ensure that no patient is worse off. This means, for example, that Sophia, who lives with elevated intraocular pressure, a leading risk factor for glaucoma, will continue to pay the $27 her local pharmacy charges her for each script for her eye drops. And to ensure no patient is worse off, the amount paid by the patient will still be counted towards the safety net threshold. The current system, as I said, is complex for people to navigate. Under current policy, if a patient was given 40 scripts to fill in 1 year and all were priced at or above the current $42.50 co-payment rate, then they would have paid $1,445 for the first 34 scripts. At that point of reaching the safety net, their additional 6 scripts will cost them less, but still bring their total cost to $1,485. So under our policy, if a patient had 40 scripts to fill, they could fill all of those and have spent only $1,200 in total, which means they don't reach the safety net threshold and they will have saved $285 in savings. That's a real difference to out-of-pocket costs. From the 1st of January 2023, this bill will enable pharmacists to continue to provide a discretional discount for drugs with a price between the new and the old co-payments, $30 and $42.50 respectively. Establishing this discretional discount means that Sophia should continue to pay only $27 for her tablets. Now, this is creating real savings for families over the long term. As we know, there are so many Australians who require medication over a long period of time. Over 1.3 million Australians, more than 5%, live with diabetes. One treatment option for diabetes is a combination of pills, which are on the PBS. Anne is 35, she has diabetes and needs that medication. She's been prescribed tablets and she has to take them every single day. This means filling 13 scripts a year at a cost of $42.50 per script. With rising costs, Anne has tried to find extra work, after hours and extra days to help contribute to her medical costs. Under this bill, from the 1st of January 2023, Anne will only pay $30 per script, saving her $162.50 per year. Anne needs this medication so she can thrive in her day-to-day life. These are the kind of reforms that a Labor government delivers. This is what Labor does, and having spent so much of my life in the healthcare system as a nurse, I'm proud to stand and support it here today. This bill will ease pressure on families and will do so quickly. I'm pleased to hear the debate on this issue, and I look forward to hearing from others in the House and the Senate this week. I urge the opposition and the crossbench to really think about the positives in the legislation. It's important that it passes this year so that savings to households can come into effect from the 1st of January next year. That's a real boost to household budgets in the short term that our Labor government is pleased to be providing. The reforms are needed now. We came into government with a promise to address the issues plaguing our health system left by the previous government. We came into a government with a promise to strengthen Medicare, because we understand that Australians deserve access to the medicines they need, and their postcode should not determine the health care they get. They shouldn't have to sacrifice and scrimp to afford the medications they need to get through the day. This bill delivers on that commitment. It delivers a fairer deal for all Australians, and I hope all members in this place will support it. Thank you.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. Mr Speaker, the cost of living crisis is impacting Australians hard. Inflation continues to increase and is set to peak at 8%. Interest rates are rising, as has the cost of petrol, energy and food. The past few years and months have created the perfect storm. The price of powering a heater has surged due to a 9-year failure in energy policy by the previous government. The cost of filling up a car is almost double what it was 12 months ago. Extreme weather events have impacted our supply chains, and we all know, we keep hearing at one stage an iceberg lettuce was nearly $12. And Deputy Speaker, the maximum co-payment for a medical prescription has doubled since 2000. But now things will change. As a local GP, I know that even long before the current cost of living crisis, the cost of medications has been a major issue for many Australians, particularly for those with chronic disease, comorbidities or a family with a number of children. I know as a GP, when developing treatment plans for the average everyday Australian, the cost of medications and therapies needs to be taken into account. By reducing co-payments for medications to a maximum of $30, down from $42.50, someone with 2 or 3 medications can save as much as up to $450 a year. That is why, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill. It is a small but significant and important cost of living measure that will support millions of everyday Australians. Over the last few weeks, I've spoken to a number of pharmacists in my electorate. All welcomed this legislation. One pharmacist in particular, who owns pharmacies in both my electorate of Mackellar and in Western Sydney, expressly told me how critically important this bill will be in his Western Sydney practice. He described how it is increasingly common for customers to ask their pharmacist which medicines are the least essential, because they can't afford all of them. He told me that he believed cutting the cost of medications to a maximum of $30 a script will make a significant difference to many of his customers. Equity of access to health care is a core principle of the Australian health system. I'd like to acknowledge that the former government pursued this goal by decreasing the PBS safety net threshold. This bill goes one step further by limiting the cost of each individual script for those not already on concession cards. But decreasing the cost of medicines is only a start when it comes to equity of access to healthcare in Australia. So I take this opportunity to call on the government to do more to make healthcare more accessible for all Australians. There is also a looming crisis in primary healthcare in this country. The cost of seeing a GP has been steadily rising for years, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to even get an appointment to see a GP, especially one that bulk bills. The wait times are getting longer and longer. In some rural and regional areas, the wait to see a GP, I'm told, can be months. These are significant barriers to ordinary Australians accessing healthcare. Just yesterday, I received an email message from a constituent who said, "I sometimes have to skip my medication to make it last longer. Getting a doctor's appointment is near impossible, especially a bulk billed one, and paying for consultation fees isn't in the budget." So what needs to be done in this regard? Firstly, we need to decrease the cost of seeing a GP by increasing the Medicare rebate. Deputy Speaker, following a several-year freeze of the Medicare rebate, more and more general practice owners facing increasing costs and stagnant revenue have had to adapt by introducing private billing of their patients. Most GPs in my electorate are now private billing. And I was recently visited in my Mackellar office by the CEO of Cornerstone Health, a healthcare company which has the stated purpose of increasing access to quality primary healthcare for all Australians by providing a network of bulk billing GP services across the states of New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria. Henry Bateman, the CEO, told me that even they, as a corporate healthcare provider, are feeling the pressure to implement a co-payment due to the long-term inadequacy of the Medicare rebate. If this was to happen, it would mean that access to bulk-billed GP services would be significantly curtailed even further. Unless there is a change, the cost of visiting a GP will become increasingly prohibitive for many, meaning millions of people will simply delay or avoid medical care. Deputy Speaker, barriers to seeing a GP to increasing costs have been further compounded by the chronic shortage of GPs that has been slowly growing over the past couple of decades. Deloitte Access Economics forecasts that by 2030, Australia will be short 10,000 GPs across the country, or almost 25% of the workforce. My electorate of Mackellar is already 17% below the Australian average number of GPs per 100,000. And many doctors are not able to see new patients. Additionally, the GP workforce is an ageing one. Almost 25% of GPs in my electorate of Mackellar are over 65 years old, a potential decrease of 25% of GPs if they retire over the next 5 to 10 years. We simply don't have enough medical graduates undertaking general practice training. Only 15% of junior doctors are specialising as GPs. We need policy measures that build on advocacy to drive this number to what the AMA believes should be 50%. Both of these factors outlined above, the increasing cost to see a GP coupled with GP shortages, mean that people are instead presenting to the emergency departments to get their medical care, thereby putting extra strain on an already overstretched and stressed hospital system. We also know that GPs are critical to preventative health. And the problem is not going away. It is forecast to get worse. We need to act strategically now to resolve the current GP shortage before it becomes a full-blown crisis. The Royal Australian College of GPs Become a GP campaign is a start, but there needs to be more incentives at a tertiary level and for the workplace to drive the uptake. So, Ms Deputy Speaker, I applaud the Minister for Health, who has stated that GP shortages will be a priority for him. There is a simple policy measure similar to the PBS medications co-payment bill that, if implemented, would go a long way to solving the problem of the GP shortage, and that is increasing the Medicare rebate. This would help to both address the high cost of visiting a GP while also supporting GPs' practices to remain viable. We are still playing catch-up from a 6-year freeze, 6 years where the cost to doctors increased and CPI increased. What is needed is a reasonable increase in the Medicare rebate, one that will help relieve the cost of living pressures of everyday Australians by reducing GP fees while balancing the considerations of our current national debt. That increase would also assist doctors to continue to bulk bill and help to incentivise more new doctors to become GPs. So, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. Lowering the cost of medications will deliver a reduced cost of living for many Australians and improve equity of access to health care. And I look forward to further health equity measures being implemented to increase access to primary health care services. Thank you.
Thank the member for Mackellar. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to be speaking about the National Health Amendment Bill, and I know the Speaker's chair is neutral, but I'm particularly keen to do so with you in the chair, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Australians will remember that we went to the last election with the commitment to cut the cost of medications. The Labor Party gave a commitment that we would cut the cost of medications by reducing the pharmaceutical benefit scheme co-payment from the current maximum of $42.50 per script to a maximum of $30 per script, a reduction of 29%. Under our bill, an Albanese government bill, a person taking one medication a month could save $150 a year. Those people taking two medications a month could save as much as $300 to $450 each year. So after 9 years of neglect by coalition governments, the costs of living are soaring, and many Australians are cutting back on essentials in order to make ends meet. This will be the first time in its 75-year history that the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS will fall. Under the PBS, patients pay a co-payment towards the cost of each PBS medicine, with the Commonwealth covering the remaining cost, which can vary from nil to thousands of dollars per prescription. So this keeps otherwise expensive medicines affordable. And just for some history, the very first attempt to legislate for a scheme to provide approved prescription medicines, such as antibiotics, free of charge to Australian residents was made by the Curtin Labor government back in 1944. So if you're an Australian resident and you hold a current Medicare card, then you're eligible to receive benefits under the PBS. Ensuring access to cheaper medicines is part of our belief that all Australians deserve access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care. All Australians should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care, and no one deserves to choose between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and then providing for their families. So these new changes to the PBS will take effect from the 1st of January next year and will save Australians more than $190 million in out-of-pocket costs. The existing safety net provisions will continue, and all scripts currently counting towards the patient safety net will continue to do so. Deputy Speaker, the maximum cost to general patients for PBS medications has doubled since 2000. And sadly, the former coalition governments, the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison progression, did nothing to fix this problem. But this measure is not only good for household budgets. This government knows that the health of Australians is so important, because if you don't have your health, everything else becomes secondary. The Albanese government understands this, and that is why we want to do what we can to make sure that Australians have access to affordable medicines by listing every drug recommended by the independent experts on the PBS. We know that people are being forced to choose between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and providing food and shelter, warmth, etc. for their families. We've heard from the Australian Bureau of Statistics that because of the high cost of medications, nearly 1 million Australians delayed or didn't fill their medications in the 2019-2020 year. Just think about that for a moment, Deputy Speaker. Nearly 1 million Australians. It could be your grandparents, your neighbours, your family, our children. 1 million Australians prescribe medicines by qualified doctors because they're sick, and then they're not able to take that same medication because they cannot afford to do so. We know what not taking your medicines means. Not taking your medicine means it can take longer for you to recover. If you recover at all, it can mean more time out of the workplace, leading to serious complications and then hospitalisation and all the costs that come with that. Which means that in the long term, not taking medication can be unhealthy for an individual and unhealthy for our economy. More people ending up in hospital can lead to higher healthcare costs. Last Sunday was World Pharmacists' Day, in recognition of the vital role that community pharmacies play in caring for the health of their patients. Pharmacists see a lot in their day-to-day workplace. They do much more than provide advice on medicines and their side effects. They are one of the centres for local communities. They provide health advice, they provide health care, they make a difference in their local communities. Their connection with community is great because they are the most accessible of all health professionals and have been at the front line of providing health services during these incredibly challenging and stressful times associated with COVID. In the communities I represent and in communities throughout Australia, people relied heavily on our pharmacists to help us get through some of the health difficulties. Pharmacies have consistently spoken of their experiences of having to deal with patients that come to them with multiple scripts and seek advice about which ones they really need to fill. An economic question being health of a health professional. Why? Because some people can't afford to fill all. Patients are often deciding to fill a script that might give them immediate relief, for example pain medications, but not filling a script that's actually very important to their longer-term health. Across my electorate of Moreton, most local pharmacists have welcomed the action taken by the Albanese government to cut the out-of-pocket costs that patients pay for medicines on the PPS. Deputy Speaker, Kurraby is at the southern end of my electorate, next door to the Treasurer Chalmers electorate of Rankin. It's got a high percentage of people from overseas, and in many family homes, English is their fifth language. Sahil Ashgar is the pharmacist at Home Pharmacy Kurraby, and he's been there for quite some time. He's the only pharmacist in Kurraby, and he knows just about everyone. He has commended the move by the Albanese Labor government to cut the maximum co-payment for drugs on the Pharmaceuticals Benefit Scheme from $42.50 down to $30. Sahil says that this move is the best course of action to make sure that the people are not missing out on essential medication because of the expense. He said he has seen a recent uptick, especially amongst elderly patients struggling with the cost of their medications. The tragic reality, says Sohail, is that he and his staff have seen too many customers being forced to choose which essential medication the person will go without. Sohail told of cases where patients had been cutting their tablets in half in order to make them last longer. Sohail said that it has become quite regular for patients to skip weeks without picking up their medication at all, an economic decision. Sohail made it clear that these sorts of things have become too common and can leave vulnerable patients at a high risk of further illness, which, as we know, will then put a larger strain on the healthcare system, an economic strain that could be avoided. Sohail cares, and he said our country is better off when people are as healthy as possible. Thank you for your service to your community, Sohail. In the suburb of Acacia Ridge, which is a part of my electorate that has a significant proportion of residents with some long-term health issues. It's a battler suburb that my grandfather moved into in the 40s. The staff at Chemist Warehouse in Acacia Ridge have noticed in recent months an increase in people not being able to afford crucial medication. The chemist said that when people are in the position where they just can't afford to put those few extra dollars towards their medication, it is really difficult for the patient's well-being. However, this change by the Albanese government will make a huge difference for many people in the Acacia Ridge community and will be a huge direct relief for many regular patients that visit the chemist. The Fairfield Gardens chemist said that these changes will have a positive impact on the Fairfield community. While they haven't seen the same struggle to afford medication, as I mentioned in Kurraby and Acacia Ridge, however, the chemist knows very well that chemists right across the country are seeing devastating scenes of Australians, especially our elderly, being unable to purchase essential medication. The Fairfield chemist made it clear that cheaper medicine is always a benefit to society. Then in Salisbury, a suburb next to my home suburb of Maruka, a suburb undergoing a huge transformation. Younger families are moving into the area and, like elsewhere, housing prices are going up. So while the cost of medication has always been an issue, this latest medicines announcement is great for the Salisbury locals. Lowering the Pharmaceuticals Benefit Scheme co-payment threshold means the elderly regulars at the chemist will save money on medication, will have more to spend on regular day-to-day items. And finally, to the suburb of Yeronga, a suburb hammered by the floods in February this year. Though I know the member for Sydney came to that part of my electorate and saw the devastation firsthand. So Yeronga is a suburb that is basically surrounded by the Brisbane River, but many of the residents are of reasonable means. However, staff at the village pharmacy in Yeronga told me that they've witnessed a rise in elder patients struggling with the costs of medicine. So it makes sense that as we get older, our health deteriorates and so our reliance on medication increases. And as we know, as we get older, our income tends not to increase. So while this measure will benefit many in my local community, it will especially have a positive impact for many local seniors. We live in a very rich country, and Australians should not have to decide which family member they can afford to treat or which medication they should go without. No longer will general patients taking medication like apixaban for the prevention of stroke have to choose between their script and their groceries. And I hope I got that pronunciation right for the doctors in the House. Thank you. This bill will ensure that they receive the essential medical care needed to prevent serious illness. This bill fulfils the Albanese government's election promise to cut the cost of medicines and ease cost of living pressures for Australians. Cutting their price by nearly 1/3 will mean more people can afford to get the medications they need to stay healthy without worrying so much about the price. This bill will put close to $200 million back into the pockets of Australians each and every year, helping up to 90 millions of Australians living paycheck to paycheck, week to week. This bill also fulfils the Albanese government's election promise to cut the cost of medicines and ease cost of living pressures for all Australians, and I commend the legislation to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise also to speak in support of this National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. And firstly, may I just note how nice it is to speak on a bill in such a bipartisan way, and how pleasant, thank you, how pleasant it has been over the last couple of days to hear from so many people with a medical professional background, the member from Dobell, for Robertson, Cooper and McKellar, pharmacists, nurses, doctors, about how strongly we feel about our PBS and its value in this country. But I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that medicine affordability matters to all Australians, not just to those of us who have been involved in the healthcare sector. In 2020 to 2021, almost 2/3 of us needed at least one PBS medication. In total, 314 million prescriptions were dispensed under the PBS or the RPPS. This bill will reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme general patient charge from $42.50 to $30 indexed annually. 3.6 million Australians with current scripts costing more than $30 will immediately save money as a result of this bill. The PBS is a vital part of our medical system. It ensures that Australians have timely, reliable and affordable access to safe medicines. It keeps otherwise overly expensive medications affordable. This move to decrease the co-payment for medication is a significant one. It is the first time in the 75-year history of the PBS that co-payment has been cut. It's worth remembering, though, that this bill only applies to the more expensive medications and for a subgroup of Australians. It will primarily benefit people who do not purchase a substantial amount of PBS medications each year and so do not hit the safety net threshold, and those who do not qualify for concession cards. The bill does not affect the safety net threshold or the concessional co-payment amount. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, in 2019 to 2020, Nearly 900,000 Australians delayed having prescriptions filled or didn't have them filled at all due to the cost of those medications. People who need to choose and pick and choose which script they'll fill and which one they'll defer are potentially risking their health. They're also potentially having to put up with loss of function and with pain. Parents shouldn't have to choose between getting the medication that they need and putting food on the table for their families. I also note that we know that many PBS medications costing less than $30 per script will increase in cost after the 1st of October. This results from agreements made by the previous government with manufacturers to increase the cost of almost 1,000 medications. This happened during the COVID pandemic in mid-2021 as a result of the minimum stockholding requirements strategic agreement. But the fact remains that a $20 or $25 script is not a minor consideration for many Australian families. We need our government to advocate effectively on our behalf to secure medications as inexpensively as possible for this hugely important scheme. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to note that we need our government to promote best practice prescribing. In March 2022, the Morrison government defunded the NPS Medicine Wise scheme. NPS Medicine Wise is a 24-year-old scheme providing national leadership, education and resources on the best practice use of medications and medication safety in Australia. Its programs and resources reach all GPs. They reach 1/3 of residential aged care facilities across Australia. The program has made significant improvements to the health of Australians by reducing medication errors and decreasing overprescription. Its importance has been highlighted in the reports from Aged Care Commission on the safety of medications and the frequency of medication errors in aged care facilities. With the Albanese government, Minister Butler had the chance to reverse the decision to cancel the NPS Medicine Wise scheme, but chose not to do so. I believe that the Albanese government has erred in not reversing the decision to cancel the NPS Medicine Wise program. Proposals to transfer its activities to the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare or to competitive grant processes are undeveloped and relatively underfunded. Given that the government spends $14 billion a year on the PBS, the $24 million a year spent on the NPS is a pittance, especially given that this program has delivered a net return on investment of more than 2 to 1 to the federal government by delivering more than $1.1 billion in direct savings for the PBS and MBS. Improvements like a 25% decrease in the prescription or overprescription of some antibiotics, prevention of 50,000 unnecessary scans for low back pain, and 500,000, that's 500,000 fewer scripts for opioids, saving us more than $9 billion. The health of the Australian people and our budget bottom line will only be improved by ongoing support from our government for consumer education programs which improve health literacy. This bill provides the targeted healthcare intervention that we need to help those most in need of assistance with cost of living pressures. To further improve our health system, we need to optimise our use of prescription medications and to improve our healthcare outcomes. I call on the Albanese government to reverse its decision to withdraw support for the NPS Medicine Wise program.
I thank the member for Kooyong and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to speak on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill of 2022. And Deputy Speaker, this is a very important bill. We know that with the cost of living that's going up at the moment, interest rates, we hear many people, not just over this period where it's becoming even more difficult, but over a period of time, people making really tough, hard decisions. And one of the things that they're jeopardising is their health, where we hear people who are on very low incomes,
saying things like which medication can I go without to be able to pay the rent, or which medication can I go without to pay the electricity bill. And that is very detrimental not only to themselves and their health, but to the nation as a whole, because when people get sicker, it costs the public more and more to keep them healthy. So it's a very important bill. It's a bill that acknowledges that we are trying to make it a little bit easier for Australians. And as I said, Australians are having to make very difficult choices about how to make their money last and what to prioritise. Deputy Speaker, medication is an expense that people often have no choice about. They rely on medication to stay well and even to stay alive. And we can look at just a few illnesses around the place that people are reliant on medication, like diabetes, insulin, insulin pumps, a whole range of things. Other people with blood pressure that rely on their blood pressure tablets, cholesterol, things that have to be taken for the rest of their lives. These aren't choices that people make, but it's the circumstances of their health that's put them in this situation, which gives them that added burden, that added cost on the every day-to-day cost of living. And as I said, we know that patients have been choosing between the health care they need and providing for their families. So this is a very important bill. It will make it easier for people to afford both their medications and not go without essential medication. Deputy Speaker, the bill proposes to reduce the PBS general co-payment from its current amount of $42.50 to $30 subject to annual indexation. It will also enable pharmacies to apply an optional discount to the price of some PBS medicines. And this is delivering the biggest cut to the cost of medicines in the 75-year history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, or PBS, as the acronym is. So it's very important, and it is a change that will make a difference to people's lives. Deputy Speaker, we went to the last election with a commitment to decrease the general co-payment from January the 1st, 2023, and that promise is being kept as we see this bill presented here in the Parliament. The PBS is an important scheme which ensures people can afford essential medication. And in fact, I'd say it'd be one of the best schemes that I've seen anywhere in the world. And sometimes we sort of have to look at the type of country that we live in, where we provide these services, but at the same time to ensure that these services are provided within the ability for someone to be able to source them. And this will assist that, because the last thing we want is people making choices of whether they buy their medication or get their medication or not get their medication and pay for some other essential service. Patients generally pay a co-payment, as we know, towards the cost of each PBS. Concession card holders pay less, but once patients have spent over a certain amount on the PBS medicines, then they can qualify for the PBS safety net. So this means that general patients will then pay a lower amount for medicines, and concession card holders receive medicines for free for the remainder of that calendar year once you go over that threshold. Deputy Speaker, this is a much needed reform, and after almost a decade of neglect from the former government in this area, we saw co-payments for Medicare going up, harder to find GPs, as you would know yourself, Deputy Speaker, that the eradication and eating away of our health system over the last 10 years has been detrimental to Australians, but detrimental to the health of Australians, which means that added burden on costs. So in some ways the former government thought that they were saving money by making all these cuts or not ensuring that legislation was keeping up to date, but the reality is it ends up costing governments more through the deterioration of a person's health. And we have to look at the future in terms of the benefits that you get out as a whole, not just the actual cost itself. I think healthcare is one of the essential needs that we as a government should provide to people. People should be able to access, whether it be medicines, whether it be healthcare, whether it be a hospital bed, regardless of their credit card, regardless of their income. And Medicare, which was a Labor initiative, has been one of the greatest things that we have done in this country. And you look at systems around the world where people have no choice. If they get sick, they're then burdened with poverty for the rest of their lives, or they basically don't have the ability to recover from their health. And I remember speaking to a driver in Bali many years ago. We were talking about the health system, and I said to him, "What happens if you get sick and you need to access a hospital or a doctor if you don't have money?" And his direct answer was, "It's too bad. You will die." And that is a really sad situation to be in. So we really need to make sure that we keep an eye on our health system to make sure it doesn't deteriorate, that we protect Medicare, and I'm so pleased that for election after election it has been a centrepiece and a commitment by the Labor side of politics that we maintain Medicare, we strengthen it, and we ensure it's available to everyone regardless of their postcode, regardless of their credit card, because it is a right in this country and everyone should have access to health care. Deputy Speaker, the co-payment for general patients has doubled since 2000. So since 2000, we've seen the doubling of the cost of what people actually have to pay for pharmaceuticals and medicines. And according to the ABS figure, more than 900,000 Australians delayed or didn't get a script filled in 2019 to 2020 due to cost. That's nearly 1 million people. Now, if you think of the damage that may have done to their health and what it's ended up costing us, it far outweighs to make sure people have the ability to be able to get their medicines. And is this the type of country we want to live in, where over 1 million people actually made a choice to delay or not get a script because they couldn't afford it? All Australians, as I said, should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care, and no one should be faced with having to make these dreadful choices between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines or providing for their families or paying the rent or the energy bills, etc. Deputy Speaker, as I said, the PBS is a significant component of the government's investment in our health system. It provides significant direct assistance to make medicines affordable and affordable throughout the financial year. The co-payment makes the scheme sustainable, while the Commonwealth pays the remaining cost. Of course, many PBS medicines cost significantly more than the patient contribution, but the maximum patient co-payment for the 2022 calendar year is $42.50 for general patients. Now, under this bill, Australians will now only pay $30. This translates into a 29% or nearly 30% saving for general medicines, and around 19 million Australians will be eligible for this saving. People filling one script could save around $150 a year. And it's not too uncommon. When you hit your 50s, closer to your 60s, you could be on cholesterol tablets, blood pressure tablets, perhaps diabetes. And when you add up 3 or 4 medications that are usually on a monthly by monthly script, you could be looking at over $200 to $300 per month. So that is a big burden on a budget of a family. So this is so important. Deputy Speaker, as I said, people filling one script can save around $150 a year, while those filling 2 scripts could save around $300 a year. And in addition, 3.6 million Australians with current prescription over $30 will immediately save on medical scripts thanks to this bill. Deputy Speaker, the bill also ensures that no patient is worse off under this charge. It permits pharmacies to continue offering optional discounts to general patients on prescriptions with a Commonwealth price between the new and current amount. And the amount paid by the patient will be will still be counted towards the safety net, ensuring that no Australians are adversely impacted by the changes. Deputy Speaker, we are constantly amending the PBS to ensure that it conforms with the new health research and advice. And every year, in fact nearly every month, we hear of new cutting-edge medicines that are added to the PBS, and access to existing medicines is expanding to new patient groups. And I'm very enthused when I see new drugs and medications coming out that are life-saving medications. We've seen many that have actually been produced and made here in Australia over the last few years, and that gives hope to many people that perhaps would not have that hope without those drugs. Some subsidised medicines are available through the PBS, can cost thousands of dollars per script. However, they're supplied to patients at a significantly reduced cost. And Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of this government that has constantly put healthcare at the forefront of all our policies, and at the health front of every campaign that we've run in elections, especially Medicare, about the significance of Medicare, the universal access to healthcare, and there is no doubt that cutting the cost of medications is good for households who are dealing with the unprecedented cost of living pressures that we've seen over the last few months. But it's also important, Deputy Speaker, for the health of the nation. If we can assist people with their health and keep it from deteriorating, and that is usually done through modern-day drugs and medicines, then it ends up costing the government and the public purse less in the long run. And instead of looking at easy, quick fixes to cut from budgets to do with health for the short term, what you're really doing is causing massive damage for the long term. And this is why this bill is seriously tackling the costs of these medications. For example, the up to 500,000 patients with stomach ulcers or reflux disease will pay less for their scripts, and over 60,000 patients with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder will also save, as will 20,000 migraine sufferers and people with epilepsy. So we're also including essential drugs in the treatment of various cancers and making them more affordable and available to more people. Deputy Speaker, there is a direct correlation between the health of a population and the health of the economy, as I said earlier, in which they live. Deputy Speaker, we know that medicines are an essential need to people. We know that it is absolutely important that they take their medications, and it's absolutely important that they don't have to be under pressure when they're buying the medications. And that's why this bill will ease that pressure for the majority of people to be able to buy those medications, that make them affordable, to ensure that they don't have to make those difficult choices. It would be a horrendous situation to be in, knowing that you need to take medication for particular illness or disease, and knowing that you cannot afford to buy that medication. I couldn't think of a worse position to be in. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that I'm part of a government that is making medicines cheaper, and that's exactly what this government is doing. And this bill is a really important step, because, Deputy Speaker, good health is the foundation of our human capital, our society and our economy. And, Deputy Speaker, I know I will always fight to ensure that Australians have access to the healthcare and medications they need, as all my other colleagues on this side of the House do as well.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill of 2022. And I am very pleased to speak on this bill, which is, of course, yet another coalition policy. They say the best form of flattery is imitation, and this bill is no different. But I'm not going to stand here and complain, because this bill ultimately results in a good outcome for the Australian people, and the coalition supports it, because it is very much in their interest, particularly as we are dealing with cost of living pressures right now. On the 30th of April 2022, so before the last election, the coalition announced an election commitment to reduce the PBS general patient charge by $10. But not to be outdone, Mr Deputy Speaker, just the very next day the Labor Party came out and announced that they would be reducing the change by $12.50, a $2.50 improvement. And that's very, very good policy work. But it is.
Years in the making.
I may jest a little bit, and I say it with a smile on my face, but it is a good outcome. It's a good outcome for Australians. But what is becoming increasingly clear is that the Labor Party don't have any of their own policies. They continue to look to the policies of the coalition for addressing the cost of living. We support Labor's bill to reduce the maximum general co-payment for medicines on the PBS, of course, whilst we note that it is a copycat policy made from our policies. The bill will reduce the pharmaceutical benefit scheme general co-payment by $12.50 from the current amount of $42.50 to the new amount of $30. Now, I want to point out that this doesn't take effect until the 1st of January 2023. If this Labor government really cared about the cost of living pressures faced by Australian families and their businesses, they would have pursued this policy. They would have pursued the introduction of this bill in their first sitting. What Australians are really worried about right now is their financial stability and national security. While Labor dances to the tune of Republicans, left-wing academics and the militant unions, Australians are sitting around their dinner tables worried about their financial future. They are worried about how they are going to continue to put their kids through school, how they're going to continue to pay their mortgages. These are very, very real issues that Australians are grappling with on a day-to-day basis. They worry about whether they're going to be able to put food on the table for their kids. They worry about whether they're going to be able to put fuel in the car to drive to work and take the kids to and from school. And they worry about whether they are safe. They are worried about whether they are safe from malicious actors who are attacking our essential services through online attacks. They wonder about whether they're safe from national security threats after the dismantling, effectively, of the Home Affairs Department. They wonder whether they're safe from geopolitical threats. They wonder about the decisions of this Labor government in vacillating on important defence projects, like whether they should be replacing the Taipan helicopters with Black Hawks. Now, that's an absolute no-brainer, but the Defence Minister, in his ultimate wisdom, has decided to effectively put that project on hold, Mr Deputy Speaker, and conduct a review as to whether they should be doing that. I mean, these are important projects. These are important defence projects that this government should be backing the coalition government's decision in. You know, the Labor Party talked the big talk about defence being bipartisan, but
members raising, but I fail to see how they bear much reference to the bill before the House.
Please proceed.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his point of order, but these issues do directly go to cost of living. They go to cost of living and security. How Australians believe that they are best served by a government who want to see action on cost of living and security, whether that be national security or the security of their own bank accounts, security of their own records. And if the member opposite thinks that that's not relevant, I don't know what is. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australians want a healthcare system that provides them with safety, with a degree of comfort, just like they want a government that looks after them in relation to things like industrial relations. When members opposite are pushing through reforms in this place that will see union lawlessness by the abandonment of the ABCC, Australians want to know that their taxes are being put effectively to work. They want to know, through things like the abandonment of the ABCC, that our costs of construction are going up by around 30%. Not my words, the MBA's words. Australians want to know.
Sorry.
I think we have ranged pretty broadly from the topic of the legislation before us, and I'd ask you to suggest to the member that perhaps he might like to return to the legislation that's being debated.
Yes. All right. Please proceed, member for Fisher, and try and address the question before the chair.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chair. And as I noted earlier, these are important issues which go to the heart, and I would take the second point of order that's been raised in relation to relevance, and note that the Deputy Chair didn't find in favour of the first point of order. But be that as it may, Australians want to know that their government has their back. Australians want to know who's in charge and what the government is doing to relieve cost of living pressures. Now, this is a question that is directly on point to the minister at the table. This is a bill which the government is putting up as a cost of living easing pressures on Australians. Between 2013 and 2022, the coalition government made nearly 2,900 new or amended medicine listings to the PBS. In our last year, in the last year of the coalition government alone, 2.2 million free or subsidised medicines were funded just in my electorate of Fisher through the PBS. In our last budget, we invested an historic $132 billion to deliver the essential health and aged care services Australians need. Now, let me say those figures again. In our last budget, $132 billion, an historic amount compared to the Labor Party's budget of just $75 billion when they were last in government. $75 billion 2012-2013, $132 billion. And yet, for 6 years, all we heard about from those opposite were cuts to the healthcare system. Now, I'm no mathematician, Mr Deputy Speaker, but $75 billion in 2012-2013 to $132 billion in our last budget, and yet those opposite consider that as a cut. Despite what Labor may tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, we strengthened Medicare and revolutionised health treatment with our telehealth system. We committed $133 billion over 4 years to continue bolstering our Medicare system, a jewel in the crown of Australia's world-leading health and social care infrastructure. On that, I think we all agree that the Medicare system in Australia is probably the best in the world. Australians demand, rightly, an effective healthcare system, and the Coalition has always been absolutely committed to delivering on that. In government, we delivered a 133.69% increase in funding for public hospitals in Queensland. It's a record funding to a hospital system which Queensland Labor in my state continue to mismanage. After nearly a decade of reform, record-breaking investment and action, the Coalition has set the standard for healthcare in this country. But what's the real cost of living in Queensland, Mr Deputy Speaker? We talk about the cost of living in this place and we talk about healthcare. Australians are already tuning out from this government because they know that federal Labor isn't listening to them. They know that just after 6 months in power, this Labor government are hopelessly out of touch. On the 4th of April this year, the now Prime Minister, in the lead-up to the election, announced to the Australian people that he would govern in the style of Queensland Labor. Now, when I say that, around about 4.5–5 million people in Australia, namely Queenslanders, are rolling around on the floor laughing right now. He said, and I quote this from the Prime Minister, "But I have also seen what Premier Palaszczuk has presided over as a bit of a template for the way forward for federal Labor." Now, let me tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, Queenslanders are shuddering with this news. Let's take a look at the cost of living in Queensland under a Labor state government. Roads are congested because of Labor inaction. A drive down Caloundra Road in my electorate will demonstrate that the state members for Caloundra and Nicklin are not listening. Rail projects are over budget. Cross River Rail is over budget. It's late. North Coast Rail duplication. Well, that's just being delayed by the state Labor government. The state Labor government take the Sunshine Coast for granted, like Labor the state over, and in fact, both at a federal and state Labor parties, they are choosing red carpets and photo ops over looking after people. What has Labor done from a healthcare perspective in Queensland? Now, ambulance ramping is at levels that are unprecedented. Paramedics and patients were ramped for nearly 123,757 hours last financial year. In the 2021-22 financial year, Queensland paramedics and their patients were being ramped for more than 357 hours every single day. Hospitals are overwhelmed and our hard-working nurses, doctors and frontline staff are struggling to keep up. Maternity wards in regional Queensland have been shut down and mums-to-be are being handed do-it-yourself birthing kits in regional Queensland. This is a disgrace. The integrity of Queensland's DNA labs is now subject to an historic commission of inquiry. Bullying, secrecy, cover-ups, photo ops, name changes and political games cannot mask the frightening truth. The fact is, in Queensland, the cost of living comes from the risk of financial and physical peril. From Cairns to Caloundra to Coolangatta, Queenslanders have seen the cost of Labor in government. This is federal Labor's blueprint for government. This is their template, it's their goal, and that should alarm every single Australian. Every young couple in regional Australia who may one day want to start and raise their family beyond the big city should be very, very worried. Every senior Australian who relies on public health care should be worried. If the Prime Minister is looking to Queensland as the best practice on how to manage health care, we are doomed.
Expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before the honourable member departs, he mentioned that Labor will continue to look to Coalition for cost of living policies, and I can't help but think perhaps he's referring to the policy to keep wages low deliberately for a decade under the Liberals. Perhaps that's the policy he's referring to, because we won't be copying that one, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps he's referring to the policy under the Coalition to keep power price rises secret in the days before the election. I can tell you what, Deputy Speaker, we won't be copying that policy. Perhaps he refers to the policy under the Coalition to keep the Medicare rebate frozen for 6 years. We certainly won't be copying that, Deputy Speaker. So Labor will not be copying the Coalition's policies when it comes to cost of living, because what we know is that after 9 failed years of Coalition government, cost of living only increased for the vast majority of Australians. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, and I welcome the former Speaker's, in both respects, Deputy Speaker, I welcome the former Speaker's contribution, because he was in support of this bill, although the vast majority of the content of his speech, of course, had nothing to do with the bill before the House. The purpose of this bill is to amend the National Health Act 1953 to reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme general patient co-charge payment commencing from 1 January 2023. So in 3 short months' time, Australians will have cheaper medicine. It's the first time the PBS co-payment has been reduced by any government in the history of the Federation. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering on the commitments that we made at the election as part of our plan for a better future for this country. We said we would make medicines cheaper, and that is what we are doing. Under the bill before the House today, the most that Australians will pay for medicines on the Pharmaceuticals Benefits Scheme will be $30, a reduction of up to $12.50. About 19 million Australians will be eligible to save money under this great Labor reform. 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions will save money immediately that the bill comes into effect from January 1st, 2023. That's 14% of the Australian population will have an immediate benefit, immediately have their medicines cheaper from 1 January 2023. People filling out 1 prescription a month could save $150 a year. People with 2 scripts stand to save around $300 a year. That's money back in the pockets of Australians, many of them older Australians. This Labor reform to make medicines cheaper is one way that we seek to address the cost of living mess that we inherited after 9 years of failed coalition government. After 9 years of neglect from the former government, the costs of living are soaring, and many Australians are cutting back on essentials in order to make ends meet. As I alluded to, Deputy Speaker, 9 years of deliberate wage suppression, 9 years of superannuation sabotage, 9 years of Medicare vandalism, 9 years of childcare inertia. We are 129 days in government, and already we have done more to address cost of living pressures than the Liberals and the Coalition did in 9 years. We have backed a minimum wage rise. We are backing wage rises for aged care workers. We are making childcare cheaper, and we are allowing more seniors access to the seniors card and ensuring that aged pensioners can work a few more paid hours if they wish without losing their pension. Deputy Speaker, since 2000, the cost that Australians pay to access medicines under the PBS has doubled to up to $42.50 per prescription. For low-income Australians, especially those already struggling with higher rent and transport costs, it has become a choice between looking after their own health or feeding or sheltering their children. And we've all seen the stories in the newspapers and in the media that that's the choice that parents confront. Do they get the medicines that their doctors say they need, or do they feed and shelter their kids? And for the vast majority of parents, the choice on that is clear. It's a choice no parent should have to make. The PBS co-payment for general patients has doubled since 2000. More than 900,000 Australians told researchers that they delayed buying medicine that their doctors said they needed, or they didn't fill the prescription out at all because of the co-payment cost. Deputy Speaker, this is unacceptable in modern Australia, and this Labor government will not have it. All Australians should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care. The PBS is a significant component of the Commonwealth's investment in our health system, providing significant direct assistance, $13.8 billion in the 2021 financial year, to make medicines more affordable. The bill before the House today seeks to further reduce the maximum cost that Australians will pay for the medicine they need. I've said before in this place that access to health care in my electorate, a big regional electorate in Tasmania, is something that keeps me awake at night. After a decade of policy neglect, regions across the country are facing a primary health care crisis, with an inability to retain and recruit GPs and other healthcare professionals. My electorate has few big population centres. It's a seat of small towns where access to healthcare can be hours away. For example, Interlaken in the Central Highlands has a rugged beauty about it, but it's an hour from the nearest pharmacy and even further from a GP. One of my constituents lived in a small shack with no mobile phone reception and only a wood heater to provide her warmth. She would have preferred to live in a town, but she couldn't afford the rent. She'd been waiting years for hip surgery and she lived in constant agony. The only GP she could get in to see was in Hobart, a 4-hour round trip. And after getting her new scripts, she then faced a 2-hour round trip on other days to the nearest pharmacy. So, Deputy Speaker, the bill before the House today won't fix Tasmania's appalling hospital waiting times, and it won't fix the ambulance ramping that's at crisis levels in my state, and which have kept my constituent on the elective surgery list for years, but it will make medicines cheaper for people like my constituent and others. Deputy Speaker, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme is a significant partner to Medicare, both of them proud Labor reforms that have transformed Australians' access to affordable quality health care. And I just want to speak briefly to the Minister's opening remarks in her second reading speech, where it mentioned, and you learn something new every day, Deputy Speaker. It was John Curtin and Ben Chifley who fought hard to create this essential pillar, the PBS, of our healthcare system. It took 2 High Court challenges, 2 referenda, constitutional changes, battles with the British Medical Association, the Liberal Party, which in those days opposed it, and many others over 15 years to make the PBS what it is today, a genuinely universal system and perhaps the best medical system pound for pound in terms of bang for buck that we have in the world. And I was very pleased to hear the member for Fisher remark. He's what sounded like genuine support for Medicare. It's a long time coming. We know that those opposite opposed Medicare, vigorously opposed Medicare for decades, and certainly over the last 9 years of their government, while saying they supported Medicare, what we saw was it being nibbled away at the edges, a bit of vandalism going around on the edges. So, Deputy Speaker, under the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, a reduction to the PBS General Patient Co-Payment by $12.50 will mean that the maximum Australians will pay for PBS medicines will drop, as I say, from $42.50 down to $30. That's a 29% saving. Not bad. Furthermore, no patient will be worse off. Pharmacies can, if they choose, continue to offer optional discounts to general patients on prescriptions with a Commonwealth price between the new and current amount. Deputy Speaker, under the bill before the House today, medicine will be cheaper. We promised this at the election, and we are keeping our promise. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and Medicare are the foundation stones of Australia's public healthcare system, and it's only a Labor government that makes them stronger. Australians have a right to affordable, quality healthcare and should never have to face the choice of foregoing the medicine they need because of cost. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just picking up on some of the remarks of the previous member and welcoming the member for Fisher's comments about the Coalition commitment to Medicare. It's not a new thing. It is not a new thing at all. Coalition is very committed to Medicare. One would not have thought so in 2016, of course. Where I think that's the problem the member is dealing with, is the scurrilous campaign the ALP run that has later been termed as Mediscare, when in fact they said the Coalition would get rid of Medicare. We had 6 years to do so. We did not. We supported Medicare. We increased the funding for Medicare. That kind of campaigning, dishonest, should be called out every time there is an opportunity. So I take that opportunity to do so. So this proposal to drop the Medicare co-payment from from $42 to $42.50 to $30. The Coalition put forward during the campaign that we'd reduce it by $10. This is a $12.50 reduction, which came soon after from the ALP, and I think it's good that they matched, evened up the ante, if you like. And so those payments will be coming down at a time when people are under pressure. It's a shame that they're not coming down immediately, I'd have to say. There is a wait time before this hits the market at the end of the year. But having said that, it shouldn't be forgotten in the last year in government, the Coalition actually reduced the threshold for the PBS safety net to, I think, around about $1,244 off the top of my head, down from $1,400 and something, and that is welcome. And I think, in fact, that's a very targeted response to the cost of living at the moment, because, of course, almost by definition, those constituents that reach that threshold are some of the poorest and most disadvantaged in our community, because they're on multiple medications, which means their lifestyle is probably already impeded, and in fact are often on welfare payments as well to fund their living, or at least on limited and fixed income. So that I think was a very, very serious move to reduce cost of living pressures. So I welcome that. I'm very pleased with the fact that we had legislated that before we got to the election. So it is an example of, the PBS, in fact, is an example, and it's exemplary. The PBS stands alone in the health field of something that actually delivers efficient, expanding service and, importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, keeps costs under control. The member for Fisher went through the increased spending that the Coalition government had afforded to health and aged care during the period in which we've been in government. So a little more than double, from $75 billion to $132 billion. A little more than double, 100% increase, that is. But in fact, when you look at the PBS, in about 2012, it was operating at about $9.5 billion a year, and it's now 13. So we've seen roughly a 30% increase in the PBS over the same period that the rest of the system has had a 100% increase. And yet in that time we've been able to deliver a plethora of new medications to an expanding population. So while I know a lot of the drug companies don't particularly love our PBS, I think it places itself in the marketplace around the world quite uniquely, in as it enables us to get great value for dollar, but is not so impunitive on the manufacturers and the marketers that they don't still seek to sell their drugs, their newly developed drugs, in our market. And so it really is something that I sometimes shake my head in wonderment with what has been able to be achieved with the PBS when I look at the ballooning costs, not only in the health sector but across a whole range of other government expenditures. And one of the things, of course, is making those new drugs available in Australia and the approval process through the TGA, which I think has improved over years. There's a great effort to make sure that Australians do get the very best. And it's not only in the drug field, but there are associated things that the taxpayer contributes to, which allow people to live their life to the fullest. Now, Greg Hunt had a fabulous record while he was while he was the health minister, and in fact, we approved 2,800 new and at times incredibly expensive new drugs to the PBS, all the time while keeping the lid on those PBS costs. Keeping the pressure on the drug companies is not the only way, of course, of keeping the lid on PBS costs. Some of the expiry of the patents have contributed greatly, and so blood pressure tablets, for instance, and cholesterol tablets are ones that Australians are very large consumers of, for good reasons. Keeps Australians alive longer and fitter and healthier. But of course, some of those very significant patents of the past have expired now, and then now the listing of generic drugs on the PBS that are of equivalent. Now, the original drugs, most of them still remain on the PBS, and they are marketed into our market. But of course, the manufacturers have had to reduce their costs. They've had that period of protection that is afforded to them for the great cost that they commit to in developing these new drugs and doing the testing associated with them and bringing to the market. And it's right and proper. That's what a patent system works around. But as those patents expire, it's also very important that the PBS then go out, find the alternative suppliers, put the pressure on the original suppliers and bring the cost down to the whole public. And I remember, in fact, you might remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think you were in the place at the time, when we had a fairly strong debate in this place about the delisting of Panadol Osteo. Now, I'm a little scratchy on the numbers, but at the time you could buy Panadol Osteo at the pharmacy for, let's say, $40. You could go to actually, I think it was it was more than the cost of a Medicare bulk bill rate. And so, or you could go to your doctor and get them prescribed from the doctor, and you'd pay $42.50. So let's say it was $60 in the pharmacy. You go to the doctor, you pay $42.50, you'd get the Panadol prescribed. But in fact, of course, by the time there was a pharmacy dispensing account and a whole lot of things that hung off the doctor's bills, it was quite expensive for the taxpayer. And there was a cry, of course, that, well, if you take this off, we will not be able to afford the Panadol Osteo. Well, in a matter of weeks, months, if not weeks, let me say, the price of those Panadol Osteo over the counter at the chemist shop dropped to roughly the equivalent of Panadol Rapid. And so it just shows that while the PBS is very important to be in place when it should be in place, there are times when it actually distorts the market and it should be out of the market. That's not 100% relevant to what we're talking about with this bill, of course, but it does come back to this theme that I've been talking about, that the PBAC, over a very long period of time, and subsequent governments, apart from one time that I'll come to in a little while, subsequent governments have actually managed the PBS in a very good way for Australia, so providing maximum benefit to Australians across the board for the minimal cost, for about as good as you can get around the world. So anyone who's associated with that, I give them a pat on the back. The Coalition, of course, as I said, committed to a $10 reduction, and now we've got a $12.50. Now, I was going to say a little bit more about Greg Hunt and the other associated things that actually come through, not through Medicare, but actually through the health budget, in assisting people to get to live their life to the fullest. And as you well know, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm the co-chair of the Parliamentary Enemies of Diabetes, and in fact the listing of the constant glucose monitors universally now, before the last election, by the government and then matched by the then opposition and now the government, of course, was a great move forward and something we'd campaigned for many years. But in that period before that, we had gradually campaign to extend those constant glucose monitors. And I've told this story in the House on a number of occasions, but I was at a function, in fact the Port Pirie Smelters picnic in my electorate, and a young couple came up to me and they had, I think from memory, about a 2-month-old baby who had gestational diabetes and was on a constant glucose monitor at the behest of the hospital, but had to give it back and did not qualify for the constant glucose monitors under the current rules. I went and saw Minister Hunt at the time, and in a matter of speaking to it for 5 minutes, he said, "That's not good enough." And virtually with the stroke of the pen, 30 similar families around Australia had that problem fixed. And that is good, responsive government. It's a minister listening, being in touch, knowing what's achievable and not what's achievable, and it was a great outcome. I thank him still, and that family thanks him still for that outcome. Of course, now it's universal, and so we don't have to argue about such things, but it's a progressive step. the point being that the PBS isn't the only scheme in place to assist Australians, as I said, to achieve their life potential. One of the things, of course, is that we remember it has been the custom of health ministers to sign off on the PBAC recommendations. In the last 50 years, I think there's only been one period when that did not occur. In 2011, the then Labor government put a freeze on listings due to budgetary constraints. Now, our budget's in a pretty tough shape at the moment, and we're heading into October budget. I haven't heard any murmurs from the other side that there's any likelihood to be a move to stop listing new drugs on the PBS, but I absolutely say to the government, don't go down that pathway again. It's not been the pathway that has been followed by the previous government, and it's not one that should be followed by you. One of the things when people come to tell you about advances in the health system, they tell you it will save lives and it will save money. It's one of the great paradoxes of our modern health system that the more lives we save, the more it costs. I'm a living example, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I stand here, I had life-threatening cancer just on 9 years ago. I was saved by some very clever surgeons and a whole heap of radiation, which a lot of people don't seem to like either. I have some arguments about the location of the low-level radioactive waste management facility in my home community. But I was saved by the miracles of modern science. Since that time, I've had a shoulder reconstruction. I've just had a partial knee replacement. That wouldn't have cost the taxpayer anything if I'd succumbed to the first ailment. Now, the point being that our modern medical system is saving people, absolutely, getting them into useful life, but we are all there for later and more complicated challenges later in our life, and that is why these health budgets keep ballooning out rather than actually coming in when you think you would be making all these particular advances. So I don't know that that's had anything in particular to this debate. It is what it is, and I'm not suggesting by any means that any of this should be curtailed. I'd like to think that my survival through that ailment, Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact that I do pay a Medicare levy, I do invest in private health cover, and I'm a significant taxpayer, would say I hope that I can square the ledger. But it is the case that the more things that we combat, the more things it will cost us, and it's something that government has to consider in the long term. It's one of the reasons that the health budget keeps growing at a faster rate than inflation or other indicators, the CPI for instance, in our societies, and it's something that governments always have to be aware of. It's this increasing share it is taking of the GDP of the government tax take. How we manage that, I think, is a challenge for both sides of this House, for the whole parliament, not just now, not today, not tomorrow, but over the next 10, 50 years. This will be an increasing challenge. So I've come to roughly the conclusion of my time, so I will leave that debate there. I look forward to these changes coming. I wish they were coming faster, Mr Deputy Speaker, because even today we know that fuel is going to go up 22 cents tonight, and so it would be good that if we had this coming down the pipeline a bit quicker, but I think we've got to wait till January.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this is my first address since the new parliament where you've been in the chair, and I want to say how pleased I am that you're continuing on the Speaker's panel, continuing to make a strong contribution to this parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be making a contribution on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill, a bill which will have a positive impact and be warmly welcomed in the Shortland electorate. I thank the Minister for Health and Aged Care for his work on this very important legislation. This legislation will provide a reduction to the PBS, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, general patient co-payment by $12.50. This is the first reduction in the history of the PBS. This means that the maximum Australians will pay for PBS medicines will be $30. This is a reduction in cost of almost a third from the current rate. This change and cost reduction is sorely needed. We know millions of Australians are struggling with cost of living pressures, be it groceries, petrol or medical expenses. Under this legislation, around 19 million Australians will be eligible for the savings. Combined, these general patients could save around $190 million each year. People filling one script a month could save around $150 a year, while those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300 a year. This is a key commitment that Labor took to the last election, and I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is delivering this cost of living relief that is desperately needed. Unlike the previous Liberal government, that was all announcement and absolutely no delivery, we are seeing a markedly different approach to delivering on our commitments from the Albanese government. And this bill is significant in that delivery. We are actually delivering tangible cost of living relief to millions of Australians. And unlike the last government, we're not waiting to 2 minutes to midnight before an election to make an announcement when they had 9 years, almost 10 years in power to do something, but they did nothing. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, in a prosperous and wealthy country like Australia, no one should be forced to pick between accessing vital medication or putting food on their table. Yet that's exactly what so many Australians, including people in my community, are doing. We know that over the last 9 years, the previous government was obsessed with attacking Medicare and our healthcare system. They cut bulk billing incentives for doctors. They reclassified the Hunter and Central Coast regions as not being a priority area for GPs, which has led to a significant GP shortage. They cut funding to Hunter's vital GP access after hours service, funding that the Albanese Labor government will restore. All of those changes made it much harder and much more expensive for people in my community to see their GP. But patients have also been hit with a double whammy of their vital medicines becoming increasingly unaffordable. The co-payment that general patients contribute to the Commonwealth to sustain the PBS has doubled since 2000, and according to ABS figures, more than 900,000 Australians delayed or didn't get a script filled in 2019-20 due to the cost. This is just plain wrong. Former Prime Minister Gough Whitlam said in 1975 that the purpose of universal health care is to make medical treatment available to all who need it, to ensure that medical care is not just another marketable commodity but a right of every citizen. All Australians should have access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care, and no one should have to choose between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and providing for their families. Unfortunately, many of my constituents currently don't have this choice. They have to choose, in fact. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, of course, this Labor government is committed to enacting progressive and meaningful health policies that positively impact the lives of many Australians. And this builds on our strong history. Labor introduced visionary programs such as Medicare and the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and it was that great Australian Labor Prime Minister Ben Chifley who established the PBS in 1948. It wasn't easy. It took 2 court challenges, 2 referendums, a constitutional amendment and 16 years to embed the scheme. Yet almost 80 years on, it has helped the lives of so many Australians. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor has been in government for only a few months, but we have already put our money where our mouth is when it comes to improving the health outcomes of Australians. One of the biggest issues my constituents face is finding an available appointment with their GP, or finding a GP that takes new patients. This is one of the biggest concerns they raised with me in the lead-up to the recent election. And as I mentioned earlier, the GP shortage in my community is a direct consequence of the previous government's decision to reclassify the Hunter and Central Coast as non-priority areas for GPs. So I was so happy that in July, exactly 2 months after the election, the new Labor government reversed these changes. Medical practices in my community can now access doctors from the bonded medical program as well as overseas trained doctors, making it easier for them to recruit more GPs to our region. This change will not only take stress off local GPs, it will also reduce patient wait times, making it much easier for them to see their doctor. The new Labor government has also delivered on our commitment to give all 130,000 Australians with type 1 diabetes access to subsidised continuous glucose monitoring devices under the National Diabetes Services Scheme. These Australians over the age of 21 will be able to access CGM products through their pharmacy with a co-payment equivalent of $32.50 per month or $390 per year. These life-saving devices were previously costing them up to $5,000 per year. Similar to the legislation we are discussing today, this measure will help ease health costs for people living with type 1 diabetes. Not only that, having access to these devices will save lives. Unsurprisingly, delivering this election commitment was welcomed by many people in my community. Nicole said to me via Facebook, as a mother of a T1, this brings music to my ears. Andrew was equally pleased, saying, I've been diabetic since 1994, and if it wasn't for the subsidies, I would be broke. The free glucose monitor is another plus. And Jessica said, this is amazing news. I received an email last week from NDSS and nearly cried. I haven't been able to access the CGM since having my son. Financially, it was totally out of reach. This is absolutely life-saving stuff. And that brings me back to how important the legislation we are debating today is. It will save millions of Australians hundreds of dollars a year on medication they need. This is what Australians expect from the Labor government, a government that cares about their health and their ability to access affordable medicines. And concerns about the rising costs of medicines is something that I regularly hear from my constituents about. Martin from Warners Bay is on the disability support pension. He told me that he pays over a quarter of his pension on medication. He said, I have 5 that are non-PBS, despite some of them being considered the most effective for my condition and the kindest on my body. There is one drug that I pay $40 a month for, and it has less ingredients than one on the PBS that would cost me $5.50. Caroline from Cahibra is on a part-age pension and contacted me about how the rising costs in medicines is impacting her family's budget. She said, I've been on prescribed melatonin for a number of years. All this time I've been purchasing a 3-month supply from a compounding pharmacist. I can now only get a month's supply at a time at a cost of $35. I was paying $75 for 3 months' supply, and I could claim all but $40 of that back from my health fund. So from costing me $10 a month, it's now costing me $35 a month. This is a lot extra from a limited income. We do the right thing and pay for private medical, but when things like these changes occur, it makes it less attractive to be covered. These are just a small handful of some of the feedback I've received from the Shortland community. As a member of this place, it's imperative that I listen and act on the concerns of my constituents. It's also vital that we bring forth real reforms, reforms that will transform the lives of so many Australians. As an electorate that is on average the 6th oldest in this country, health care and the need for better health services are issues that the Shortland community are rightly concerned and passionate about. Over the course of the most recent federal election campaign, my team and I door-knocked thousands of doors and called more than 20,000 Shortland residents. Over and over again, health care and the cost of health was identified as the major issue of importance for my constituents, particularly the cost of health care dramatically increasing over the last decade. And that's why this legislation is so vital. It demonstrates yet again that the Albanese Labor government is committed to addressing these cost-of-living pressures that Australians are facing in these uncertain times. This legislation delivers on that commitment, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Mr Speaker, it's not often I can say this, but 2 years before I was born, the Chifley government introduced the PBS scheme. And what a benefit that has been to Australians all of these 73 years. 73 years of benefit to families, to people, as the former speaker just mentioned, to especially those with diabetes, diabetes 1, diabetes 2, and every other condition that may have come upon the Australian people. Our health and well-being, the food that we eat, the exercise we have, things we can do for ourselves have changed dramatically since 1948. In 1948, most of the food that you ate would have come from within 2 kilometres of your own home, or if you're in a city, 5 kilometres of your own home. It was all produced in Australia and it was produced locally. So your food was of the highest standard, which enabled the very healthy growth of our broader community throughout that time. Since then, though, our food, it doesn't come necessarily locally. It can come from interstate, it can come from around the world, and it's not necessarily seasonal, as all our food was. Why am I talking about food and regarding the PBS? Because as our nutrition is less, as we eat more fats and sugars, we have a greater need for the pharmaceutical benefit scheme to keep the health and well-being of our community in the state that it's in. Of course I'm supportive of this legislation, and every government since 1948 has been supportive of the health and well-being of the Australian people, however it's implemented. I'm not going to criticise any form of government for what they did and didn't do in regard to health, because health expenditure has increased exponentially every year since 1948. And there have been massive changes made to the pharmaceutical benefit scheme over the years. We have now remarkable new drugs that can change the lives of people in a week or so. And, of course, this PBS scheme that is unique throughout the world. It is unique throughout the world that the Australian people, this nation, has the opportunity to access drugs for their health and well-being at a price that is affordable to every family. I know there are families out there today that have to choose between food or whether they buy their drugs, and we need to look more closely at how we can support those families. But importantly, the PBS scheme has been crucial to the health and well-being of Australians for 73 years. This general co-payment amends the National Health Act to reduce the pharmaceutical benefit scheme general co-payment by $12.50 from the current amount of $42.50 to the new amount of $30, taking effect on the 1st of January. In a time when inflation is rampant and greater in the foods and commodities that families actually have to buy. So we may have an inflation rate of around 6 or 7%, but the actual food that you need to buy that is important for a family, the increases are from 12%, in some cases 23%. And there are not the specials available in the supermarkets that were available. The costs have increased for families. So at a time when families are under enormous pressure for their day-to-day living costs, this is a change that I support wholeheartedly. And I mean wholeheartedly. That the government has moved one step further than the coalition prepared to move by $2.50 or whatever it was. It's irrelevant to me. This gives an opportunity for the Commonwealth to supplies of pharmaceutical benefits that have a Commonwealth price between $30 and $42.50 indexed annually. The bill also gives pharmacists an option to discount the price in general patients by more than $1 while supplying as a PBS prescription. It's really important that this bill will ensure no patient is worse off after reduction of the general patient charge, and it is established practice for pharmacists to be able to discount medicines that have a Commonwealth price or at or below the general patient charge. So when it comes to individuals, every individual has an entirely different need under the PBS scheme. New drugs come onto the PBS after a lot of consideration by the committee that recommends to government. New drugs, especially in the areas of cancer, that can make such a difference. There's also a safety net involved in here for families that have an ongoing need for medicines. So the reduction in the general patient charge will likely have an impact on the number of scripts a general patient needs to have filled before they reach the safety net threshold. However, a patient would have saved $285.80 in out-of-pocket costs from the reduction. So even though it takes you longer, because the price is cheaper, to get to your threshold, where you'll no longer have to pay after that, you'll save $285.30 in that process of getting there. So there is some benefit back to the patient. The bill gives effect to an election commitment made by Labor in response to the Coalition's leadership on the issue. On the 30th of April 2022, the Coalition announced an election commitment to reduce the PBS general patient charge by $10. Following the announcement on May 1, 2022, Labor announced that they would reduce the charge by $12.50. Fine. $2.50 difference. I'm happy that they have been able to find the money to be able to reduce it by $12.50, because that's a benefit to a lot of the recipients in my electorate. Why, Mr Deputy Speaker? Because I happen to be in an electorate where I had an older cohort of people than most other electorates in Australia. The electorate of Monash is older. I'd like to think wiser, and that's why I'm still here, but that's probably not the truth. If they knew the real reason, they knew me well, I probably wouldn't be here. But I am here, and I'm here, and I'm honoured to represent them. But they do have an older cohort right across my electorate. It's a regional, rural electorate. At this point, it hasn't got the massive growth that you are seeing in many electorates down the east coast of Australia and in Western Australia, but that is now encroaching in one part of the electorate in the Druin-Warragul area, where those regional areas are now becoming fairly large, and within a short time will become very large urban areas, which bring the young families in. But at the moment, this change to the PBS scheme will have an inordinate difference to my electorate because of its age cohort and the number of people over 55, over 65, over 75, into their 90s and into their hundreds. And I just want to make a point about that. PBS enables people to live longer because they are able to manage conditions that our previous generations didn't have the opportunity or the drugs to manage those conditions, so they're living longer. So when I first started as a member for Macmillan, my number of people who were over 80 that I write to was about this high, and now it's about that high. The number of letters that I write to people in their 90s used to be about that high. Now it's that high. And my ones that I write to that are 100 used to be very few, but now the pile is about that high. So my community is not only ageing better, it's ageing well, and it's because of the PBS scheme that they're able to get their drugs, they're able to organise what drugs that helps their lifestyle. If you can help somebody's lifestyle, that means they don't go into aged care facilities earlier. That means they're a greater help to their family, the ongoing. They are less of a burden. So what I'm saying here is this. The PBS enables our community to live well and to live longer. And therefore that has benefits that just go throughout the whole of the community because they are actively participating in community. And therefore they are a benefit not only to themselves but to their children and to their children's children. And that's why the PBS has been such an integral part of the health and well-being of communities like mine, and I'm sure like every other member of this House. The PBS scheme is also very, very, very expensive for government because many of the drugs that people use cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So when a government makes a decision to list it on the PBS, that's your government taking responsibility for your health and well-being at a price way below the delivery price. That's why government often negotiates for long periods of time with drug companies to make sure that they're getting the best deal they possibly can get to bring the costs down as far as they possibly can, but at the same time delivering the drugs for the benefit of our community. And I think you'll find Australia is the great innovators in not only the research into new drugs, but also the introduction as quickly as possible for the benefit of sometimes, Deputy Speaker, only a few people. But we have the luxury in this country of saying 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives are important. You know, I'm saying to the Australian people, you are important. I'm saying to my electorate, you are important, and that's why the government continues to invest in the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. We invest in it on behalf of families. We invest in it on behalf of very ill young children. And this is a commitment from all members of parliament on both sides to this scheme and this reduction. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I support this legislation. I support the process that we go through, and I support the ongoing benefits that this legislation will bring to families right across the electorate of Monash.
I thank the honourable member for Monash. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, Labor is taking action to ease the cost of living pressures Australian families are facing after 9 years of coalition government neglect, taking action to make medicines cheaper so Australians do not have to choose between the health care they need and providing for their families. The relief that this bill brings will be welcomed by the people in Cunningham, and I thank the Minister for Health and Aged Care, the Honourable Mark Butler, for his work on this. Last night I met with Trent Toomey, the National President of the Pharmacy Guild, and they are also really excited about this legislation. We spoke about how much still there is to do, but how happy we are that this government is moving in the right direction, and so quickly as well. Our government is introducing this bill because we believe in access to universal healthcare that can be relied upon when Australians need it, healthcare that is world-class and the envy of other nations. The Labor government story is very different to the record of those opposite. After 9 years of neglect from the former government, many Australians are having to choose between vital medicines and putting food on the table, and many are foregoing those medicines due to the cost. The Albanese Labor government is making medicines cheaper for approximately 19 million Australians. We are reducing the PBS general co-payment from $42.50 to just $30. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, in 2019-2020, more than 900,000 Australian families delayed or did not get a script filled due to cost. This is a terrible statistic, but it is easy to forget the individuals that make up this number. They are people in our families and our communities, in our workplaces, our sporting groups and religious organisations. People who, because of financial pressures, are not able to buy their medicines. Australians deserve much better than this. This bill acts on our government's commitment to reduce the maximum amount Australians pay for their PBS medicines. New medicines are regularly added to the PBS. This enables more patients to access cheaper medicines for their conditions. Some of the medicines available through the PBS can cost thousands of dollars per script. These medicines are supplied to patients at a reduced cost, with the government paying the rest. The cost for the patient is capped and referred to as a co-payment. Since the year 2000, the PBS co-payment has doubled, placing increasing pressure on Australians buying medicines. Currently, the maximum co-payment a general patient will pay is $42.50. For a concession card holder, this is $6.80. This bill ensures that from 1 January 2023, the general patient co-payment will be reduced to $30. This is a reduction of $12.50 for PBS general patient co-payments. Around 19 million Australians will be eligible for savings under this bill. $190 million could be saved by these general patients each year. A person filling one script per month could save around $150 per year. For someone filling 2 scripts a month, around $300 per year can be saved. The Albanese Labor government has also committed that no patient will be worse off following the co-payment reduction. Pharmacies will still be able to continue offering optional discounts to general patients where the cost of the PBS medicine lies between the new $30 price and the previous price of $42.50. The amount paid by the patient will still count towards the PBS safety net. For my electorate of Cunningham, this bill will have a huge impact. The 2021 census data shows why this bill will be so important to my constituents. Cunningham's rates of long-term health conditions are higher than both the New South Wales and the national average. This includes conditions such as arthritis, cancer, mental health conditions, stroke and others. Lowering the co-payment will help the people in my electorate afford the medicines they need to manage and treat their conditions. Many constituents have shared their concerns with me about the costs of living and the difficult decisions they are increasingly being forced to make. By reducing the co-payment on PBS medicines to $30, some of these cost of living measures will be addressed. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our local pharmacies who do great work in helping our community every day. Like other frontline workers, they have worked so hard over the past 3 years. Over the past year, they have also administered COVID vaccines, in addition to the many flu shots that they also administer in the lead up to winter. In preparation for World Pharmacist Day recently, I had the great opportunity to meet with Ahmed Sawan, pharmacist and owner of Priceline Pharmacy at Woonona, with his son and my good friend Abudi Sawan. Ahmed invited Ryan Park, the local state member for Kira, and I to meet with David North, the president of the Illawarra Pharmacists Association, and Amanda Fair-Jones, the state manager of the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia. Ahmed and David told Ryan and I about the work that they do in our community and their goals to provide even more services to local residents. This bill supports broader health reform that has occurred since the Albanese Labor government was elected. From 1 October 2022, Australians will also pay less at the pharmacy for PBS medicines thanks to the government's price disclosure policy. This will make medicine cheaper for thousands of families, representing an out-of-pocket savings of over $130 million for Australian patients and almost $930 million for taxpayers. Australians with conditions such as migraines, arthritis, breast cancer, stomach ulcers and bipolar disorder will have access to cheaper medicines because of this. From the 1st of October, the government is also expanding the amount of medicines available under the PBS. These include newly included medicines are used to treat a number of conditions, including some types of cancer and growth hormone deficiency in children. Labor's suite of health reforms also extends to the creation of our Medicare urgent care clinics. These clinics will help to take pressure off our hospitals by providing medical care for Australian families who have an urgent but not life-threatening medical issue. The Medicare urgent care clinics will provide bulk-billed, appropriate care for many Australians while helping to minimise unnecessary emergency department presentations. These are just some of the actions that Labor is taking to improve access to health care and to protect Medicare. Labor built Medicare and we will always protect it. Our community deserves universal, prompt and world-class health care. The Liberal government spent a decade attacking Medicare. They tried to introduce a compulsory $7 co-payment, freezing rebates and cutting $2.6 million from Medicare. They abolished psychiatric telehealth items and removed regional bulk billing incentives. Under the previous government, average out-of-pocket costs to see a GP increased by 33%. But Australians know they can trust a Labor government to look after the health system. It is a history of action that we are immensely proud of. The Labor government is making medicines cheaper. We are taking action on cost of living pressures. We are repairing 9 years of neglect, and we have hit the ground running. I have chosen to speak on this bill today because access to universal health care is something I care deeply about. Many of my constituents face daily financial struggles. They don't need the added pressure of being unable to afford the medical care that they or their family may need. But we on this side of the chamber know that there are two major factors that can turn aspiration into reality for working families: access to healthcare and access to education. The Labor government knows that Australians are resilient and hardworking. They just need to be given the chance to succeed, a leg up when times get tough. And by increasing the availability and affordability of healthcare for Australians, like this bill does, the Labor government has proven once again to the people of Australia that we are on their side, and we will always fight for better healthcare for Australians and their families. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Cunningham. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Petrie.
Well, thanks, thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. That was interesting listening about Labor's urgent Medicare care clinics. The minister opposite was just saying that I think they're going to build 50 around the country, which sounds like a good thing. I do hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, they're a lot more successful than the last Labor commitment around GP super clinics, because I remember when I was elected in 2013, we had a GP super clinic that was just sitting empty for like 3 years, and then it took us to get actual doctors in there. That was at the Redcliffe GP super clinic on Anzac Avenue. Many people in my electorate will remember that. But when the Coalition came in, we got it up and running and operating well. But look, the Coalition does have a strong track record of providing Australians with timely, affordable access to effective medicines, cancer treatments and services. And as other Coalition speakers have mentioned, during our time in government under the Liberal National Party, we listed over 2,900 medicines worth over $15 billion on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. And I remember when we came in, the previous government had frozen those listings. So 2,900 medicines in 9 years is an exceptional record that people, not just in the Petrie electorate, are aware of, but right around the country. In the 2022 budget that the former government handed down this year, we provided greater access to cheaper medicines for 2.4 million Australians, with fewer scripts needed for free or further discounted medicines. To further reduce costs during the election campaign, the Coalition announced that we would lower the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, or PBS medicines, general co-payment from the 1st of January 2023 by $10 per script. Now, the Labor Party would agree that the Coalition has a strong record on reducing the costs of medicines, because 3 days after we announced our election commitment this year to lower the PBS medicines general co-payment, the Labor Party copied that announcement and introduced a $12.50 reduction by an extra $2.50, starting on the same date, mind you, starting on the same date. But that's okay. Look, an extra $2.50, well done. That's good. We support it. The Coalition and myself, as the member for Petrie, will be supporting this government bill. Mr Speaker, since we are debating the National Health Amendment Bill today, this is good policy, and I'm happy that this is going through. It's something that the people of Petrie will appreciate, and as their voice here, as I said, I'll be supporting. The medicines under the PBS medicines general co-payment help people suffering from cancer, heart disease, epilepsy, spinal muscular atrophy, multiple sclerosis, cystic fibrosis, severe asthma, severe osteoporosis and chronic migraines. And for people that suffer daily with those medical issues, this will really help them. Some of these cost thousands of dollars, and thankfully, because of the PBS, up until now, these bills have only cost a maximum of $42.50. But if you're someone that has multiple issues, which many people do, that can add up significantly each month. So to help Australians receive these medical treatments Throughout our time in government, we made medicines more accessible and affordable. In opposition, we'll keep doing the same thing. We'll keep the pressure on the government to make sure they do the same. I don't think the current government will revert back to what the Gillard-Rudd government did, where they stopped listing them. I think the current government will do the right thing, and it'll have bipartisan support across the chamber here. The reason that the Coalition supports the reduction of the cost of medicines, Mr Speaker, is that we understand the needs of Australians. When in government, through our strong economic management and throughout the whole pandemic, we prioritise the health and safety of all Australians. And that's important. People know during the pandemic that the Coalition government invested a lot in health, And we didn't just do it in health, we did it with employment and through other programs like JobKeeper as well. We all remember, and for those people in the gallery, you'll remember that people were lined up when the pandemic hit outside Centrelink. In my own electorate of Deception Bay and Margate and down in Chermside on the border there, people were lined up out the front of those Centrelink offices concerned about what the pandemic would do. But the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook, established the National Cabinet. He brought bipartisan support across Labor and Liberal state governments because he wanted to deal with this one-in-a-generation pandemic as the leader of the Liberal National Party government in a bipartisan way. And that is something that I think he'll be remembered for in years to come, that during the pandemic it was the member for Cook and the Coalition government and the former Health Minister Greg Hunt that stepped up and helped Australia not just save lives but also save jobs, save businesses and put us in the economic position we're in today, where the Treasurer just found $50 billion in the back pocket. Deputy Speaker, the Moreton Bay region and the Brisbane City Council, where my electorate is located, is a known popular retirement destination, and I can understand why. With some of the most beautiful coastline throughout Deception Bay, Burpengary East, Redcliffe Peninsula, and on the other side of the bridge in Brisbane City Council around Brighton there, it's a wonderful place to live. And in my electorate of Petrie, 20% of people are over the age of 65. The Deputy Speaker, many people say that with age comes wisdom, and it does. But unfortunately, it often comes with a decline in health as well. Not everyone is blessed with great health as they get older. With that decline, many have the reliance on medical treatments in the form of prescription medications. The Liberal National Party, the Coalition, remains absolutely committed to ensuring that, if required, Australians have access to affordable medicines when they need them. Now, pensioners are just one of the demographics that will benefit from this co-payment reduction, but self-funded retirees do too, that are often paying that high scrip. So, in addition to the rise in ageing population, is the rise in chronic health conditions. The recent census revealed that almost one-third of people, 31.6% of people in my electorate of Petrie, reported having one or more chronic long-term health conditions. These long-term health conditions included diagnoses such as arthritis, asthma, cancer, dementia, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, lung conditions, mental health conditions including depression and anxiety and stroke. Mr Speaker, this is not an exhaustive list and is only scratching the surface of long-term health conditions. But let's not forget that these are everyday people. It could be your grandmother, your mother, your child in some cases, your neighbour, your friend. These are people that rely on regular medications to manage their long-term health conditions and maintain a quality of life that every person deserves. And it was these people that the coalition, or the former coalition government, were thinking of when we first committed to reducing this as part of our election commitments earlier this year. I recently spoke to Andrew Twist, a pharmacist in my electorate, working at Priceline Pharmacy in Kippering, and I do want to join the former speaker on this in thanking pharmacists through the electorate of Petrie, right through the Brisbane City Council and throughout the Moreton Bay region, for the work that they do every day to help people that walk into that pharmacy in filling scripts, and people with multiple medications where they package it up, put it in bags for them so they get their medication right each day. They even deliver it to people's homes that are unable to get out to the pharmacy. So thank you not just to Andrew at Priceline Pharmacy in Kippering, but all the pharmacists in my electorate. But Andrew informed me that the reduction of the PPS co-payment would benefit local people in my electorate, and when there is a policy that will benefit people, we have been elected to represent them and we support it. Andrew also told me that the constituents who will benefit the most in my community are the 10,000 people with type 2 diabetes, the 21,000 people that suffer with respiratory conditions such as asthma, COPD, emphysema, and the 6,000 people with cancer. And I was speaking to a constituent last night that lives in Scarborough on the Redcliffe Peninsula that uses the drug Brio-Ellipta, which is an helps with asthma, and that can cost the full $42.50 a month, right? $40 to $50 a month. It costs obviously a lot more, but the Australian government through the PBS pays that, and traditionally this constituent would have been paying $42.50 a month, and what we're legislating for now will put it down to $30 a month. That drug has changed her life, and she also has diabetes and uses insulin, 2 different types of insulin that can also cost $42.50 a month. And she also was very thankful when the former coalition government brought in the continuous glucose monitoring sensors that were costing her $150 each I think it was 7 days, she was saying. So when you combine all this, reducing the $42.50 down to $30, and then also what was done with continuous glucose monitoring sensors that were costing $150, that's a big saving for this one constituent alone in the Petrie electorate each month. And so I'm pleased with what the government's doing here. It will support local people. The Coalition welcomes the National Health Amendment Bill 2022. When my fellow Australians, Mr Deputy Speaker, are feeling the cost of living pressure right now, as they will tonight, with fuel excise going back up, which will equate to 25 cents a litre, 22 cents plus GST, so fill your car up if you can in the next 5 days. With electricity bills going up, with rents going up, and during our MPI yesterday we spoke about the cost of living under this government. This one measure will help, and we're thankful for that, and the people of Petrie are thankful for that. Mr Deputy Speaker, finally I'm just saying that the Coalition calls on the Labor government to continue to reduce the cost of living, like this bill will. People are hurting out there. It's not just families that have kids in childcare, but it's also single people, double income, no kids, as I spoke about yesterday, with their mortgage repayments increasing significantly at the moment. So I would encourage the government to continue, and in the budget that they're handing down later this year, to continue to help with cost of living so Australians can make ends meet. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Petrie. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Australia and Musculoskeletal Australia have issued a joint press release welcoming this bill, and I just want to refer to that joint press release because I think it's quite illuminating. And having worked for a number of different industry associations, I know how difficult it can be at times to get stakeholder groups together to support anything, let alone a bill in front of the Parliament. And I wanted to just have a little look at that press release and think that this is a very significant endorsement on this policy. It's from the 1st of May, and it quotes the National President of the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, Professor Trent Toomey. And I quote, "On behalf of patients, we and other partners, the Australian Patients Association, Chronic Pain Australia and Musculoskeletal Australia, are thrilled that both major parties have now committed to making medicines more affordable if they are elected." And this, of course, followed the Labor then opposition, now government, following the lead of the coalition government to adopt this policy. And I continue the quote, "A bipartisan commitment to address the cost of prescription medicines is a win for patients around the country who have been doing it tough. This announcement is an acknowledgement of the importance of medicine affordability at a time when Australians are struggling with the cost of living." And I note that word bipartisan, and I'll come back to that in a second. Another section of that press release was attributed to Fiona Hodson, who's the president of Chronic Pain Australia. And Fiona wrote, "The reduction in the co-payment will be welcome news to the 1 in 5 Australians living with chronic pain. Medicine affordability is a key issue for these patients as they manage their complex and chronic conditions." So I note there all these wonderful advocacy groups who offered their support for strong bipartisanship on this issue. This was pre-election, and while I was on duty here last night, I noticed with wonder some of the statements made by Labor members. There certainly wasn't the spirit of bipartisanship. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the former government had cut medicines from the PBS scheme rather than adding an additional 2,900 new or amended listings, an investment of $16.5 billion. You'd be forgiven for not thinking that Medicare funding grew from $19 billion in 2012-2013 to $31.4 billion in 22-23, or the Commonwealth funding for public hospitals grew from $13.3 billion to $27.2 billion. I noted one speaker even last night tried to accuse the Liberal Party of having opposed a measure by John Curtin, a measure that would have predated the existence of the Liberal Party of Australia. But perhaps you'd expect that sort of partisan theatre in question time in half an hour's time, but not when you're speaking to a bill that is a carbon copy of coalition policy. But I'll wrap it up now because I've got about 30 seconds left. This bill will achieve a welcome outcome: $200 million savings for Australians and subsidies accessible to 19 million people. It builds off the great work of the former Liberal and Nationals government, the government that listed more than 2,900 new and amended medicines to the PBS. I'd encourage the government to immediately outline what further actions they're going to take to alleviate cost of living pressures, particularly in relation to combating inflation. This is a good start, but more is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the call to Member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for Health for introducing this health amendment, the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. This is a really momentous health bill, and it demonstrates to all the measured approach of the Albanese Labor government to our program that we will put in place over the next 3 years. It also continues Labor's history of understanding healthcare in Australia, supporting healthcare in Australia, and making sure that Australians have access to the best and affordable healthcare around the world. Australia has had a wonderful record in health thanks to Labor governments, from the introduction of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme by the initially the Curtin and Chifley Labor governments in 1949, the introduction of Medibank by Gough Whitlam in 1973, which was, we know, destroyed by the Fraser government, subsequently to be reinstated as Medicare by the Hawke government in 1984, the year I started my private practice.
Sorry that the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate will be resumed at a later hour, and the member's speech was interrupted, so you will be granted leave when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on behalf of my electorate and regional and rural Australia, because what we're seeing and what we're reading is the predictable way, sadly, that Labor governs. 2 weeks ago, in the lead-up to the budget, there was a newspaper article both in the Sydney Morning Herald and in The Age which headlined "Tens of billions of regional funds at risk in search for budget cuts." Now, what is it that Labor has against regional and rural Australia? What is it that Labor has about investing in regional and rural Australia? What this article, and this is a leaked article in the lead-up to the budget, they're preparing the grounds to cut our road funding, to cut our telecommunications funding, to cut our Building Better Regions fund, to cut programs about investing in energy-saving measures in regional and rural areas, to cut ways that our communities are going to flourish, our communities are going to make sure that they can be strong into the future. And I say this to all those members opposite and to the Treasurer and the Prime Minister. We will be going through your budget line by line, and we will be identifying every single cut to regional and rural Australia, and we will be pointing it out. We know you're coming after regional and rural Australia, and we will not let it happen.
Deputy Speaker, Saturday, October the 1st is Probus Day throughout Australia and New Zealand. It also acknowledges United Nations Day of Older Persons in acknowledgement of the important contributions that older persons make to society. With more than 1,400 clubs across Australia and 100,000 members, Probus provides retired or semi-retired people an opportunity to join a local club, make new friends and participate in numerous social activities that will improve mental health and well-being. This year's Probus Day theme is, and I quote, "Probus provides unlimited possibilities in retirement," end of quote. In the Macon electorate, people have access to 11 nearby Probus clubs, and there are several more in the surrounding region. They all operate independently and pursue initiatives in response to the priorities and interests of their members. Over the years, I've been invited to and attended many Probus Club meetings, and I've also seen how welcoming and interesting they all have been. As we all know, many older people struggle with isolation and loneliness, and it affects their quality of life. I therefore encourage any retired or semi-retired person who is looking for some friendship and a social life without any onerous obligations to contact a Probus Club in their local area. It could change their life for the better.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to today acknowledge the passing of Don Vass. Don Vass was the local vet in my community in Harvey, and given at that time in all those years, we had a significant cohort of dairy farmers just like myself. And Don is survived by his wife Jenny, their children Tim, Sue and Sarah, and I'd like to especially offer my condolences to their grandson Harley. But Don was a legend in Harvey. He was the happy, positive vet, no matter how sick your animal was or what he was doing or what hour of the day or night it was. Don was always singing, happy, positive, no matter what he was dealing with. And he was a wonderful asset as a vet, offering wonderful advice and support to us as farmers. And there was one instance where, after what was known in those days as the agricultural bull, we had a cow that had a really serious problem. She'd actually dropped her uterus in the course of calving, and so we had to ring Don Vass. And I said, "Vassy was at the actual bull," to my husband, and he said, "Well, he's still got to come out here." And he came swinging his bucket with his overalls, swinging and whistling, and said to that cow, "You know, this isn't all it's really cracked up to be, is it?" So he was just a wonderful part of our community, and I offer my deepest sympathy to his family.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to provide St Agatha's Catholic Parish with the Australian Aboriginal flag last week to recognise the traditional custodians of the land on which it is based. St Agatha's Parish has been an anchor for my community since its founding as a chapel in 1861. Like the suburb of Cranbourne, where it is located, the parish prides itself on being a diverse and welcoming institution that promotes multiculturalism and inclusiveness. On Sunday, St Agatha's organised their annual World Day of Migrants and Refugees celebration. This event commemorates the shared belief in the oneness of all, irrespective of race, gender, birthplace or origin, through performances, a potluck and a parade that showcases everyone's traditional culture, cuisine and costumes. This year's theme, Building the Future with Migrants and Refugees, promoted Pope Francis's message of recognising and valuing how each person can contribute towards ensuring a better future for us all, a future in which no one is held back or left behind. Events like these uphold parish priest Father Joseph Abutu's words that coming to Australia is like visiting the world. I thank the House.
Thank you. Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on to the recent data breach that has affected Optus and nearly 10 million Australians. Passports, driver's licences, birthdays and addresses have all been compromised. To make matters worse, many Optus customers have been left in the dark, not knowing what's happening with their data. I have written to the CEO of Optus, calling on her to allow any distressed customers to exit their contracts without facing penalties, and to provide support to those Optus storefronts weathering the brunt of public scrutiny, as they are inundated with frantic calls from customers. In places like Fowler, the hard work of these individuals is the face of Optus brand, and they do not deserve to be penalised. The Minister for Home Affairs has herself noted that Optus left itself open to a basic breach. Given the sheer volume of data that corporations expect to take freely from customers and store for as long as they wish, such poor approaches to security infrastructure are unacceptable. Many Australians sign up to Optus or to other carriers with the expectations that their telecommunication is secure and reliable. Therefore, they must respect customers' desire to exit their contracts when trust is lost. Madam Speaker, the common practice around the globe is to take a tough stand on companies taking data security lightly. Australia must follow suit. I hope this major breach will force big corporations to tighten their security measures or face losing customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today this House has been debating the government's bill to cut the maximum cost of prescriptions from $42.50 to $30 as of the 1st of January. For many Australians and for many in Boothby, this will come as an enormous relief. There will be quite literally people in my electorate who will no longer be forced to choose which medicine to prioritise when the family budget gets tight. Deputy Speaker, a few years ago I ran primary healthcare services for SA Health. Primary healthcare focuses on preventing the onset and escalation of disease and illness, and ensuring that all Australians, particularly those doing it tough financially, can afford the prescription medicines they need is crucial if we want to do this. Many people in our community are managing chronic health conditions or risk factors on a daily basis through the effective use of prescription medicines. But of course, the medicines only work if they're taken regularly and as prescribed. What I've heard from the community is that when the family budget is tough, sometimes these medicines aren't the priority. Reducing the cost of medicines also has benefits beyond the individual. It's one of the truisms in primary health care. We say that $1 of prevention saves $9 of hospital care. Deputy Speaker, reducing the cost of prescriptions is money well spent, both for the individual and for the health system.
Thank you. Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Restoring trust in our politicians was a significant issue for my electorate in the lead-up to the election. The introduction of the Federal Anti-Corruption Commission bill into Parliament today is an excellent start, but rebuilding trust will require more than an absence of corruption. The lack of transparency about who is funding our political candidates and parties undermines our democracy. At a federal level, disclosure of political donations occurs 6 months after an election and is only required for large donations. But the real picture is worse than this. Last year, only 9% of coalition income and 17% of Labor income was disclosed donations. Most political party income is undeclared or falls into a messy bucket called other receipts. I don't think this passes the pub test. I ran a transparent campaign with all cash donations declared in real time on my website. This level of transparency is not difficult. It took a week to build my website. This made me think twice about which donations I accepted. I declined some generous donation offers where I thought that there might be a perception of influence. These were agonising decisions, but this is a good thing. We want our politicians to be thinking carefully about from whom they accept money, rather than feeling comfortable that no one will ever know. Neither major party is likely to voluntarily make this change. They have too much to lose. Community pressure will be required to increase transparency and rebuild trust.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is widespread global condemnation regarding the killing in Iran of 22-year-old Kurdish woman Mahsa Amini. We're all distraught over the deadly and disproportionate measures Iranian authorities have implemented to crack down on the ongoing protests. We are deeply alarmed by reports that dozens of people have been killed and many more injured, including children, due to the heavy-handed measures Iranian authorities have implemented to crack down on protests against oppression and tyranny. I stand with the courageous and patriotic Iranians who not only aspire to a country where everyone's rights are honoured fully and equally, but they're also keen to work through a peaceful process to get to that goal. We strongly support Iranian women and girls in their struggle for equality and empowerment, and we call on Iran to cease the oppression of women. Iran's people deserve a free and fair society, the freedom to practice their faith without hindrance, and the opportunity to build their life on security offered by a functioning government. The Australian government remains deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Iran, including the use of death penalty, in particular for juvenile offenders, violations of political and media freedoms and the discrimination against religious and ethnic minorities. We call on the Iranian authorities to exercise restraint in response to demonstrations and support a prompt, impartial investigation into Ms Amani's death by an independent body which ensures her family has access to truth and justice, with those responsible held to account. No shake, no shah.
Thank you. Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to pay tribute to father of three and Bonner local Michael Burton. On the night of the 26th of September 2022, Michael passed away from a tragic hit-and-run incident in Hemmant. A victim of youth crime, Michael was driving his beloved Vespa home from the gym when he was hit by a stolen car being driven by a 15-year-old teen. Deputy Speaker, Michael was only 59 years old and recently celebrated 33 years of marriage to his beloved wife, Anita. Michael had no greater love than his family, and it is heartbreaking to think that Anita, his mum and dad, Jean and Graham, and three children, Jessica, Blake and Riley, will now spend the rest of their lives without their husband, son and father. Michael's other great love and passion after his family were the Penrith Panthers. He was ecstatic to watch his favourite team fight for another premiership win this Sunday, and he wore the Panthers jersey every chance he had. Michael was a Navy man and dedicated much of his life to the service and protection of this great country. Michael was known as a kind, generous and caring man who would go out of his way to help those in need. Deputy Speaker, no family should have to go through this heartbreak. We wish his family all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Commonwealth Games have now concluded, and once again Australia had a successful Games, finishing at the top of the medal tally with 67 gold medals, 178 medals in total. The Hunter was lucky to be well represented by 17-year-old Jessie Southwell. Jessie helped bring home yet another gold medal for the Aussie women rugby 7 side. As someone who has been to 4 Commonwealth Games and won 3 Commonwealth gold medals, I know what it takes to represent our country on one of the biggest stages. Jessie's achievement is nothing but short of remarkable for someone of only 17 years of age. I have no doubt her future is bright. Jessie is now a starter for the Newcastle Knights in the NRLW side and is regarded very highly by some of the best players in the game. It's great to see women's sport and female athletes receiving the recognition they deserve. Jessie has been a shining light in the Knights women's team and led them to not only their first ever win earlier this season, but will play a vital role on the field as our mighty Knights play the NRLW Grand Final on Sunday against Parramatta. Congratulations, Jessie, for all that you've achieved on your short journey so far. The Hunter is proud of you. I look forward to seeing you continue to dominate the field for the Knights and further Commonwealth and Olympic Games for Australia. Go the Knights.
Indeed. Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So yesterday was World Tourism Day, a day celebrated annually to promote tourism. In my electorate of Casey, tourism is vital to our economy. We are sport for choice of amazing places to visit. We are famous for our superb Yarra Valley wines and produce, not to mention the stunning scenery of the Dandenong Ranges. There's no greater time to visit than right now, as the grapevines are budding, the orchards are flowering and the tulips are putting on a colourful show. You can experience the Tarrawarra Museum of Art in the morning, then move on to lunch at one of the many wineries in Coldstream or Dixon's Creek, and finish your day with cheese tasting at the Yarra Valley Dairy in Yering. But you'll need more than one day to really experience the magic of Casey. A visit to Casey would not be complete without a ride on the famous Puffing Billy from Belgrave to Jembrook, a bike ride to the Warburton Rail Trail, visiting the Yarra Valley Chocolatier. The cherry orchards are in full bloom at the moment. A picnic amongst the blossoms in the orchard is a unique experience. Hillsville Sanctuary is a must for visitors, where they can see our beautiful Australian wildlife in natural habitats. Our community is proud of our region and work hard to bring its beauty to others. Tourism not only strengthens our local economy, but brings joy to so many people.
Thank you. Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Central Coast live music scene is coming back to life after the devastating effects of COVID-19. The pandemic impacted the live music scene on the Central Coast immeasurably and cost the livelihoods of many musicians and live act performers during the pandemic. I'm pleased to see in my electorate of Robertson venues once again hosting live music performances and live acts. Drifters Wharf is one venue that is seeing a resurgence in its live music performances. They've recently hosted well-known musicians such as Kate Sobrano, Dale Braithwaite, San Cisco, Holly Holly and Sneaky Sound System, to name only a few. All outstanding and excellent Australian musicians and bands. I would like to commend Drifters Wharf, its employees and owner, Isaac Aristabel Adele, on continuing to provide quality live music venue for young and old on the Central Coast to enjoy. Another excellent live music venue in Robertson is the Lions Den in Gosford. The Lions Den offer brilliant live entertainment throughout the week, and I've enjoyed visiting during its monthly LGBTQIA+ Pride evenings. The night's music is taken care of by phenomenal Nick Kelly, DJ, radio producer and all-round Central Coast legend. Nick ensures that guests are dancing on their feet in no time at all. And my appreciation and thanks to owners, brother and sister duo Jared and Claire Lyons, to all the Lions Den employees for your commitment to live music on the Central Coast.
Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2016, I've called on state and federal governments of all colours to get on board with Sunshine Coast Rail. This is a traditional passenger rail beginning in Biwa at the south of my electorate, travelling through Caloundra, Kawana and up to Maroochydore. It'll create nearly 10,000 jobs, bus congestion and connect the hinterland to the coast and the region to the city. 26 weeks ago, that is to say exactly half a year ago, the member for Fairfax and I secured $1.6 billion, billion with a B, from the previous coalition government to make the Sunshine Coast Rail project a reality. It was the biggest single investment by the federal government into any project on the Sunshine Coast. The state LNP are on board, and once upon a time, on the eve of the election, the federal Labor government gave a somewhat tacit commitment to retain our funding. For over 2 decades, all parties have supported this project. In fact, the current Queensland Labor Premier, Anastasia Palaszczuk, listed it as one of her priority projects in her 2010 rail revolution. Fast forward 12 years, or in Labor terms 3 election cycles, and amidst all the gerrymandering and union-pleasing, Queensland Labor are still to come out in support of the project. Their own state members in Caloundra and Nicklin refused to make the case to their colleagues. Now, we need to get on board. The current federal treasurer needs to get on board and keep the 1.6.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the people living in Hasluck and this House on how in a few short months this Labor government has taken long strides to implement the agenda we took to the election. All of us on this side of the chamber were elected, at least in part, on a promise to provide relief and a helping hand to working people, families and everyone left behind by the Coalition's long-lost decade of denial and neglect. We are getting on with that job, already making a submission to Fair Work for an increase to the minimum and award wages, making medicines and childcare cheaper and increasing pensions. Now, Hasluck has a burgeoning mortgage belt, with 55% of residents having a mortgage, well above the national average of 35%. Additionally, almost 20% are renting. 3/4 of the people in my community have been directly affected by the recent rises in interest rates. In my role as a member of the House Economics Committee, I questioned the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Australia in relation to the RBA's decisions to increase rates. I was able to represent the Hasluck mortgage holders and renters, and to ensure that those who make the decisions to increase interest rates continue to do so with the full knowledge of the impact that these rises are having on the families and workers in Hasluck. I take my responsibility in this regard seriously, and I will continue to represent my constituents where decisions are affecting their livelihoods.
Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to rise to acknowledge the Engadine Brigade of the Rural Fire Service, located in my electorate of Hughes. The Engadine RFS was established in 1916. As with all rural fire services, the Engadine Brigade is fully staffed by volunteers, currently numbering 65. Led by their President, Pip Wells, Captain Steve Goddard and Deputy Deb Sharp, the Brigade provides invaluable services to our community, including fire suppression, hazard reduction, community education, as well as recovery operations from storms and all other emergency situations. Australians choose to live in the electorate of Hughes because of their love of the sunburnt country, epitomised by our beautiful natural environment. This includes the Royal National Park and many large pockets of urban bushlands that adjoins our home. However, this beauty brings the inevitability of having to protect and defend our homes and environment against the infamous droughts and flooding rains. That's why the RFS is particularly important in Hughes. I recently had the pleasure of attending the Engadine Brigade's Get Ready Open Day, an annual day where the Brigade provides this education to the local community. This year, Pip and his team focused on the new fire danger rating system and how to prepare our homes. I thank all volunteers of the Engadine Brigade and reinforce how proud our community is of the work they do for us.
Thank you. Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to welcome the new appointments to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Board made by Minister Shorten this week. Australian Paralympic legend and disability advocate Kurt Fearnley has been appointed chairman of the board of the NDIA. He will be the first person with disability to chair the board, heralding a new era for the scheme. Mr Graham Innes, Ms Marianne Diamond have also been appointed to the board, and Mr Dennis Knapfine has been returned to the board. There are now 5 people with disability on the NDIA board, including current board members Leah Van Poppel and Meredith Allen, the largest number in the scheme's history. Having more people with disability in leadership positions is critically important to pivot the scheme and rebuild trust within the disability sector. After an extensive recruitment process, Ms Rebecca Falkingham has been appointed to the new CEO of the NDIA. These appointments are so welcome, Deputy Speaker. In opposition, as a member of the NDIS committee and as a local member, I have heard far too many heartbreaking stories of people with disability left behind by the scheme, feeling ignored and not having its true promise of choice and control delivered. There are many reasons why this country desperately needed a Labor government, and fixing the NDIS was central among them. It begins with a minister and a government that really understand why choice and control needs to be central to the scheme, and that we are getting on with that job and of putting people with disability back at the centre of the—
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to meet with the Minister for Regional Health this week, the member for Doe Bell. I brought to her the attention the desperate need for health workforce in the regions and the risks that face those who reside in Mallee, in my electorate, due to the lack of doctors, especially GPs and other allied health workforce.
This is not a new challenge for those of us who choose to live in the regions. In fact, there are nearly 9 million Australians living in rural and regional settings who experience problems with health delivery. The Minister and I constructively discussed long-term solutions and short-term solutions to this knotty problem. I talked with her about the funding that the Coalition had promised in the election for infrastructure to enable students from Year 12 to complete the undergraduate biomedical science course at La Trobe University in Mildura, so that they could go on and complete their medical postgraduate degree at Monash, also based in Mildura. We know that people who train in the regions stay in the regions. I urged her to fund the La Trobe wet lab infrastructure as the Coalition had promised. The short-term solutions are, of course, varied, and we discussed many of these. As regional MPs, the member for Dobell and I understand the necessity for a specific approach for regional health delivery, and that one-size-fits-all for urban and regional electorates will never work.
Member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Deputy Speaker, for signing up to the Parliamentary Friendship Group for Women's Sport this week. And thank you to all members in the House for doing the same for the soon-to-be Parliamentary Friends of Women in Sport. And I rise today to celebrate our great Opals, who have gone through the qualifiers and will play in the quarterfinals tomorrow night against Belgium. What a team! Something for all Australians to be proud of. And I note that everyone in this House will wish them well in their campaign. And there's an important piece here. I want to wish Coach Sandy Brondello all the best in this campaign. I want to wish Captain Tess Magden from the Barossa, who's played 65 games for the Opals since 2011, all the best. But most importantly, I know for those of us who played basketball with Sandy and Lauren Jackson last year, I want to wish the GOAT all the best on her return to the Opals. Good luck, Opals. Do us proud. Bring it home for Australia. This parliament sits behind you.
Member for Bradfield.
I'm pleased to rise to speak about the ongoing attacks against the Republic of Armenia's sovereign borders by Azerbaijan, which commenced on Tuesday, 2022. These attacks are a grave breach of Armenia's sovereignty. I call on Azerbaijan to respect the sovereign territory of Armenia and to retreat immediately to the agreed borders. As a result of this military aggression, the Azerbaijani army has advanced up to 7.5 kilometres into the sovereign territory of Armenia along an 8.5 kilometre wide front, displacing up to 7,600 Armenians. This is a serious violation of the ceasefire agreement concerning the Armenia-Azerbaijani border. The many Armenian Australians in my electorate of Bradfield and across northern Sydney are rightly very troubled about this issue. Last Sunday, hundreds of Armenian Australians took to the streets to call on Australian media outlets to report on this matter. They have my full support. All who value the norms of international law and respect for human dignity will, I am sure, share these concerns. I call on the Australian government to signal clear and unambiguous support for the protection of Armenian citizens and civilian infrastructure according to international law, and to signal Australia's strong support for regional peace and stability and the protection of sovereign borders.
To the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This morning I returned from the memorial service for Shinzo Abe, and during that very moving ceremony yesterday I was accompanied by former Prime Ministers John Howard, Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull. It says a lot about the importance of the relationship between Australia and Japan that we had the current Prime Minister and 3 former Prime Ministers to pay our respects. We were also able to pay our respects to Mrs Aki Abe as well, and she obviously has suffered a great personal loss, but this is a great loss for the people of Japan, and I know that when we travelled there it enjoyed bipartisan support in this parliament.
Equally on indulgence, I call the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, can I associate the opposition with the fine words of the Prime Minister and thank him for his representation at the ceremony, the funeral of Shinzo Abe, who is a shining beacon of democracy and hope across the globe, and what he's achieved is something that should be celebrated. I thank you for honour that you bestowed on him, along with those former Prime Ministers. It's a great honour, and thank you for all you've done.
Order. It being in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolences in connection with the death of the Honourable James Joseph Webster has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I would firstly like to acknowledge Ambassador Pramono from Indonesia, who joins us here today. 2 weeks from today, on the 12th of October, it will be 20 years since the dreadful news reached us from Bali. On that anniversary, I will be in Coogee commemorating the events of that shattering night. That night, when the names of the Sari Club and the Paddy's Bar were stamped with such brutality into our collective conscience. That night, when they were joined forever with the names of the 202 people who were murdered that night. 88 of them were Australians. They were not combatants in a war. They were visitors and locals alike. They were gathered in a place of joy because, as Australians have for so long known and cherished, few places are as welcoming as Indonesia. But amid the joy, there was malice. Terrorists who brought their depravity to Bali. For most of us, what happened in that moment is beyond imagining. The sudden terrible light, the sudden terrible darkness, the flames. We will always come back to those whose lives were ended. Alongside the local workers and residents were teammates enjoying their end-of-season holiday, including members of the Kingsley Football Club, Sturt Football Club, the Southport Sharks, the Coogee Dolphins, and from my own electorate, the Dulwich Newtown Basketball Club. Members of a wedding party, friends celebrating a 40th birthday, mates on their first overseas trip, friends on a scuba trip, wives and husbands, mothers and daughters, including from my electorate Debbie Borgia and her daughter Abby. In one of the accidents of timing that haunts us still, Debbie and Abby were meant to have flown out of Bali that day, but the plane was overbooked. Abby was the youngest Australian to die. She was just 13, one of 4 teens taken that night before they ever got to experience adulthood. Debbie and Abby were 2 of the bright lights taken from my own community in the inner west of Sydney, and both have been commemorated with the Debbie and Abby Borgia Community Recreation Centre on Illawarra Road in Still Park in Marrickville. It is fitting that their memories, and all the years they never got to live, have been honoured with a place that is so vivid with life. We think of all the futures that were stolen that night. It was such a youthful crowd. Young adults just starting out on the next stage of life's grand adventure. Fiancés about to know the happiness of marriage. Couples about to know the joy of parenthood. We think of Stacey and Justin Lee. Just before they left for Bali, Stacey found out she was with child. We think of all the dreams that were never fulfilled, every life milestone that was never reached, never celebrated, every conversation never had, every moment of love never known. We think of David and Claire Marsh, who ended up working around the clock to save life and limb. We think of Gilani Poor and her New Zealander husband Richard, who set up a makeshift triage area in the foyer of the Bounty Hotel. What they all saw that night will never leave them. Yet amid it all, one familiar theme emerged: the very worst of circumstances bringing out the very best in people. Amid the suffering, there was such extraordinary heroism. Natalie Gould was just one of the survivors of the blast who promptly risked her life by heading into the flames to help friend and stranger alike. As her friend Nicole McLean later put it, "If it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be here. If I could dip her in gold and pin her on my chest, I would." Then there was Haji Agus Bang Bang Priyontu, a public servant in charge of parking in central Kuta that night. As Tony Wright wrote, he spent 3 hours helping evacuate the living and then another 8 hours helping remove the dead. And he just kept coming back. Back in Australia at the Royal Perth Hospital, Dr Fiona Wood led a team of 250 staff who treated many of the badly burned survivors evacuated to Australia. We can never overestimate the difference made by Dr Wood's remarkable invention of the spray-on skin technique and the difference it continues to make. We also think with gratitude to every Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and consular official who bore the brunt of this most difficult of tasks. All the members of the Australian Defence Force who worked on the ground and carried out evacuations, and all of the officers of the Australian Federal Police and all the members of the Indonesian National Police who worked together in the spirit of cooperation that is so much at the heart of the friendship between our two nations. That night, the terrorists were able to execute the mechanics of their plan. Their bombs worked and they inflicted the carnage that they desired, but they could not achieve their aim. They miscalculated when they attacked us. What they struck, they could not defeat, because what they struck at was the idea of us, the great fabric of dreams and ideals and compassion and fairness that make us who we are. Indonesians, Australians, people from all around the world. They struck at the friendship between us. They struck at freedom. They struck at the joy of a free people. And they struck at love. But we remain. In the end, they reminded us of what is so important to us and to not take for granted what we have built and nurtured over generations. They sought to create terror, but people ran towards the terror to do what they could for friend and stranger alike. These were acts of defiance as well as acts of great humanity. They ran because they followed a higher, more human instinct than those who attacked them. What the architects of this slaughter achieved was to make us reflect on what we most truly value and to hold it more tightly than ever before. No terrorist can ever take this from us. But they did take life. They left survivors to rebuild themselves physically and mentally. They left families and friends struggling with loss. For them, the world could never be the same again. 20 years on, so many hearts are still tethered to that cruel night, every beat tempered by an abiding sorrow. Grief, of course, is its own creature that doesn't travel in straight lines. Many currents were stopped in the great river of life that night, and some are still stranded on the bank, unable to walk away. Grief may soften with time, but it does not fade. As my predecessor, Julia Gillard, put it on the 10th anniversary, Bali is, to quote the former Prime Minister, a place like London and Gallipoli where something of the Australian spirit dwells upon another shore. And what a beloved shore it is. Indonesian people have reached out to generations of Australians as friends and neighbours. They felt our great pain that night, and we felt theirs. We came together as a society, as a nation and as neighbours. The powerful bond that exists between Australia and Indonesia grows only stronger. In areas of intelligence sharing, law enforcement, critical care and trauma response, our two nations have been guided by a powerful spirit of cooperation, and I thank President Widodo for his welcome earlier this year. On the 12th of October, one face that will be missing is Nick Way, the Channel 10 journalist who reported in Bali. He was president of the Bali Peace Park Association and played a role in the lives of survivors. Nick died last Friday, and I know his presence will be greatly missed. And I pay my condolences on behalf of the Parliament to Nick's family and his many, many friends. As we mark the anniversary of everyone who was lost, of everyone who was hurt, of everyone who carries the loss, we will commemorate them from Bali to Coogee, Dulwich Hill to Perth. There's a commemoration every year at a garden that is at Petersham Town Hall in my own electorate. We will hold them in all of our hearts. We will think of everyone who never came home. We will think of all the survivors we have lost since. We hold on to their names and faces, and we will never let them fade. And I move, Mr Speaker, formally that the House 1 acknowledges 12 October 2022 marks 20 years since that terrible night in Kuta, Bali, where 202 innocent lives, including 88 Australians, were lost in the Bali bombings. And B, this date will be a difficult day for many Australians and Indonesians, as well as people around the world, whose lives were changed forever that night and who continue to feel the impact of this senseless act. 2, recognises A, the brave efforts of first responders whose instinct to run towards danger saved the lives of many, and B, the professionalism of the Australian police, defence, diplomatic and medical staff who responded alongside their Indonesian counterparts with extraordinary courage and compassion in the aftermath of the attacks. 3, notes the strength of our friendship with Indonesia and the work we continue to do together, including to counter terrorism and violent extremism. And 4, calls on all Australians to keep those whose lives were lost in our thoughts on that day and over the coming weeks as this sad anniversary is observed.
I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister's fine words and second the motion. I acknowledge the presence in the chamber today of Ambassador Prabhano. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for being here with us. The terrorist attacks on the United States on the 11th of September, of course, as we know, changed our world. That moment sparked an escalation in terrorism across the globe. It emboldened and radicalised individuals motivated by extremism. They sought to use violence in pursuit of their hateful ideology. Some were lone wolves, others operated as groups with connections to international terror networks. All, though, were determined to kill innocent civilians en masse where possible, including as suicide bombers. Those enemies of freedom, those peddlers of fear, sought to target, to terrorise and to take the lives of innocent people across the globe. We saw waves of terror hit city after city, including on our own shores. Australians were tragically killed abroad and at home. Yet it was the bombings in Bali on Saturday the 12th of October 2002 which, to this day, account for the largest loss of Australian lives from a single terrorist attack. Just after 11 p.m. on that infamous evening, the tourist district of Kuta was transformed into a killing field. A place of holidaying became hell. Laughter, fun and joy were replaced by screams, by pain and pandemonium. The first explosion ripped through Paddy's Irish Bar after a suicide bomber detonated his vest and backpack that he was carrying. Survivors of that first explosion naturally spilled out onto the street. Only a minute later, they felt the force of a second, larger explosion. That bomb, housed in a van parked outside the Surrey Club, was triggered by another suicide bomber. Such was the barbarity of those who planned and carried out the attacks. The first bomb was intended to force people to flee towards the second, to inflict maximum loss of life. About 10 kilometres away, a third bomb detonated outside the US consulate, fortuitously causing only minor damage. When Prime Minister John Howard addressed the Australian Parliament on the Monday following the attacks, the nation was still in shock. Indeed, the chaos was still unfolding. At that point, 14 Australians had been confirmed dead. More than 100 had been hospitalised in Indonesia, and some 70 had been evacuated home. Around 200 remained unaccounted for, and across the country, anxious family and friends awaited calls and text messages which would confirm their worst fears, bear terrible news, or be cause for enormous relief. Prime Minister Howard spoke truthfully about the abhorrent nature of terrorism, stating no cause, however explained, however advocated, however twisted, however spun, can possibly justify the indiscriminate, unprovoked slaughter of innocent people, that it was that which had occurred. Terrorism is not dispensed according to some hierarchy of disdain. It is dispensed in an indiscriminate, evil, hateful fashion. Mr Speaker, over coming days the full impact of the attacks would emerge. 88 Australians were murdered in those monstrous acts. Many more were left with wounds, seen and unseen, which they continue to live with today. In total, 202 people were killed, with the victims hailing from more than 20 different nations. It was Australians, Indonesians and Brits who made up the majority of the casualties. It's difficult to comprehend that in 14 days' time, 2 decades will have passed since that devastating day. While an official memorial service will be held on the 20th anniversary, it is fitting that we can commemorate today in this chamber. Today we remember all those Australians who tragically lost their lives. We think about their families, who will always bear the baggage of that devastating loss, and we acknowledge the strength and stoicism of those who miraculously survived. Our late Sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, once said, "It's in hardship that we often find strength from our families. It's in adversity that new friendships are sometimes formed, and it's in a crisis that communities break down barriers and bind together to help one another." That's exactly what happened in the wake of the Bali bombings. Strangers of all nationalities helped care for the wounded and transport them to Indonesian hospitals. Officials from Foreign Affairs swiftly provided crisis management coordination and consular assistance. In all, they responded to some 30,000 phone calls from concerned Australians. Within 24 hours, our incredible men and women of the Australian Defence Force were on the ground as part of Operation Bali Assist. They brought with them medical staff and supplies and commenced evacuations of those injured, including Australians, including Indonesians, to Australia. Doctors and nurses in Australian hospitals, especially in Darwin and Perth, worked heroically around the clock to treat patients and conduct life-saving procedures. Among them, as the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, was Dr Fiona Wood and her team, who treated 28 burns victims with the spray-on skin technology that she had helped to pioneer. The Australian Federal Police were in Bali too, working hand in hand with their Indonesian counterparts, identifying victims and gathering effort to support investigations. Their efforts, along with those of our intelligence agencies, would see the perpetrators from JI brought to justice. The AFP's work was one of the most momentous operations undertaken in Australian law enforcement history, involving some 500 members, including 100 deployed to Bali. In addition to new specialised counter-terrorism training, the AFP introduced a family liaison program to support survivors and the families of the victims. The bilateral diplomatic, defence and law enforcement collaboration established in those darkest hours continues today. Indeed, in the years since the Bali bombings, Australian and Indonesian counter-terrorism cooperation has led to the arrests of hundreds of suspects and the thwarting of many planned attacks. Australian governments of all stripes and at all levels have implemented new measures to hinder terrorists and protect the public. Information sharing and counter-terrorism collaboration with international counterparts is today more sophisticated than ever. Importantly, we also acknowledge today the 39,000 Australians who served in Afghanistan and the Middle East over a period of 20 years. It must never be forgotten that their service, including that of the 41 souls who made the ultimate sacrifice, helped to pin down terrorists, deny evildoers a safe haven and prevent many Bali-like attacks from taking place around the world, including in our own country. In the aftermath of the Bali bombings, friendships have been forged among the survivors, and that we celebrate. Families who lost lives and loved ones, they've found some solace in companionship. Communities and sporting organisations, especially the AFL, Rugby League and Rugby Union clubs, which lost players on that fateful night, have formed unbreakable bonds. And from the tragedy of one evening has come 2 decades of commendable and charitable deeds. Survivors have returned to the site of the bombings. Victims' families have paid their respects at the memorial in Kuta. Some, understandably, will never be able to make that journey. To the families who lost loved ones and to the survivors of the Bali bombings, most Australians will never be able to comprehend what you've gone through, what you are going through today, and as we approach the 20th anniversary of that dreadful day, and what you will endure for the rest of your lives. But we are inspired by how you have lived your lives in spite of your suffering, your loss and your heartbreak. Every day of endurance is a magnificent blow to an odious ideology. Every day of courage is the confident roar of freedom, of defiance, an act of defiance of that cowardly evil. And every decade of achievement is a triumph over terrorism. Today we honour the memory of the victims of the Bali bombings. We acknowledge their families and we express our admiration for the survivors. In remembrance, we pay our respects. In commemoration, we commit to never forgetting this national tragedy. And in tribute, we renew our resolve to thwart acts of terrorism, whatever form they take.
As a mark of respect, I ask all members to rise in their places. I thank the House. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. Put the question. All those in opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Move to questions without notice. Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Labor left hundreds of billions of dollars of debt, supported every dollar we spent during COVID and proposed $80 billion more in spending. Unemployment has now hit a 50-year low and our economy, though, is stronger than the US and the UK, who look certain to go into recession. Prime Minister, Australians are hurting and cost of living is going up and up under your government. Before the election, you had a plan to help. Now you only have excuses. Prime Minister, where is the plan?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his projection in that question. The fact is that the former government has left Australia with $1 trillion of debt.
Members on my left.
It's a number. They left Australia in a position without any economic strategy going forward, without having an energy policy in spite of 22 efforts. We on this side have been very busy implementing our plans. Our plan for cheaper childcare that's been introduced this week. We'll wait and see if they vote for it. We'll wait and see if they vote for it. Because remember when we announced that in my first budget reply,
Member for Barker.
they opposed removing the cap. They said that was reckless. But then, of course, they did it. But they didn't go down the track of where they needed to do, because they never understood that women's workforce participation is something that can benefit the entire economy, something that leads to growth, that boosts productivity. Just like they didn't understand the support that we had. They sort of tried to jump on for the cheaper medicines but didn't quite get there. We'll wait and see. I don't know if they're voting, if they're supporting our cheaper pharmaceuticals plan. The first reduction in pharmaceuticals since Labor introduced the PBS 75 years ago. The first ever reduction, making an enormous difference to families out there.
Member for Barker
but
will
of course,
cease
what they
interjecting.
say is we forgot to do it in our first year, our second year, our third year, our fourth year, our fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. If you just had have elected us 4 or 5 times, we would have got around to doing that. But we just didn't get around to doing it. We, of course, brought together business, unions and civil society groups at the Jobs and Skills Summit again to make sure that we work for our common interests. The Leader of the Nats was there. He wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. But, of course, the Leader of the Opposition showed just how irrelevant he was by refusing to participate, even though the Shadow Treasurer, I think, called for an invite, wanted to go and then boycotted as well. And remember this, they opposed the increase in the minimum wage. They opposed it and said the sky would fall if the minimum wage went up by $1 an hour. That's their record.
Has expired. I give the call to the member for Higgins.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its pledge to return accountability, transparency and integrity to government?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for Higgins. I thank the member for Higgins for her question and for her contribution already that she is making in her short time in this place. I can confidently say the best member for Higgins that this House of Representatives has ever seen. And the legislation that we introduced today is fulfilling yet another commitment. The introduction of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Because quite clearly we do need to restore faith in our political system. We need to make sure that there's transparency, that there's accountability and that there is integrity. We said we would introduce the legislation and we did it today, and it delivers on our promises. We promised broad jurisdiction, and what this legislation does is will allow for the investigation of serious or systemic corruption conduct across the Commonwealth public sector by ministers, parliamentarians, their staff, statutory office holders, employees of all government entities and government contractors. We delivered. We promised that it would be independent, and indeed it will be independent, of government with discretion to commence inquiries into the serious or systemic corruption on its own initiative or respond to referrals. This legislation delivers on that. We promised oversight, and the legislation will be the body will be overseen by a statutory parliamentary joint committee empowered to require the Commission to provide information about its work. This legislation delivers. We promised retrospective powers, and we'll deliver that through this as well. We promised public hearings, and the Commission will have the power to hold public hearings in exceptional circumstances or where it's in the public interest to do so, and it will make the decision. It will make the decision as to whether there'll be public hearings or not. We promised that on findings that it would be empowered to make findings of fact and refer matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions or to the AFP, and we've delivered on that. And we promised procedural fairness, and this is contained in the legislation. Findings, of course, will be subject to judicial review. So this legislation delivers on all of our commitments. We're not the first government to go to an election committee, to a National Integrity Commission. Of course, the former government did that. Prior to 2019, they just didn't get around to it. They just didn't get around to even moving the legislation, let alone passing it through the chamber. So we'll wait and see what those opposite do, but this legislation is worthy of support of the entire parliament.
Order. Give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have all failed to rule out increases to taxes on franking credits, negative gearing and superannuation. Given the strength of the economy and the budget confirmed today, will the Prime Minister rule out increasing taxes on hard-working Australians at a time of acute cost of living pressures?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Shadow Treasurer for his question, and I can understand why the Treasurer is so happy with life at the moment. So happy. Because they ask questions about taxes.
The member for Hume has asked his question.
See if you work out what were the two highest taxing governments in the last 30 years. Because, to be fair, it wasn't the former government of which they were a part. They just ran second to the Howard government, which was even more. But of course, the Shadow Treasurer has had a bit to say this week. At the CIS. Now here he gave a speech yesterday promising a back-to-basics approach. And boy, did he get back to basics. Here he is explaining inflation. I'm about to quote him.
The Prime Minister will pause, and I will hear the order. Members on my right, the Treasurer, the Minister for Resources. When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Hume on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr. Speaker. It's a simple question.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. You don't need to restate the question when you raise the point of order. It was a broad question regarding franking credits, other measures, taxes, and would the Prime Minister rule out increases dealing with cost of living? A very broad question. I call the Prime Minister.
Talking about cost of living, I'm about to quote the Shadow Treasurer about inflation, which has something to do with cost of living. And here's the Shadow Treasurer. Now, I read this overnight, trying to stay awake, reading the Shadow Treasurer's speeches. Now, here it is.
The member for Herbert.
Growing up on a farm, my dad, a farmer, explained in agricultural terms, inflation is more money but the same number of cows. Inflation is more money but the same number of cows. That was his great explanation. The price of a cow goes up along with the price of everything else. I got it straight away and I've never forgotten.
The member for Hume will cease interjecting.
He used to understand cows, but he's better with bull now. Because Australians know that those opposite
on my left members will cease interjecting.
With $1 trillion of debt, deficits as far as the eye can see, after having promised way back in 2013, they promised a surplus in their first year and every year then on. That's what they promised. That was the basis of the election.
The Leader of the Nationals.
They produced the mugs, but they never ever produced a surplus. And this Shadow Treasurer, if that's the best we can do, if that's the best that he can do,
the member for Hume,
then they really are at the bottom of the barrel.
Order. There's far too much noise in the chamber. Members on my left and right will cease interjecting. I will hear the member for Bean in silence. I call the member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. What are some of the pressures on the budget in October, and how will it start to deal with the economic challenges Australians confront?
Order. The member for Hume will cease interjecting. The member for Hume will cease interjecting, as will the Manager of Opposition Business. I give the call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I take the interjection from the Shadow Treasurer. It hasn't dawned on him that the $50 billion that was in last year's budget isn't available for either side of the parliament to spend. This really should be obvious to the Shadow Treasurer, but it isn't. I thank the honourable member for his question and for the way that he represents this community here in Canberra. When the parliament next meets, I'll be handing down the October budget on behalf of the new Albanese government. And that budget will be handed down in the context of intensifying global pressures on the economy, pressures on spending here at home and pressure on Australian families as well. And we know it's not the usual thing to deliver a second budget inside a year, but these are not the usual circumstances. And over the past few weeks we've been levelling with Australians about some of the growing challenges to the economy and to the budget. Some of those challenges are from overseas, like the downturn in global growth, but some of them are homegrown as well, like a decade-long failure to properly invest in skills or in cleaner and cheaper power. Some of these challenges are temporary and others have been building for some time and will take a little while to turn around. So these are the circumstances that we're working with as we put together this budget. And we begin with $1 trillion of gross debt in the budget's saddlebags. And what that means is that not every priority can be funded, not every issue in the economy can be fixed overnight. It means we do have to make difficult decisions, like we have with the fuel excise returning to its normal setting as scheduled in the legislation passed by our predecessors. And it will take more than one budget to clean up the mess that those opposite left and to build the better future that we all want. But the work has begun. It's begun when it comes to trimming wasteful spending. It's begun when it comes to investing in skills and energy and in our broken supply chains. And it's begun when it comes to providing responsible cost-of-living relief in a way that delivers an economic dividend and doesn't force the Reserve Bank's hand even more. And I wanted to say, Mr Speaker, and those opposite have been asking us about cost of living throughout the course of the week, if those opposite genuinely cared about the cost of living, they'd support our childcare package. And if those opposite really cared about the cost of living, they'd support our tax cut for electric vehicles. And if those opposite really cared about the cost of living, they wouldn't have spent the best part of a decade going after people's wages and working conditions, making it harder for them to make ends meet. Now, Mr Speaker, on Sunday, Mr Speaker, I thought that the Shadow Minister for Finance made a humiliating error on Sunday when she said that those opposite wouldn't have any policies. But now that I see the intellectual horsepower in the Shadow Treasurer's speech and in the questions he asked in this place, I think it's probably for the best.
Before I call the member for Ryan, I'd like to inform the House that we have in the gallery a former member and a former distinguished speaker. A very warm welcome to Harry Jenkins. I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the NDIS on behalf of the thousands of NDIS participants and their families in Ryan. Is it the Minister's view that the NDIS is costing too much? Can you confirm that there will be no reduction in funds allocated to the NDIS in October's budget? And for NDIS funds not spent this year, can you confirm if these funds will be retained within the scheme or will they be removed from the scheme?
The call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for Ryan for her question on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Obviously, when the Treasurer hands down the October budget, matters about what it contained in the budget will be revealed. But the principles which I think the member is going to is the security of the interests of people in the NDIS. Will they be improved or will there be any question mark over them? And I can assure not just the member for Ryan, but all the members here and the 540,000 people on the scheme and the 270,000 people who work in disability care and the people who love them and care for the participants, that under the Albanese government the scheme will be positive, the participants will be secure. There's no discussion about cutting the funds to the schemes. See, there's been a change of government in May, and now the NDIS participants have got a government who won't introduce independent assessments designed to cut the benefits of people on the scheme. I take the interjection from those offered about bipartisanship. The scheme should be bipartisan, but not at the lowest common denominator of the maladministration of the previous government on the scheme. So let me reassure the member for Ryan. Let me reassure the member for Ryan that NDIS participants
are going to benefit from the new board of directors and the new chairman. We've announced Kurt Fernley. For the first time ever, the scheme is going to have a person with lived experience as the chairperson. We've also going to reassure participants, Member for Ryan, by the appointment of Graham Innes, former Human Rights Commissioner, Mary Ann Diamond, former President of the World Blind Union, and in a demonstration of the bipartisanship, Labor has reappointed the former Liberal Premier of Victoria, Dennis Napthine, to the board of the scheme, because we just don't talk about bipartisanship, we deliver bipartisanship. I'm also pleased to inform the member for Ryan that we've now appointed a new CEO to the scheme, Rebecca Falkingham, the first woman in the history of the scheme to be the CEO of the scheme. So we look forward to the challenges that we have been confronted with, and we look forward to reassuring participants on the scheme that we will do everything we can to make sure that their experience is excellent. But one thing we can say, and the member for Ryan can take back to her constituents, and I acknowledge the presence of our Green Senator Jordan Steele-John, another supporter of the scheme, that under Labor, participants will be treated fairly. The objectives of the legislation of choice and control will be restored. We will rebuild trust with the scheme, and we look forward to working with people of goodwill from across the House to make the NDIS the best scheme in the world for people with disability.
Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How will the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation introduced today restore accountability, transparency and integrity to government?
I'll give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Pearce for her question. Today is an important day, not just for this government, but for this parliament and for the nation. Today we introduced to this House the first government bill to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. The National Anti-Corruption Commission bill delivers on a key election commitment, first made prior to the 2019 election, to establish a powerful and independent anti-corruption body at the federal level, a watchdog with teeth. It is a commitment we've never wavered from, and today we have delivered. The former government, having made their own pledge to introduce a federal anti-corruption body in December 2018, never even got to the stage of introducing a bill. The Commonwealth is the last jurisdiction in this country not to have an anti-corruption commission. It is past time for this to be fixed, and I'm proud the Albanese Labor government will be doing the job. Today's bill is the product of an extraordinary amount of work, and it has been shaped by constructive consultation with experts and with members of both houses. It aims to learn the lessons from existing anti-corruption commissions across the nation, balancing the need for transparency with the need to prevent undue damage to reputation. The ultimate aim of this body, once established, is both to prevent and expose corruption at the federal level. The Australian people sent a clear message at the last election that this is what they want. It is now incumbent on this parliament to deliver. Shortly after introducing the bill this morning, I moved a resolution to establish a select committee of both houses to scrutinise this bill. We welcome that scrutiny and the dialogue which will flow from it, reflecting our genuine desire for this bill to have support across this parliament. There can be no more important task of those elected to this place than maintaining the trust placed in us by the Australian people and keeping our democracy strong. Today's bill is an important part of that task, and I look forward to the support of members across this chamber.
I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to the still advertised promise on the Labor Party's website, which says, quote, "We will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year compared to today." End quote. Will power bills for families and businesses drop by $275 a year? And if not, Why won't the Prime Minister finally apologise for breaking this promise, a promise he repeated 97 times before the last election, but not once since?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, and I thank the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party for the question, Mr Speaker. And it goes to the issue of the cost of power in this country. And what we know is the cheapest form of new energy is renewables. We know that, and business knows that, and that's why our plan for cheaper, cleaner energy is supported by the Business Council of Australia, but opposed by those opposite, supported by the Australian Industry Group, but opposed by those opposite, supported by the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, but opposed by those opposite, supported by the Clean Energy Council, but opposed by those opposite, supported by businesses, including investor groups, who all understand that Australia has the potential to be a renewable energy superpower. And just as individuals in their electorates, as well as in those represented on this side of the House, know that it makes economic sense to put solar panels on their roofs, not just to protect the environment, but because it lowers people's power bills. You make the capital investment, and then your power bills go down, and therefore it is economically rational to do that. And it is that principle extrapolated across the economy, that will do it.
The Deputy Leader of
now,
the Opposition has asked a question.
We have a very significant announcement by the Queensland Premier, the Queensland Energy Jobs Plan, the biggest pumped hydro scheme in the world, ramping up rooftop solar and batteries, building a supergrid to connect solar, wind, battery and hydrogen generators across the state, creating thousands of jobs in regional Australia. And what
the Prime Minister will pause. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will state the point of order and not restate the question.
Point of order is relevance, Mr Speaker, and the Prime Minister hasn't said 275 once, and the question was very tight.
Resume your seat. Thank you. Resume your seat. The Prime Minister does not need to say any words. He's answering the question. He's being relevant regarding the question, which was about the Prime Minister's commitment and promises to cut power bills. And I call the Prime Minister.
And the way that you do that, is to manage the change that is occurring in our economy. Those opposite pretended that they were going to have new coal-fired power stations. They pretended that Liddell Power Station was going to be kept open. They used to talk about it, this dispatch box, and then it just disappeared as part of the 22 energy policies they announced but didn't deliver. But of course, not everyone in the coalition is like that, because the coalition government in New South Wales are implementing renewable energy zones, including in New England. But of course, the member for New England said, "I think the whole renewable energy thing is a load of rubbish."
Order.
That's their sophisticated
the Prime
response.
Minister's time has concluded. Order. Members on my left. I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What actions will the Albanese Labor government take, and what actions will the Labor-Albanese government reject to ensure Australians can access the benefits of cheaper, cleaner energy?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Macquarie for a question. And I remember the hundreds of people who came to her renewable energy roundtable in Katoomba in the election campaign, and they know she's a champion for climate change action and renewable energy. And the member asked what we will get on with, and we will get on with the job of deploying renewable energy because it's the cheapest form of energy. And just this morning, I introduced the legislation, the final piece of legislation for offshore wind in Australia. I look forward to making further announcements about jobs to be created and energy to be generated from offshore wind in the Gippsland, the Illawarra, the Hunter, off Portland and off the Indian Ocean off Perth in coming weeks and months. And we will work with the states, and the Prime Minister has referred to the excellent announcement from the Premier of Queensland today, and we'll continue to work with the states, all states, in terms of deployment of renewable energy. And I thank all the state ministers, including the New South Wales Minister, Minister Keane, who said after our recent Energy Ministers meeting it was the most productive ministers meeting of Energy Ministers meeting he'd been to in 4 years, was what the New South Wales Energy Minister said. 4 years, he mentioned, and this was the most productive. But the member also asked me what we will reject. And after deep consideration, we will reject the installation of the most expensive form of energy, and that is nuclear energy. Now,
the Leader of the Nationals.
Mr Speaker, I can report to the House the ideas factory over there has been whirling away again, and there's been Liberal and National senators and members promoting nuclear energy again today. But they don't have much detail, Mr Speaker. They don't have much detail. They just got a vibe. I feel obliged to assist about what nuclear energy would mean in Australia, and I'm grateful to the group Nuclear Energy for Climate Action, a pro-nuclear group which made a submission and gave evidence to the Senate inquiry into the government's Climate Change Act. And they explained what it would look like. And they told the Senate inquiry that in their analysis we would need 24 gigawatts of nuclear power in Australia. Now, at 300 megawatts of nuclear power plant, which would be a small modular reactor, that means there's 80 nuclear power plants to come. That's one every second MP, Mr Speaker. Put your hand up if you'd like one. There we go. You get a nuclear power plant, and you get a nuclear power plant, and you get a nuclear power plant. There's plenty to go around. And they also told the Senate where they'd go. The mid-north coast. There'd be the big banana and the small nuclear reactor next door. A favourite for the kiddies. In Bowral, Southern Highlands, clipped hedges, the Bradman Museum, and a nuclear reactor for the good people of the Southern Highlands. I have to inform the member for Whitlam. Mr Speaker, they don't want the detail. They want to have their yellow cake and eat it too. Well, we're not going to let them get away with that.
Order.
If they want a nuclear policy, they're going to be held accountable for it.
Order. When the House comes to order, members on my left and right, I give the call to the member for Page.
You get a nuclear power plant too.
Minister for
Thank you,
Climate Change.
Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. Did the Minister or her husband receive any dividends from shares they held while the Minister was in breach of the Prime Minister's Ministerial Code of Conduct?
I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
No.
I give the call to the order. I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The member for Page was heard in silence, so will the member for Macarthur. I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its election commitments to make early childhood education more affordable and accessible for Australians to help ease cost of living pressures? Thank you.
Give the call to the Minister for Early Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Macarthur for his question, and I acknowledge the lifelong commitment to children by the member for Macarthur as a paediatrician and for his strong advocacy for early childhood education here in this chamber. And the member for Macarthur, like those on this side of the House, understand that many Australians are doing it tough right now, with cost of living increases right across the board. And we are taking action to ease that pressure, on Australian families. Our early childhood education and care reforms, tabled here in Parliament yesterday, are the first step to delivering on our election commitment to make early childhood education and care more affordable. Our plan corrects years of inaction by those opposite, with fees for centre-based care rising by 41% in the last 8 years alone. That high cost of early childhood education puts early childhood education beyond the reach of so many Australian families. And our government wants Australian families to have choice. We want them to have choice, and particularly women to have choice, who are most often the primary caregivers. But at the same time, Mr Speaker, we believe that the main beneficiaries of our reforms will be children, ensuring that Australian children have greater access to the benefits of that really important foundational learning. And our reforms will mean that 1.2 million Australians right across every state and territory will benefit, and that their children will be able to get more access and better access to quality early childhood education and care. But, Mr Speaker, we know that making these reforms possible, we need to undertake some really essential work to recruit, to train and to attract more high-quality early childhood educators to the sector. And this is something that I'm deeply committed to. We're already acting on this. We're bringing forward fee-free TAFE places. We've got our university places to build that pipeline for more workers. We're committed to wage growth, and you won't hear anyone here saying that low wages is a central part of our economic strategy. That's why we successfully argued for a pay rise for the most low-paid workers. And we're working to address the gender pay gap, as well as allowing the Fair Work Act to allow for multi-employer bargaining. National Cabinet has recognised the importance of this work, and we're working with state and territory counterparts through the National Children's Education and Care Workforce Strategy Implementation and Evaluation Plan. Mr Speaker, this government has done in our first few months what our predecessors failed to do over 8 years. And I look forward to continuing this work with the sector and doing what they...
I give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Can the Attorney-General inform the House of the decision he announced on the 2nd of September to relax regulatory restrictions with relation to class actions? Does he expect this will lead to more opportunities for class actions being funded by litigation funding businesses?
I give the call to the Attorney-General. Members on my right.
I thank the member for Barara for his question. One of the most extraordinary things about the conduct of the former government during the pandemic was that it found time extraordinarily to try to prevent access to justice for people, ordinary Australians, who are wanting to sue, large corporations, who are wanting to sue large corporations, companies with much deeper pockets than them. And in order to get access to justice, we have class actions. Now,
cease interjecting.
You would think that a government that actually cared about ordinary Australians would not have done what the former government did during the pandemic, would not have found time during the pandemic to engage in the sort of nonsense that the former Treasurer, the former member for Kooyong, engaged in, which included not just the introduction of a requirement for Australian financial services licences for litigation funders, but also included an attack on the continuous disclosure regime, which actually supports the raising of capital for all Australian companies. Now, what an extraordinary thing for a Treasurer of this country to do, but that is one of the things that the former Treasurer engaged in. Another thing, as I've mentioned, was the introduction of an Australian financial services licence requirement for all litigation funders. And the extraordinary thing—
Attorney-General will resume his seat. Members on my right will cease interjecting. I'd like to hear the Manager of Opposition Business in silence on the point of order.
It's a very specific question. Will it lead to more opportunities for class actions being funded by litigation funding businesses?
I thank the Manager. The Attorney-General has provided a lot of context. I ask him to return to that part of the question before he concludes.
We're very happy to restore access to justice for ordinary Australians.
Order. I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government easing the cost of living by delivering cheaper medicines to millions of Australians? Good.
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Cunningham for her question and for her really deep understanding of the importance of those great Labor legacies, Medicare and the PBS, in the health of her community, the community she has the honour of representing in this place right now. And that's why, Mr Speaker, Labor promised at the last election to strengthen Medicare and to cut the cost of medicines, and we are delivering on that promise. Later today, Mr Speaker, I expect that the House will pass our legislation to deliver the biggest cut to the cost of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS. From January 1, millions of Australian patients will see the cost of their medicines cut from $42.50 to just $30. A patient filling 2 scripts every month will save $300 each and every year. Now, that's not just great for household budgets, Mr Speaker. It's also fantastic for the health of the nation, because we know from the ABS that as many as 900,000 Australians each and every year go without a script that their doctor has said is important for their health because they can't afford it. Today, the member for Dobell, the first female pharmacist elected to this parliament ever, spoke about her experience working as a pharmacist with families coming into her pharmacy asking for her advice about which scripts they could go without because they couldn't afford to fill them all. The member for Robertson, an emergency physician working on the Central Coast, talked of his experience of patients presenting to EDs because they couldn't afford to fill their medicine scripts. Australians know, Mr Speaker, how important this bill is, not just for their household budgets, but also for their health. Sharif from Bribie Island wrote to me and talked about her experience about buying medicines but still having difficulty finding the money to buy groceries and to pay her rent. She said she didn't want to have to choose between those essentials in life. She said, "I know this will make a big difference to me and my friends." Grace, a 20-year-old with type 1 diabetes, wrote to me and she said, "I'm so thankful that insulin will be cheaper for me now that I've moved out of home." Mr Speaker, as well as this bill, on Saturday, as early as Saturday on the 1st of October, the cost of more than 2,000 brands of medicine will also come down, delivering another $130 million into the hip pockets of Australian patients. That is delivery. That is delivering on our commitments, Mr Speaker, to strengthen Medicare and to cut the cost of medicines.
I'll give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Congratulations on tabling the National Anti-Corruption Commission bill today. Under this bill, the Commission's hearings will be in private unless the Commissioner decides it's in the public interest and there are exceptional circumstances that justify a public hearing. Why is the exceptional circumstances test necessary when it could lead to protracted legal challenges and hide corruption for longer?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Indi for her question, and I thank her for the intense engagement that she has shown to this topic from really the day in which she arrived in this parliament, and pursuing the matter through the course of the last parliament with a private member's bill, and making sure that there's been active debate in our country on what an anti-corruption commission should look like. We brought a bill to the parliament today to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. I think today is a very good day for this parliament. It's a good day for the nation, and it, as I've already said, honours the government's commitment to legislate a National Anti-Corruption Commission this year. It's the single biggest integrity reform this parliament has seen for decades. Going to the honourable member's question, as she has said, the National Anti-Corruption Commission will have the discretion to hold public hearings in relation to an investigation where the Commission decides that exceptional circumstances justify the holding of the hearing in public, and it is in the public interest to do so. And the key to this is that all of the anti-corruption commissions that have been established in Australia have had to make decisions. Well, first, not all. One of them, in fact, has not got the power to hold public hearings at all, but the others all have to make a discretionary decision as to whether or not to hold a hearing in public. The experience of all of these anti-corruption commissions has been that the overwhelming majority of hearings that they hold are in fact in private, and that's for very good reason. It's because commissions like this have to be concerned with whether or not there would be an unfair prejudice to people's reputation. They have to be concerned with whether or not there would be an unfair prejudice to someone's privacy or indeed to their safety. There's a whole range of factors, and as I mentioned yesterday in the House, there's always a concern about whether exposing a matter in public is going to prejudice forthcoming criminal prosecution or whether it's going to prejudice an existing criminal prosecution. We've given really careful consideration to the question of public hearings,
Order. On the point of relevance, the member for Indi.
Yes, it is a point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. I asked the attorney if this would lead to extended legal proceedings and delay corruption investigations.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I was coming to that second part of the honourable member's question, and
members on my left.
It's subject to the standing order about not giving legal advice. We've very carefully considered the question of whether or not this discretion vested in the Commissioner might give rise to legal proceedings. We are confident that this won't be a matter that is going to be readily litigated.
Give a call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the government responding to the Optus data breach?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Blair for his question. The Optus data breach is of great concern, and I acknowledge the stress and worry that this has caused millions of Australians. When customers hand over their data to companies in Australia, they expect that it will be kept safe, and this kind of data breach should be an absolute wake-up call to corporate Australia. The government has been working with Optus around the clock to obtain the crucial information and evidence needed to conduct a complex criminal investigation led by the AFP in cooperation with the FBI. I spoke to the CEO of Optus on Saturday, having got a brief from the head of the Australian Signals Directorate on Friday night, and I know that Minister O'Neill and other ministers have been working around the clock on this issue. As the government continues to actively monitor risks for those customers impacted by the breach, our message to Australians is to be vigilant, not divulge data to unknown entities and to take advantage of the credit monitoring services. We know that this breach should never have happened, and the government expects Optus to do everything within its means to support affected customers. Clearly, we need better national laws after a decade of inaction to manage the immense amounts of data collected by companies about Australians and clear consequences for when they do not manage it well. We're committed to protecting Australians' personal information and to strengthening privacy laws through the Privacy Act review. Now, those opposite want taxpayers to pay for a problem caused by Optus and their own failures on cybersecurity and privacy regulation. I was surprised to read a media release from their shadow minister saying Labor must provide new passports for Optus victims. Labor. What that means is taxpayers should provide for that. Well, that's not our approach. We believe that Optus should pay, not taxpayers. And Senator Penny Wong, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, has written to the CEO of Optus, Ms Bea Rosmarin, today asking for that, and I table the letter from the Minister for Foreign Affairs to Optus. That is a big difference between us and those opposite somehow attempting to play politics and say that taxpayers should fund this after they sat on a failure to legislate appropriately for 9 long years. Well, we are dealing with this issue. We know that it does need to be dealt with, and we know that this has been an absolute priority for Australians. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Before members exit, I want to draw to the attention of the House an incident that occurred during a division yesterday. I believe it's in the best interest of the House if I give the honourable member for Kennedy an opportunity to address this issue.
I must apologise to the House for my actions yesterday in attempting to enter the chamber after the order of the doors to be locked. Also apologise to the security attendant who was closing the doors, who I acknowledge was doing his job as directed by the Speaker. Thank you for permission to make that statement, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Kennedy and call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The Minister for Social Services has requested the call. I give her the call.
Mr Speaker, I present the explanatory memorandum for Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill 2022.
I thank the Minister. I received a letter from the honourable member for Mayo proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely, housing affordability in Australia has the great Australian dream become a nightmare. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise to speak on this matter, which I believe is of great public importance, housing affordability in Australia, because I believe what has always been a great dream for generations of Australians has become a nightmare. Mr Speaker, if we look at Australia, we're among the worst in the world now for housing affordability. I think we're number 2 behind Hong Kong. Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth, all of those destinations are within the top 20 least affordable cities in the world. And this has happened in one generation. As a young woman of age 24, I was able to
Order. Members will leave the House quickly or privately resume their seats.
It is very rare for a 24-year-old to be able to do that today. And indeed, we've gone from a median house being around 2.4 times the average annual income back in 1980 to now being around 10 times the average income. That's happened really in one generation, and it's largely because of the policies that have happened in this place and in various state parliaments. And this will have a huge effect for generations, because we know if home ownership decreases, we know that as people get older, their ability to live a life in their older years without poverty also diminishes significantly. And those who are lucky enough to own their own home right now are feeling immense pressure with the rapid increase in interest rates. So how did we get here? Look, we have really, for much of my time in this parliament, always looked at the demand side, and we've put through policies that really do increase demand without necessarily looking at supply. And I would also draw the attention of the House to an excellent report recently released by the Grattan Institute called The Great Australian Nightmare by Brendan Coates. It was released just a couple of weeks ago. And there are other factors as well that have created the nightmare that we're in right now. Post-2005, surges in migration led to a dramatically significant increase in rents, to the point that the Grattan Institute says that it's increased it by around 9% higher by 2018, if we did not have that high migration from around 2005. Now, that could have been addressed if we had increased housing supply at the same time while bringing more people into our nation. I don't want to sound like a NIMBY there, but I mean, if you're going to bring more people in, naturally you have to have the houses for them to live in. Otherwise, you just create more and more pressure. Right now, in my electorate, we have people who are living in tents, they are living in caravans. Just today, and these stories are filling my inbox, and I'm sure they're filling everyone's inbox right now. A woman contacted me. She's in Normanville. Her adult son's living in a caravan out the back of her house because he's on JobSeeker and he can't afford to even share a place. He certainly can't afford to rent his own place. We also need to look at NRAS. Now, I talked in this place, I've talked myself blue in this place, talking about the National Rental Affordability Scheme. And while I really do commend the government on their plan to build an extra 30,000 social and affordable housing properties, the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, my deep concern is that there is currently 24,000 properties sitting in the NRAS scheme that are going to expire, and that's going to expire by age 2026. The great problem we have is that we're going to have a bit of a valley of death because many of those properties will be sold. I know the minister thinks that they will just continue on, but I would urge the government to consider extending those that are currently in the scheme, because you're not going to have enough of a replenishment of stock in between. So the crossbench today is very keen to talk about this. Look, we can fix this. We can turn this around. We need to focus on trades and skills to get the next generation of carpenters and builders. Not enough young people are going into apprenticeships in this space. We need to fix land use planning. We need state, federal, local government to work together, and we need to make sure the NRAS continues. And I also believe we need to raise the rent assistance because it is just unaffordable. I can't have people in my community living in tents for months on end. Thank you.
Member for Curtin.
My electorate of Curtin has a slightly higher proportion of households owning their own house and a slightly lower proportion than the national average paying off a mortgage, with a fairly average 31% renting. But even in this context, 1 in 4 renters in Curtin are paying more than 30% of their household income in rent, and there are plenty of examples in my electorate of housing stress. For example, Lucy contacted the office for assistance with her elderly friend Margaret. Margaret's in her 70s and the home she rents in Swanbourne had recently been sold. When she contacted us, Margaret had 6 weeks to find another home but was having trouble accessing affordable rental. Margaret was distressed and confused about her rights as a renter as well as government support options. She doesn't want to leave her community or her local part-time dog walking job. There are 2 main issues with housing, and both require a long-term approach. These are affordability and access. Affordability is an issue that isn't going away. As pointed out by the member for Mayo, when I bought my first house in the 1990s, the median house price was 2.5 times the median income, and now it's up to 10 times. To address household affordability, we need to balance the interests of 4 different groups. Current homeowners who have their savings tied up in their house as their key asset, prospective owners who want to own a home but can't get into the market, renters who may not want to or be able to get into the home ownership, and investors who may have invested their superannuation or other savings in property based on expectations about the regulatory environment and the property market. All these groups have valid concerns, and some of which are in direct conflict. To address these conflicts fairly, we need to take a long-term view and return to the purpose of housing being to provide people with homes. Successive governments have taken a short-term approach to this issue, throwing fuel on the fire, increasing demand and putting upward pressure on housing prices. Government assistance has mainly pushed up purchase prices for first home buyers rather than making the first purchases of a home more affordable. Our tax settings are aligned with maintaining or increasing house prices. They favour property investors at the expense of people trying to buy a home, which fuels speculative investment, causing house prices to rise much faster than incomes. It's understandable that successive governments have shied away from addressing underlying affordability issues because a decline in house prices is politically unpalatable for those who are already in the housing market as owners or investors. But we can't ignore this issue. It will require a long-term approach, including the community in conversations and phasing in changes over time to minimise the impact on current property owners. The second key issue is access. Access to safe housing is absolutely vital. Yesterday I met with Angie, who was deeply worried about the security of her housing. She was renting privately with her 3 kids, but because she was owed but hadn't been paid child support, her Centrelink payments had been unilaterally cut, which means she's now paying 70% of her income to maintain her housing. If you don't have stable housing, it's very difficult to provide a stable environment for kids, let alone address mental or physical health issues or find a job. Housing is increasingly seen as the foundation stone for people to get their lives back together when they're experiencing hard times. As of May 2022, there were nearly 19,000 households on the social housing waitlist in my home state of WA and 163,000 across the country. In WA, the average wait time for social housing is more than 2 years. Even on the priority wait list, for example, people who have young children, the average wait time is 43 weeks. If you have a disability, the situation is even harder. Western Australia has not picked up the amendments to the National Construction Code that require all houses to have minimum levels of accessibility, so there are limited number of homes that are suitable. The proposed Housing Australia Future Fund is a start, but with the provision of 20,000 homes for social housing over the next 5 years, it will only meet 1/8 of the social housing waitlist. We must do better than this. We must decide whether we want to live in a country where people have access to safe and affordable housing and can reasonably aspire to home ownership, and then set our policy priorities accordingly.
Thank you, Minister for Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to genuinely thank the member for Mayo and the crossbenchers and the member for Curtin really for raising what is a really serious issue. Housing affordability across the country really is a very desperate challenge for many Australians, far too many Australians. It is incredibly difficult for too many Australians to find a safe, affordable place to call home. Indeed, I, as a local member before I even became the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, had seen quite a change in the last 18 months. As a local member for 14 years, I had not seen so many people contact my electorate office or come and see a local member of parliament about insecure housing, many of them actually at risk of homelessness. And surprisingly, 2-income families with children coming to say that their lease is up and there's actually nowhere to rent. Whether they could afford it or not, there's actually nothing available. I know that in my home state of Tasmania, the vacancy rate for renters in Hobart is less than 0.4%. I know it's pretty diabolical in Adelaide, in Perth and in other parts across the country. It is really a very critical issue, and we do need to do better. We absolutely do need to do better. Indeed, the last census back in 2016 said that there are 116,000 Australians that have nowhere to call home. I am concerned about when we get the data next year from the Australian Bureau of Statistics that it would have increased significantly, and I'm very concerned about that. I understand how important having a safe, affordable place to call home is. I'm one of the few members in this place that have lived it. I spent my early childhood in Broadacre Public Housing Estate, indeed the poorest suburb in Tasmania at the time. And like the Prime Minister, I know how difficult it was for my family to lift us out of poverty and how difficult it can be. But it should be possible. It should be possible in Australia, and sadly I think it's become less possible than it used to be. The member for Mayo is absolutely right. For the last decade, under those opposite over here, we've had very little action when it comes to coherent national strategy or policy around housing and homelessness. Indeed, some of their policies, as the member for Mayo indicated, have increased the costs of houses. What we've seen in the last decade is construction costs up 46%. half of that in the last 2.5 years. We do understand that some of it's in relation to the pandemic and supply chain issues in relation to the Ukraine war, but it is increasing the cost of building new homes. There's also, of course, a really significant constraints in the construction industry at the moment. They are averaging about 200,000 new dwellings across Australia each year. And of course the completions is the issue, because there isn't simply the labour or the materials to build much more than that. That is the critical point here. And what we, in our discussions with the construction sector and indeed with the industries more broadly, what we're hearing from them is that they expect things to ease in the second half of next year. As I've had discussions with quite a few members of the crossbench who have come to see me or written to me who are concerned about this issue. Indeed, we did go to the election with a fairly ambitious housing agenda in terms of housing reform. So I do just want to run through for the crossbench our housing agenda. We are going to, of course, have our regional first home buyer scheme that starts this weekend. We've brought that forward because we know that for many people living in regional Australia, rents have increased considerably, and many of them that are paying rents could service a mortgage. But that deposit is a barrier that they can't get over, that 20% deposit. So with as little as 5% deposit, we can get more people into their first home with those 10,000 places across the country from 1 October. And then, of course, we've also understanding that this is an immediate issue and some of our other reforms will take a bit of time. Through the Jobs and Skills Summit and the discussions that we had there, understand that particularly workers' access to housing has been really critical. So we are widening the remit of the National Infrastructure Facility. So previously it was available just for headworks for local governments and state governments, but it wasn't being utilised, that fund. So there will be up to $575 million available for investment in social and affordable housing. And what we want to do with that is try and leverage also private investment and investment from superannuation funds to try and get more homes on the ground sooner, while we legislate our Housing Australia Future Fund and then invest that and wait for the returns from that. So that is two things that we're doing really quickly that we want to be able to get to work on. We also, of course, have had 2 ministerial council meetings, meetings with state colleagues. Now, when I had the first meeting in July, it was the first meeting of housing ministers in almost 5 years, Deputy Speaker. Almost 5 years, which shows the lack of leadership that we've had. It was a terrific meeting. The enthusiasm and the encouragement from the state ministers left me feeling quite optimistic that we can actually get some movement here. And we've had another meeting at the end of the last sitting week where we talked more about how we're going to work together. So we all have a view that not one tier of government is going to solve this alone, that we're going to need all 3 tiers of government, but working importantly with homelessness services, with social housing providers, with investors, with superannuation funds. We all need to be working together and heading in the same direction if we're going to try and solve this housing affordability issue that we have at the moment. Unfortunately, some of that is going to take some time, which is why we're doing some of those immediate actions now. We, of course, also made an election commitment around the government equity scheme to get more people into a home. And that is available even for people who have owned a home before but currently don't own a home. So it might address some of those older women who have not been able to maintain a family home after divorce and things like that, the Help to Buy scheme. So we're looking at how quickly we can introduce that. That is up to 30% government equity for existing homes and up to 40% for new homes. So we're working on that quickly. The Housing Australia Future Fund I've talked about. That is 30,000 social and affordable homes, so 20,000 social homes, 10,000 affordable homes in the first 5 years of the fund. And in our conversations with social housing providers, with the construction sector and with the state and territory governments, as well as with local government, we think that that will be achievable. We are concerned, though, about some of the constraints in the construction sector at this time. We also, of course, want to get up an Affordability and Supply Council. What we need to do is look at some of those critical issues that are stopping more properties coming onto the market more quickly. What can we do? Which tiers of government have the levers? But importantly, what is the evidence around what those interventions actually do to the market? We need to have more evidence-based policy about the interventions that are taking place and how they're impacting across the sector, because there are so many inputs into the housing sector in Australia. You can do something on one bit and it impacts everywhere else. So we need to be really careful about the interventions and innovations that we're doing so that we understand exactly the impact it's having right across affordability in the entire housing spectrum. So we want to get that Affordability and Supply Council up and running. I'm hoping to have it late this year or early next year up and running. And then, of course, more long-term, we want a housing and homelessness plan, whereby we have short-term, medium-term and long-term agreement on which direction we're heading in. We need to be able to work together, and we need to be able to say this is what we're all going to do in the short term, the medium term and the long term. The other thing we need is some accountability around that and some measurement about how are we travelling in terms of what our plan is and where we want to be. So we do need to do a lot of work. We need to bring a lot of people together and get a lot of agreement. So it's not going to be an easy task. But I can assure the members that I have been from Gladstone all the way down to Greater Hobart in my own state, talking to stakeholders, talking to the construction sector, talking to homelessness providers, talking to people with lived experience of homelessness, talking to many of the people that are writing to me, talking to me about the critical situation that we're in right across the country. I've also, of course, got a lot of caucus members over here who are also critically concerned about this really serious issue, who are contacting me and making sure that the government doesn't lose sight of how critical this is for people in their electorates as well. We are all getting this, as the member for Mayo said, in our electorate offices. I have never seen it quite so much. We need to do a lot more to make sure that more Australians have a safe, affordable place to call home, and I'll be doing my best every single day.
Yeah. Thank you. Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I wish I had 15 minutes on this. I had enough money to build 400 houses when I was Minister in the state government, 400 houses. And thanks to Greg Wallace, Gerhard Pearson, Lester Rosendale and Eric Laws, all who are first Australians, we built 2,000 houses with the same amount of money. Now, the minister, unfortunately, Minister, all you talked about was increasing demand. You're going to help them get deposits, so that'll increase demand. The member for Mayo quite rightly points out that this is not a demand problem, this is a supply problem. I mean, heavens, you live in a country where the average price of land is $400 a hectare. $400 a hectare. Why are we paying $400,000 a hectare? I'll tell you what. Why? It's because of the cancer of government intervention. In Charters Towers, as with 700 major towns, Gympie being one of them, we were under the Mining Act, and under the Mining Act we walked in, a local bloke, can I have that piece of land divided into 3? And he said yes. We signed a form, walked out, sold the land the next day. That was the process of subdivision. In Queensland now, it will take you 3.5 years and cost you, on average, about $25,000 to get through the barriers that have been put up by the government. Now, it's government that has created this problem. Now, not only that, but they've restricted the provision of, let me use an example, right? We dig a tunnel through the range at Cairns, which will cost $2,000 million. We will open up 20,000 housing blocks within 20 minutes of Cairns, a city of arguably 300,000 people, as big as Canberra. We can do that. All you need to do is to give us $1,500 to $2,000 million to build that tunnel through the range. So give us the infrastructure, we'll give you the cheap land, right? But you take away the restrictions, not only on the land, but on the housing. There is another $15,000 worth of environmental demands coming upon housing, which is already $25,000 worth of environmental demands, and on top of that, the safety requirements are another $35,000 on top of that. So you added, with your legislation, nearly $100,000 to the price of a house to deliver absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, what you are demanding of housing architecture in Queensland is entirely inappropriate, for the housing that is required. Madam Speaker, 750,000. Look no further than Malcolm Turnbull, who did a report on this with an Oxford Don, and he said the problem was supply, not demand. You increase the demand, the problem gets worse. You increase the supply, and the supply is the chokehold of government on the subdivisions of land. In an empty country, to have this situation is just appalling, and it reflects upon the intelligence of this place.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've spoken many times in this place about the importance of affordable and public housing. Coming from a migrant family, my parents came from Egypt in 1971, with not much, but we got a roof over our head. We got access to public housing, and that allowed me to get a good education, allowed me to make a contribution. And it was really thanks to Labor governments, both at the federal and state level, that my family got that fair go. Now, we've got a Minister for Housing who also grew up in public housing. We've got a Prime Minister who grew up in public housing. We're all housos, the three of us. And so we know how much that means to thousands, tens of thousands of Australians across this country. To have a roof over your head, the very fairness of that. That fairness, in many respects, embodies the Australian spirit of the fair go. That no matter where you come from, no matter what your background is, socioeconomic or ethnic, you get a fair go. You've got housing, the baseline which allows anyone, any Australian, through their hard work to achieve their goals, get that good education, get a job that gives you a sense of purpose, to achieve your dreams. Yet today, after 9 long do-nothing years of coalition government, the security of housing, the access to affordable housing is now often out of reach. Year-on-year house prices continue to rise. Now, we know over recent months, particularly this year, the challenges, the exacerbation of the global inflation, the war in Ukraine, that has had an impact as well. But it can't be a free pass for the mob on the other side, for the opposition, the former government. Because for 9 years they oversaw an increase in housing construction costs, 46% over the last decade. The legacy of higher house prices, higher rents and greater housing stress, a legacy that has left many Australians unable to buy their own home, which has left many in my electorate of Wills knowing that knock-on effect as renters and the stresses. Now, my community is made up of people from all walks of life, and they're stressed in the community, whether it's a young family trying to manage alongside childcare fees, although we're doing something about that, as we've heard, Deputy Speaker, whether it's a university student juggling study with part-time work, whether it's an older Australian or Australians who are relying on their pension or on their super. Housing affordability and rental stress is an issue that cuts across all sectors of our community, and we of course have far too many Australians experiencing homelessness. Now, the Albanese government, at its core, being made up of some very significant houseos, and I'm talking more about the PM and the Minister, at its core believes in the safe and affordable housing as an essential part of what is the dignity of people, to give them that dignity that we all deserve. That's why we're taking such actions to make housing more affordable, bringing forward the regional first home buyer guarantee to October the 1st, helping up to 10,000 eligible Australians into home ownership sooner, unlocking up to $575 million by widening the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to invest in social and affordable housing, providing opportunities to partner with other tiers of government, social housing providers, and enticing private capital to invest in the provision of affordable housing. It also allows us to fulfil our commitments as part of the Housing Australia Future Fund. $10 billion, Deputy Speaker, $10 billion commitment to build 30,000 new social and affordable houses in the first 5 years of our government, supplemented by the states who are doing another 15,500 houses. So there's your answer on supply. By 2024, what did the other mob spend? Was it even $10? We're spending $10 billion. I can't get an answer, Deputy Speaker, because none of them are here. But the fund will provide social and affordable housing providers with the certainty and the capital to invest in building more affordable homes. We've got the Help to Buy program. We've got the National Housing and Homelessness Plan, which the minister is developing. We're taking real action on these issues to provide durable solutions to people in extreme housing insecurity. Because that, for the Albanese government, housing is not a privilege. It's a necessity. It is literally the basic building block to a successful life. It is essential to everything else in our lives, whether it be to get that education or secure a decent job. So I say to those opposite, join us, and to the crossbench, join us and support the government's plans to make housing more affordable for all Australians.
Thank you. Member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Housing affordability is one of the critical challenges facing this parliament. The government has appointed a housing minister and plans to legislate a Housing Australia Future Fund. Their policy is to build 30,000 new homes, mostly social housing, over the next 5 years. It sounds like a lot, and it is. But let's be honest, this is absolutely a drop in the ocean to the fundamental shift in housing that we need in this country if we are fundamentally going to address housing affordability for everyone. Because if Australia has 400 homes per 1,000 people of our population, that puts us among the lowest in the OECD, and if we went to the OECD average, we would need 2 million more homes in this country to reach the OECD average of home supply in the world. You know, we've talked about 30,000 more social housing now, and I applaud that, but we have 163,000 people on the social housing wait list. We need to address this at all levels of government and at all levels of society. And let's look at the consequences that this is building out in our community. I come from Wentworth, and in Wentworth this is an issue that is raised with me constantly. People are concerned that their children, I have many people who have built, wealth and happiness having a house, but they do not believe that their children will have the ability to do that. I have deep concern from my schools and my health communities about why nurses and doctors, well, not so particularly nurses and teachers, cannot live in our community because of housing affordability. At a recent, I went recently to the Friendship Circle, which is a friendship walk where they bring together people who've got children with disabilities and bring those together with other families around the community. And during that walk, I spoke to so many parents who said their children are going to need to have housing as adults, independent housing, but for people with disabilities. And there is absolutely no chance of that being built in the community of Wentworth. I applaud those parents for their concern, but because of housing affordability, there is no chance that they're going to be able to live near their children when they move into independent care. So this is, we often talk, I'm talking about this in terms of compassionate terms, and these are compassionate issues. But this is absolutely actually an economic issue, and this is an issue that goes to the heart of our productivity as a nation. The consequences of dysfunctional housing market are much more deep and more damaging to the economy than so many realise. And many of the problems that our society faces are because of worse housing affordability. It pushes people away from where they want to live into where they can afford to live. It imposes huge costs in terms of billions of dollars building roads and public transport systems and to move people around. And this also generates pollution. But it is detrimental to our overall productivity because of our housing structures mean that people do not change housing, they do not change the modes of housing, and we do not have the right sort of housing to meet the needs of our community. So no wonder, with those, who even are trying to build a business, for example, if they're trying to turn their business plan into reality, they realise that commercial and industrial space can also be prohibitive. It's not just housing costs that are important. It's actually about our broader costs of living and costs of commercial property. And that, the fixing housing we have talked about tonight will take a lot of changes, big and small. But the heart of this is supply. We need to build more homes. We need to build them in the CBDs and inner cities where so many people want to live. We need to build them close to active and public transport options. Supply won't solve every problem, we need more action on social housing and we need rental assistance, but absolutely supply is absolutely crucial to this solution. And I will say that again, that if we were making the OECD average in terms of the supply of housing across per 1,000 population, we would have almost 2 million more homes in this country. There is not a single part of this historical government or previous governments who have really dealt with this as an issue. It is housing is primarily a responsibility of the state and local governments, but this is a national problem, and the Commonwealth must take a lead on this. The Labor Party is in government in many, many states in this country. This is the opportunity for the government to take real leadership and truly make a difference here. I think that we need to pull every lever we can on housing, but we absolutely need to focus on supply. If the idea of having a house in Australia is not going to become, a dream for past generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the crossbench for bringing this matter of public importance today, because I believe every member of this chamber would agree that housing affordability is absolutely a matter of public importance in all of our electorates across this country at the moment. And I'd also like to thank Minister Collins for her speech and for her commitment and all the work that she is doing to address housing affordability at the moment, as well as for sharing her own story and experience, first-hand experience of understanding exactly why this is so important. I want to thank her for her work to get the government's National Housing and Homelessness Plan off the ground, including already holding 2 meetings with state and territory housing ministers to help deliver our reform agenda, and I would encourage all who are speaking today to contribute to that process. I want to start my contribution by briefly talking about a constituent of mine, Nick, who is a bright young man who I first encountered last year during the Raise Our Voice in Parliament competition. Nick, who was 18 at the time and experiencing homelessness, wrote me an incredibly powerful speech which I delivered as the speech that I chose to deliver in the 46th Parliament. In his speech he said, "The pathway to end homelessness won't be easy. It will involve more funding, more NGOs, more youth workers and overall more care for the tens of thousands of young Australians each and every night that face homelessness. But I truly believe that with these steps and more, in 20 years, no one else like me will ever have to wonder, where will I sleep tonight?" And Nick made some really important points in that speech. And we know that fixing the housing affordability crisis and that getting people into secure housing is going to be difficult. We need to have the ambition, as Nick does, that we can make that happen, because affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians, as the Minister has said. And in my electorate of Canberra, we have high median incomes and relatively low unemployment. We also have the highest rents in the country. And it's this reality that makes our city a particularly difficult place to be on a low income. And I have met again with Nick since the election, and devastatingly, he is still experiencing insecure housing. And he said to me that in spite of working and studying and doing everything right, as he put it, he still cannot get the housing piece into place for himself. And we all need to do much better to address that. The reality is that in Australia we are in the middle of a housing crisis. It's tough to buy a home, tougher than ever before. Research by the Grattan Institute found that 40 years ago, almost 60% of young Australians on low and modest incomes own their own home, but sadly now that is only 28%. Now, I'm really proud that housing was a central part of the agenda that Labor took to the election, and as a government we are already doing that important work to address this national crisis. One of the most important parts of that agenda is the National Plan for Housing and Homelessness. Fixing our nation's housing issues requires all tiers of government to work together towards a commonly agreed objective of providing shelter for all Australians. And as I mentioned earlier, housing ministers from the states and territories have already started meeting to coordinate our efforts to deliver these reforms and work together on a new national housing and homelessness plan. This plan will set and deliver short, medium and long-term goals to improve housing outcomes across Australia, and will be developed with the support and assistance of key stakeholders. The Housing Australia Future Fund was also one of Labor's key commitments. $10 billion to this fund will help end a decade of underinvestment and neglect and will help ease pressure on people right across the country trying to find somewhere to call home. It will build 30,000 new affordable and social housing properties in its first 5 years. And states and territories have also committed to build around 15,000 more in addition to that. This will include 20,000 social housing properties, 4,000 of which will be allocated for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence and older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness. We also have the Help to Buy program and our regional first home buyer guarantee, which, as Minister Collins says, we have brought forward. I'm nearly out of time, but want to mention as well the commitment made to Canberra for the Youth Foyer made by federal Labor, which will help assist young people in Canberra experiencing homelessness.
Member for Fowler.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I also grew up in Housing Commission, Madam Deputy Speaker, and know too well the challenges of buying one's first home. I thank the member for Mayo for raising the issue of housing affordability. The Australian dream of buying a first home to start a family and raise your kids is now just that, a distant dream. Sydney is now considered one of the top 3 worst unaffordable cities in the world to own a home, according to an international study by Demographia. ABS study shows that Fowler, in particular, has the 4th worst housing affordability in Australia, after Blaxland, Watson and Reid. And this is before the upcoming interest rates rises foreshadowed by economists. Homes in Fowler have also hit the $1 million mark, where the median income is 20% less than the rest of Australia. One of my constituents, Simon Chow, came to our office, 27 years of age, employed and living with his parents. He was looking for a financially realistic option to buy a house. He wasn't optimistic that young people like him would ever own a home. I feel for young people like Simon. Many like him will be forced to rely on their parents as a guarantor just so they can enter the property market. The bank of mum and dad is now the standard and no longer an anomaly. Across New South Wales, the median house price is $1.1 million. I can't see how low-income families and young people can ever afford a $1 million home, let alone the deposit. Home ownership is falling fast for this group of Australians. And according to the Grattan Institute, as many members have mentioned today, home ownership rates among 25 to 34-year-olds fell from more than 60% to 40% between 1981 and 2021. And for low-income earners aged 45 to 54, home ownership has dropped from 71% to 53%. A recent report from the ANZ says it could take nearly 11.5 years for an average income household just to save the deposit for a $750,000 home. But housing affordability isn't just for those who have mortgages. It's also hitting the hip pockets of those who rent. According to ABS census data, 42% of my electorate of Fowler rent rather than own their own home, nearly 10% more than the national average. Fowler also has the 4th worst rental affordability in the country, where 46% of our rental households have rental repayments 30% more than their household income. With the cost of living crisis hitting the hip pockets of many Australians right now, how can people afford to save for a deposit while they pay rent, when they're struggling to simply put food on the table, pay for petrol and buy medication? How can hard-working families that are renting ever save enough to get off the rental cycle? But it doesn't have to be this way. There are measures both state and federal governments can take to ensure the next generation can afford to buy and live in their own homes. I look forward to seeing the federal government's plans for the upcoming budget, in particular to see how they will deliver on its promise to improve 30,000 new social and affordable housing properties for our most vulnerable, as well as for our frontline workers. While I'm a huge supporter of migration and the contribution they have and will provide our nation, I ask whether the government's plans to allow an intake of 190,000 migrants has in place measures to mitigate additional housing pressures on the migrants and first home buyers who will be competing for housing. Again, according to the Grattan Institute, building an extra 50,000 homes a year for a decade could leave Australian house prices 5 to 20% lower than what they could have been otherwise. With close to 200,000 migrants proposed to enter Australia each year, even the building of an extra 50,000 homes would only accommodate their needs for a roof over their head. Let's look at how countries like New Zealand and Canada tackle housing affordability. The former has banned non-residents from purchasing homes, and the latter are introducing new measures to implement a ban for 2 years. With some of these measures in place, it will be small but significant steps to helping low-income households and young people buy their own homes. Housing should not be a means where only wealthy residents benefit at the expense and at the cost of those that need a roof over their heads for their family. It should be a fundamental right for every Australian to be able to have a home. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to follow the member for Fowler, another aspirational immigrant just like me. And I thank the crossbench for raising this very important issue. Let me begin by saying that the sins of society wash up in two places. They wash up in public hospitals and they wash up in the judicial system. And in my 26 years on the front line in one of the busiest hospitals in this country, I have lost count of how many patients I looked after every single day who were homeless. Let me describe one person to you, Brett. I'll never forget Brett. I met him in the emergency department. He was a gentleman in his 30s, and he came in with an infection of his leg called cellulitis. It's a common infection. Brett was an otherwise fit gentleman, and he broke down and cried when I saw him. And it still affects me, because he said to me, "Doc, every night I get harassed by the construction workers. They move me on, they don't want me there, they come and push me away, and I have to find another place to sleep." And so my daily routine with my patients who were homeless was always the same. I would keep them in hospital, and I would usually keep them in hospital longer than necessary, just so that they had a feed and they had a shower and they had somewhere safe to be. And then, inevitably, as night follows day, they were offered crisis accommodation by our hard-working social workers. And crisis accommodation is really not fit for purpose, at least not where I worked in my area. It was often boarding homes with people who had significant mental health issues or drug and alcohol substance abuse problems. They were chaotic, unsafe places, and this is where we discharged our homeless patients to. But that is not the only face of insecure housing. In my electorate of Higgins, one of the wealthiest electorates in this country, disadvantage hides in plain sight. The median age of my electorate is 37, which means half my population are young people. And in my electorate, 42% of private dwellings are renters. They're mostly young people. 14,000 people, adult children, are still living with their parents. And during the campaign, I door-knocked thousands and thousands of homes, and I frequently was greeted by a young adult, someone in their 20s, sometimes early 30s, who would greet me, and I could see clearly from the electoral roll that there were other young adults living in that house. I met one young woman, Jess, an accomplished young woman in her early 30s. She was a teacher working full-time, and I met her in an apartment block, and she was renting, and she pleaded with me. She said, "Michelle, I have done everything right in life. I have acquired a skill, I have a full-time job, I pay my taxes, I work hard, and I will never be able to own a home." And she's right. In South Yarra, the median price of a home is $2.2 million. Median, which means half the properties are below that and the other half are above that. Who on earth can afford to live in South Yarra? And yet so many young people gravitate to that area because it's a village and they love it. And why wouldn't they? So
it is of some cold comfort that we have been labelled the richest people in the world. Clearly, that is not the case. A week ago, Credit Suisse told us that the median income or wealth for Australians is over $400,000, but clearly a lot of Australians are being left behind. We are taking this problem of housing affordability seriously. You've heard from the other speakers on my side what we are doing. The Housing Australia Future Fund, $10 billion devoted to building 30,000 social and affordable homes over a period of 5 years, 10,000 of which will go to essential workers like nurses, policemen and people in the emergency services. We've got a Help to Buy scheme to help a shared equity program that will release to 10,000 Australians a year, which will help cut the cost of buying a home by up to 40%. We are going to be working with the states and territories and all 3 tiers of government to resolve this wicked problem after a decade of inaction.
I thank the member for Higgins, and I call the member for Griffith.
It's abundantly clear that Australia is facing one of the worst housing crises in our country's history. We have millions of renters facing some of the worst rental stress they've seen in their lives. In fact, we know that rents have increased 7 times faster than wages since the pandemic began. We know that mortgage holders who were encouraged to take on significant debts under the promise that interest rates wouldn't increase over this period now facing skyrocketing mortgage repayments. We know that right now there is a need of over 500,000 social homes. We know that the social housing waitlist alone, which continues to be restricted by government's restricting criteria, is now 163,500 people. There is also over 100,000 homeless people in this country. We know that now it will take 11 years for the average person to save up for a deposit on a home, and that's only going to get worse. And that's before you take into account all the other debt, low wages and other significant financial stress that people face buying into their homes. I'm sure we've heard stories today in this place about a lot of door-knocking stories, which I'm very glad to hear about, around— it's good to hear MPs here door-knocking, but around time and again encountering people who realise maybe their kids aren't going to be able to buy a home in the area in which they grew up, they themselves are struggling to buy the rent, or they've been stuck on a social housing wait list. Now, it's good to hear that the government have recognised this as a problem, but I really think it's important that we break down just how deeply inadequate Labor's housing plan is, because the reality is that under Labor's housing plan, the situation will get worse. It's not a marginal improvement. It's not a tiny little improvement in people's lives. The situation will literally get worse. The first thing to say is that 20,000 social homes over 5 years breaks down to about 4,000 social homes a year. Since 2018, we know that the social housing wait list in Australia has increased by 7,600 applications, which means that literally the increase in the social housing wait list is greater than the number of homes that Labor plans to build every year. And that's before you then get to the total need of social housing. We know that over the next 10 years there's going to be about a total need of about 800,000 social homes in this country. Labor's plan addresses 3% of that. And once again we hear objections from this place and from the Labor government and from people on the Labor side of this House. Because why is it that whenever we get up and talk about the inadequacies of your plan, instead of contemplating that, we hear this rhetoric and this defensiveness? Get angry about the fact that your plan will see more homeless, more people on the social housing wait list, more people struggling to pay the rent, and more people in tougher lives because of the deep and unambition of this government. And it is beyond frustrating when we know that the solutions are staring us in the face. In the first instance, we keep hearing talk about rental stress, but a complete rejection of the notion that we could contemplate freezing rents right now for the next 2 years. Scotland's just done it. There's no reason we can't do it here and finally give some renters some relief. We could also finally phase out capital gains and negative gearing, something that now the Labor pretends they're just never going to touch, because we know that it's continuing to drive up property prices and making it easier for someone to buy their 5th investment property than it is to buy their first home. And finally, we know that we need actual ambition on when we're talking about constructing social housing, because what we should be doing is planning how we build 1 million social homes over the next 20 years. 50,000 social and affordable homes a year is the ambition any expert will tell you that we need right now. And there are places around the world where this has been achieved. I met some people from Vienna recently, and in Vienna, that 20% of Austria, live in some form of social housing. 60% in Vienna live in some form of social or affordable or rent-subsidised housing. And it means that they have some of the lowest rates of homelessness and housing stress in the world. There is absolutely no reason why we can't be building beautifully designed social homes, not just for the people that are on the wait list right now, but for the teachers, nurses and other workers right now who need a good home to move into. There is absolutely no reason why we can't do that, and it remains deeply frustrating that instead of contemplating and looking at what works around the world, and we know what works around the world, it is significant investment in social housing, not just a tiny bit on the side that allows you to get up and get the media bite, but some significant investment. It talks about removing the tax brace for property investors, and it talks about building a housing system that isn't designed to generate millions of dollars and billions of dollars in profit for property developers and banks, who happen to also be some of the major donors to the major political parties, and actually think about housing first and foremost is someone to build a good life, raise a family and get on and live a good life without having to worry about how they're going to pay the rent or their mortgage repayments. And that's what the Greens are fighting for.
I thank the member for Griffith and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Being able to have secure, affordable housing provides so much, allowing you to find secure work, perform better at school and reduce stress. Like the member for Wills, the Minister for Housing and the Prime Minister and so many others in this House, my parents first rented in a public housing flat, and then they bought a home with a rent-to-buy scheme from the Housing Commission in the 1960s. And that made so much of a difference to my sister and I. It meant I'm here. It meant that she has a PhD, and that's what a difference secure housing has. These experiences shaped the way that I feel about the importance of affordable and available housing. It's a common theme throughout the entire country in all communities. We're seeing the struggles across all generations and too many people who've entirely given up on owning a home. It's been an issue for more than a decade, and under the previous government watch, housing has only become more unaffordable and out of reach for ordinary Australians. The legacy of the previous government has only compounded the pain that Australians are feeling. The decade of deliberate wage suppression under the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government left workers financially insecure and unable to juggle the rising cost of living and increasing the price of housing. Insecure work means you can't get a loan, let alone anything else. According to the ABS Producer Price Index, house construction costs have increased 46% over the past decade, and the actual materials have been so hard to get because of COVID. That's the previous government's legacy, a legacy that's still being felt by every Australian renter and prospective homeowner, with the rising interest rates and rents. And what was the previous government's solution for this? Well, that was to allow workers to raid their super so that they could buy a house. That was their really brilliant idea. They wanted young Australians to pull out $50,000 from their super, not taking into account that the median superannuation balance for those aged 25 to 34 was probably less than $25,000. An incompetent policy from an incompetent government. The situation left us behind and is an incredibly difficult challenge, but it's a challenge that the Albanese government realises and, moreover, is committed to taking a leadership role to address. We won't sit on our hands and pretend there's nothing government can do to ease the pain of all Australians. And we understand that no one policy can solve this challenge. That's why the Albanese government will use multiple levers, those available to us, in order to get Australians into their own homes. There are immediate actions that our government has already taken, as well as medium and long-term goals to help. We've brought forward the regional first home buyer guarantee to the 1st of October this year. That will get 10,000 eligible Australians into home ownership. We've already acted to unlock $575 million through the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to invest in social and affordable housing. These immediate actions we've taken alongside of holding meetings with federal, state and territory housings. These are the first ministers. These are the first meetings in 5 years. faced. Housing will require leadership and initiative of all levels of government, from local to federal, and we are committed to ensuring that we talk to every level and we work together. In the medium to long term, we'll build 30,000 new social and affordable housing under the $10 billion Housing Australian Future Fund. 20,000 will be social housing, 4,000 of which will be for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence and for older women who are at risk of homelessness. The remaining 10,000 will be affordable houses for our frontline workers, police officers and nurses and teachers who kept us safe during the pandemic. They deserve to be able to own a home where they live, close to where they are. Multiple policies are what we have to offer, and we will not require Australians to sacrifice their financial security and retirement just to put a roof over their head. The Albanese government understands that Australians deserve a government that will support and ensure that the Australian dream of owning a home is available to all Australians, and especially our younger Australians to come.
I thank the member for Werriwa. The discussion has concluded. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Military Rehabilitation and Compensation and Other Legislation Amendment, Incapacity Payments, Bill 2022, and Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022. I call the clerk.
Report from the Federation Chamber.
Yeah. I have to report that the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill, has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The question is that the bill has been agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. And I call the Minister. Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reader immediately.
Is leave granted? I call the clerk.
Call, please,
Oh,
Deputy
sorry.
Speaker.
I call the Minister. Sorry.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
Is leave granted?
No.
I don't know. All right. So the question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
Right. I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the following reports: the Human Rights Scrutiny Report 4 of 2022 and the Annual Report 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Leave granted. I call the member for McNamara.
I thank the member. I'm very pleased to present the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' Fourth Scrutiny Report of 2022 and its 2021 Annual Report. In the committee's Fourth Scrutiny Report, the committee has considered 17 new bills and 48 legislative instruments and commented on 2 bills. This includes the consideration of the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill 2022. This bill seeks to be extended by a further 12 months the operation of a number of counter-terrorism-related provisions which are due to sunset on 7 December 2022. These include the operation of the control order regime, the preventative detention order regime and stop, search and seizure powers relating to counter-terrorism. In this report, the committee notes that these powers are intended to protect Australia's national security interests and protect against the possibility of terrorist acts in Australia, and so extending these powers could promote the rights to life and security of the person. However, the committee has previously considered the human rights compatibility of these provisions and found that while all of the measures seek to achieve the legitimate objective of trying to prevent terrorist acts, there were questions whether the measures would be effective to achieve this objective, and the measures did not appear to be proportionate. As a result, the committee previously found the measures were likely to be incompatible with a range of human rights. I note that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security conducted a review of the provisions being extended by this bill and reported on in October 2021. The Attorney-General has stated that extending the operation of these provisions by a further 12 months will give the government time to consult on and then implement the government's response to that report. The committee supports the Attorney-General in using the extension to consider the recommendations of the PJCIS and undertake appropriate consultations with stakeholders. However, noting the committee's previous comments, the committee draws its human rights concerns around extending these provisions to the attention of the Attorney-General and our Parliament. Turning to the committee's 2021 annual report, this report covers the period of 1 January to 31 December 2021, a period that I was not the chair of the committee, but I'm pleased to present the report nonetheless, and details a substantial amount of work of the committee. In 2021, the committee tabled 15 scrutiny reports examining 223 bills and 1,769 legislative instruments, commenting on 84 of these. I'm pleased to note that during 2021, in 96% of cases, the human rights analysis of new bills was available to inform members of Parliament prior to the passage of the legislation. The report also provides information about the work of the committee, including the major themes and scrutiny issues arising from the legislation which the committee examined. For example, the committee reports details the committee's August 2021 inquiry examining a legislative instrument relating to Parents Next, and this is a program that some parents must participate in order to remain eligible for the parenting payment. The committee considered there to be a considerable risk that the Parents Next program would impermissibly limit the rights to social security and an adequate standard of living. Following the tabling of the committee's report, a motion to disallow parts of the legislative instrument that rendered participation compulsory was narrowly defeated, and so Parents Next remains compulsory for some parents receiving parenting payment. No formal response to this inquiry was received in the last Parliament, but I'm pleased to advise the House that the committee has now resolved to write to the new Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, inviting him to respond to the committee's findings. I encourage my fellow members and others to examine these reports, and I commend the committee's scrutiny report 4 and the annual report to the chamber. And finally, Speaker, on indulgence, I pay tribute to Ingrid Zapp, who tomorrow will be her final day of 33 years of serving the Senate and including the Human Rights Committee. I'm reliably told that on Friday Ingrid will be hitting the road to spend time with her growing family, and so on behalf of the committee and the House, I thank Ingrid for her outstanding contribution and wish her well for the next chapter in her life.
I thank the member for McNamara. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022, and I welcome the measures on behalf of the people of Warringah. That these measures are intended to appease the cost of living crisis in a small way that is affecting so many Australians. I have to say I was shocked and disappointed to learn just the extent to which people have been impacted by the cost of the current general co-payment. When provided with the numbers, it is quite staggering to understand the extent to which it has had an impact. Ease of access to health care should be a right afforded to all in Australia, and unfortunately it's clear that the current co-payment rate of $42.50 per script has been too expensive for a large segment of our population. Reducing the maximum co-payment to a cap to $30 per script will be a welcome relief to many people. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, some 900,000 Australians either delayed purchasing medication or missed scripts refills altogether between 2019 and 2020 due to the prohibitive costs of medicines on the PBS. That's really quite a shocking number, and it's unacceptable that any Australian should be forced to forego regular health care due to cost. It's not, I think, the Australia that we aspire to be. or the goal from legislation in this place. So I welcome the 29% saving on PBS medicine costs that will benefit Australians and help to appease some of the cost of living strains currently experienced. We must remember that patients are often prescribed multiple concurrent scripts at a time, and some 1 in 5 Australians live with chronic conditions that require perpetual treatment. So whilst we're incredibly lucky to have a subsidised health care in Australia, the cost of the general co-payment when applied to each script can add up very quickly. And it can be a substantial cost to individuals to keep themselves and their families healthy. We should not and cannot allow health care to become unaffordable, even under a subsidised scheme. So if passed, and I sincerely hope it will be, this should have bipartisan support of everyone in this place. The bill will positively impact approximately 19 million Australians who will be eligible for savings when accessing medicines on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. The savings to individuals will be substantial, with those filling a single monthly script estimated to save nearly $150 per year. For those filling multiple scripts each month, the savings will continue to increase accordingly. So I support this bill, and I urge the government to ensure that access to medications is not compromised with a more affordable cost. We must ensure supply always meets demand, and we may see a sharp increase in uptake, and I certainly hope that there has been preparation for this. I seek the government's assurance that the co-payment reduction is the most efficient way to improve affordability to PBS medication. Affordable access to healthcare needs to be the core goal of the amendment, with the benefits being afforded directly to the Australian public. In Warringah, constituents are seeking my help to combat cost of living pressures. Many are doing it tough, and it is expected that things will get worse. We need to appease cost of living pressures, and I certainly hope there will be more announcements from the government in the upcoming budget. But in the meantime, I believe this bill seeks to do this in part and is a good first step. The government needs to implement this correctly and thoughtfully to ensure access and quality is not compromised at any stage, of course. It's not a luxury to have access to quality health care. It always must be ensured. As a federal representative in this place, we must implement reasonable improvements to access and affordability of health care. And I'm aware there are many more things that need to be addressed and changed, but I welcome this first initial step. So I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the member for Warringah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to this bill, the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill of 2022. And while this is a government bill, like most good public policy in this place, it follows the former coalition government's lead in a commitment made in April of this year to reduce the PBS general patient charge by $10. This was the single most significant change to the cost of and access to medications since the PBS was introduced more than 70 years ago. The Coalition has a strong record of providing Australians with timely, affordable access to effective medicines, cancer treatments and services. In this respect, I acknowledge the unequalled work of my predecessor, Greg Hunt, who as Health Minister between 2017 and 2022 was the best friend of those who rely on Australia's Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. During the time of the previous government, more than 2,900 new or amended listings on the PBS were made at an overall investment of around $16.5 billion. By listing these medications on the PBS, the Coalition ensured Australians can have access to affordable, life-saving medications that would otherwise cost thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars without any subsidy. This took medicines which were out of the reach of almost every Australian, costing hundreds and thousands of dollars, and made them accessible for less than $6.80 with a concession card. Some of the final listings of the previous government, under the then Minister for Health, my predecessor in the great electorate of Flinders, Greg Hunt, were life-altering medications. Zolgensma for the treatment of spinal muscular atrophy in children less than 9 months old. This treatment serves approximately 20 patients each year, but before subsidy it would have cost them more than $2.5 million per treatment. Now it's less than $6.80 with a concession card. Then there was Trodelvy for the treatment of triple-negative breast cancer, which now saves an average of 580 patients each year $80,000 per course of treatment. In my first speech in this place on Monday, I discussed the loss of my mothercraft nurse Molly to melanoma in 2015, a cancer I myself had developed but survived a few years earlier. In just that time, since 2015 to now, the changes made to the PBS by the former government means melanoma is now a manageable form of cancer for many, if not most. In March 2020, the coalition government expanded the PBS listing of Opdivo for advanced melanoma. Opdivo is a breakthrough immunotherapy drug which helps the body's own immune system to find, attack and destroy cancer cells. Without that PBS expansion, around 1,500 patients a year would have had to pay more than $100,000 per course. I know better than most that these listings change lives. The Coalition remains absolutely committed to ensuring Australians have access to affordable medicines when they need them. Of course, while this copying of Coalition policy is most welcome, we do know on this side what Labor's record has been on the PBS in the past. In the 2011 budget, the then government deferred the listing of products on the PBS until fiscal circumstances permit. For those who question this, I can help you with your homework. It can be found in the 2011-12 budget papers, Section 2, Departmental Outcomes, Part 2, Access to Pharmaceutical Services. In layman's terms, the Labor government stopped listing medicines. This included medicines for endometriosis and IVF, schizophrenia, prostate conditions, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma. In addition, in 2011, Labor's then Minister for Health and Ageing, Nicola Roxon, put out a media release which stated, "The government has also considered a number of other medicines, such as medicines for conditions where existing treatments are already available on the PBS, but has decided to defer listing of these medicines at the current time. These medicines will be reconsidered for listing when circumstances permit." In announcing this legislation, the Albanese government highlighted the reduction as a cost of living relief measure. However, it does not take effect until next year. And while the opposition supports reducing the cost of medicines, we note that it does not kick in until January, and that this is the only cost of living relief measure the Albanese government has announced and implemented so far. Australians need help now. The government must outline what actions they are taking to alleviate the significant cost of living pressures families are experiencing across Australia. So we support Labor's announcement to reduce the maximum general co-payment for medicines on the PBS, noting its copycat nature, made after our own election commitment to reduce the co-payment back to 2008 levels. Given Labor's record of failing to list medicines on this PBS, we will be watching them carefully when it comes to this extremely important part of our healthcare system. The Coalition will continue to hold Labor to account for its promises to the Australian people and advocate to make medicines cheaper for Australians. Thank you.
I thank the member for Flinders and I call the Assistant Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, over the last 2 days, the House of Representatives has debated legislation to introduce the biggest cut to the cost of medicines for Australian households in the 75-year history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. That's right. A cut for general patients of almost 30% to the maximum cost of their scripts, from $42.50 to just $30. It was a Labor government that first introduced the legislation to make life-saving drugs more affordable, and the Albanese government remains committed to ensuring that the PBS continues to enable Australians access to affordable medicines. After almost a decade of Liberal neglect, the costs of living are soaring, with many Australians cutting back on essentials to make ends meet. They're being forced to choose between filling prescriptions for potentially life-saving medicines and providing for their families. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to reduce the maximum general patient co-payment under the PBS from the current maximum of $42.50 to $30. From the 1st of January 2023, around 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions over $30 will benefit through this Albanese government initiative. People filling a prescription for one medication per month will save around $150 a year, while a family filling prescriptions for 2 or 3 medications per month could save $300 to $450 per year. The bill will ease the cost of living pressures that Australian households are experiencing around the country, but this bill will also have a profound benefit for public health. There's no doubt that all Australians place great value on the medicines and essential health care the PBS provides. All Australians deserve access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care. As the member for Robertson reminded us through his contribution to this debate, the essence of this bill can be captured in 3 words: equity, equality and access. The Australian Bureau of Statistics has told us that as many as 900,000 Australians every single year are choosing to go without medicines that their doctor has prescribed for their health. Medicines that their doctor has said is important for the maintenance of their good health. Pharmacist after pharmacist had told stories of their customers coming into their pharmacy and putting the number of scripts on their counter and asking for advice about which ones they can go without because they can't afford to fill all of their scripts that the doctor has said is important to their health. Members contributing to this debate have highlighted the positive reactions they have received from their local communities in support of this bill, and have recounted many community interactions which highlight the direct and significant impact the passage of this bill will have on individuals and families right across Australia. We heard from my good colleague, the member for Dobell, right here, and how, as a pharmacist, she has seen first-hand patients who've walked into the pharmacy after a medical appointment, handed her a bunch of prescriptions for their family and asked which medications could they skip or avoid. She spoke about yesterday a mother who asked her if her 2 children could share a bottle of antibiotic mixture because she couldn't afford to purchase 2. We heard from the member for Corangamite, who relayed the experience of a local pharmacist who's working every day with people in the community who can't afford their prescription medicines. Some of these people come with chronic illness and are foregoing their own health needs in order to pay for necessary medications for their children or to pay for food or power bills. We heard from the member for Robertson, who saw patients present at his emergency department because they were unable to afford any of their prescription medicines. We know this policy will make a difference because Australians are telling us. This bill will ensure patients receive the essential medical care needed to prevent serious illness and stay healthy. It will also allow Australians to shop around to get the best price for their medicine. The bill will ensure that no Australian will be worse off under this change by including provisions to allow pharmacies to continue offering discounts at current levels to their customers. Right now, Australians are paying the price for a decade of missed opportunity and drift. Through this bill, we will make a real difference to household budgets for millions of families, but also to people's health. Just like Medicare, it was Labor that built the PBS, and Labor will always protect it so that all Australians can access affordable medicines when they need them. I thank all the members for their contributions to the debate on this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those opinions say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If it's the wish of the House, I'll move in third reading immediately. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
The question is, Minister.
I move
yes.
that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I understand that is the wish of the House. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Financial Accountability Regime Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022, the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill 2022 and the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Collection Bill 2022. There being no objections, the Chair will allow that course to be followed, and I call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia has a strong financial services sector. It's one of the bedrocks of our economy, and we want it to remain that way. It's been remarkably strong over the past decade. In fact, it served us extremely well through the financial crisis, when many financial services sectors suffered badly around the world. Ours was very much amongst the strongest. It's important that it stay that way, and it's also important that legislation that builds on the Coalition's work on implementing the Banking Royal Commission recommendations be followed through. We will not delay the progress of this bill or these bills through the Parliament. However, I should say it is disappointing that the government has sought to expand the scope of these bills from what was introduced before the election without further consultation. Extremely disappointing. And for these reasons, we will support the bills going to committee to truly examine the impact of these new provisions. We think that's the right way to deal with the fact that there hasn't been consultation on the changes along the way. So let me start with the Banking Royal Commission. Whilst our financial services system has served us well, we cannot ignore that the Royal Commission was necessary. We called it, we committed to implement its recommendations, and we committed to taking action on all 76 recommendations and additional commitments contained in the final report of the Banking Superannuation and Financial Services RC, Royal Commission. Significant progress has been made, and the long road to implement these changes is now reaching its conclusion. And indeed, on the 11th of March this year, our former government, released the Quality of Advice Review terms of reference and announced the appointment of Michelle Levy as the reviewer. That review has now been delivered, in its draft form at least, and is expected to finalise its report by the end of the year. With the reintroduction of these bills, the last of the legislative commitments to implement the Royal Commission's recommendations will be completed. But with the final pieces of legislation being introduced in the last sitting week, we now have an opportunity to look at what is next for the banking sector. Now, as I say, we won't impede the bills coming through the Parliament. We do welcome the introduction and the government's decision to retain the primary financial accountability regime and compensation of last resort legislation, largely in its same shape and form. However, it's important to note that the decision to staple consumer credit reform on the financial sector reform bill means that more scrutiny is required. It's particularly necessary as these reforms, unlike the primary Banking Commission legislation, have been substantially revised from the legislation that was before the previous Parliament. We won't wave through reforms that could have material impacts on consumers and small business. As I say, we will ask for this to move to committee. Now, a couple of other comments I would like to make about this legislation. The Financial Accountability Regime Bill, which is part of the package here, took action to implement 5 recommendations of the Financial Services Royal Commission. In response to the Commission, the Coalition made a further commitment to extend the executive accountability regime to entities regulated solely by ASIC, and that's particularly in the insurance industry and the broader financial services industry, and we will progress this further commitment following the initial implementation of the regime to all APRA-regulated entities as well. Those bare standards, established standards, clear standards which were established for the banking industry are absolutely appropriate for this extension. A couple of comments on the Financial Services Compensation of Last Resort scheme. We introduced this legislation to facilitate the payment of compensation to eligible consumers who have received a determination from AFCA, the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, which remains unpaid. This forms part of the first tranche of the legislation to implement the government response to the Hayne Royal Commission. It will facilitate the payment of compensation to eligible consumers who have received a determination from AFCA. Consumers who have an unpaid AFCA determination relating to personal advice, credit intermediation, securities dealing or credit provision will be eligible to receive up to $150,000 in compensation. That's broadly equivalent to the £85,000 limit on compensation that's available under the UK Financial Services Compensation Scheme. In fact, with the recent movements in the pound, I suspect it's very generous relative to the UK scheme. We provided in MyEFO $45 million in new funding under the Measure Compensation Scheme of Last Resort establishment to support that proceeding. We do note that a broad-based scheme risks exposing the financial system to significant costs, and we've certainly seen that in the UK. But, like the financial accountability regime, the bills are largely identical to the legislation we introduced when we were in government. The same applies to the Financial Sector Reform Bill. The components are very close to what we proposed. However, it is important to get the balance right on this area. It's hugely important to get it right, and getting it wrong can have some very unexpected and untoward impacts. We did take action to implement reforms to enhance financial inclusion and ensure Australian consumers accessing small amount credit contracts and consumer leases are better protected. We are disappointed with the alterations we've seen on the initial legislation. Under the legislation we brought forward, new consumer protections would have reduced the risk of consumers being overcommitted to small amount credit contracts and the consumer leases by limiting the proportion of income which can be attributed to these products. Under the Coalition's bill, SAC providers, those small amount credit contract providers and consumer lessors, will be inhibited from providing a SAC or a lease that would result in a person who receives 50% or more of their net income from Centrelink from devoting more than 20% of their income to SAC and consumer lease repayments, with no more than 10% of this being allocated towards SAC payments. So we had established what we think is an appropriate balance, but under the government reforms, as currently drafted, there are likely to be substantial impacts to loan terms and access to consumer credit, and that is a matter of concern to us. While consumers do need to be protected, particularly with rising interest rates and cost of living, it's important to make sure for those customers and lenders who do responsibly utilise small amount credit contracts, they are not shut out from the credit that can help them manage their cash flow and deal with unexpected life events. This is not a time when we want to shut down credit provision to consumers. We want to make sure that that credit is available. I think as we go into a period where interest rates are pushing their way up towards, for mortgagees, 7% or approaching that kind of level, with bond rates already for May now expected to reach more like 4.3%. This is a time when access to credit is going to be absolutely crucial to people across our regions, across our suburbs, and people who most need access to credit for a short-term reason to get through some of life's contingencies. We don't want to see those credit opportunities being locked out. So whilst we won't deny the bill a second reading, it is important that the parliament assess and monitor the impacts of this change on consumers. Subject to those caveats, we commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Hume and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this collection of bills, and I congratulate the Assistant Treasurer and the Treasury for their hard work in getting these bills ready so early in the 47th Parliament. Deputy Speaker, without shadow of a doubt, these bills will make the financial services sector in Australia a fairer place for consumers and will protect vulnerable citizens from predatory business practices. The main part of the package that I wish to focus on today is the introduction of regulations regarding small amount credit contracts, or SACCs. SACCs encompass things like payday lending and buy now, pay later lending. For too long, these companies have been operating in what essentially a regulatory Wild West. With no government oversight, they've taken advantage of that fact. The activities of these companies prey on Australia's most vulnerable, and their predatory practices put countless low-income families and individuals under severe financial stress. We've known about the problems associated with SACCs for a while now. The former government commissioned a review into the laws governing SACCs in 2015, which reported back to government in early 2016. Unfortunately, despite early signs that the former government would implement the recommendations of the report, legislation was never passed. In the 46th Parliament, there were a number of attempts by both Labor and the crossbench to bring reform to this sector. Unfortunately, these attempts were not supported by the former government, and as a result, despite knowing about the problems for at least 6 years following the review, nothing had been done to fix them. That's 6 years where this parliament should have acted, yet didn't. 6 years of predatory organisations exploiting weak regulations to rip off consumers and push Australians into financial crisis. Now, in the first few months of the new government, we are acting to do what the former government failed to do. We're acting to strengthen consumer protections and help to ensure that predatory lending practices are stamped out. If you want to get a picture of the extreme predatory behaviour of some of these companies, you just need to walk down a main street of some of the poorer suburbs of Australia, areas with disproportionate levels of low income. If you walk down streets in suburbs like Dandenong in Melbourne or Campbelltown in Sydney, you'll find there are actually ATMs offering instant payday loans. Now, these ATMs are in those areas for a reason. They're not in Manly, they're not in Toorak, but they're in the most disadvantaged areas of the country, preying on people's desperation and their vulnerabilities. They're for the sole purpose of making money off the most vulnerable in our society. SACC providers use glossy marketing and slick campaigns to draw people in. They promise the world but rob you in the fine print. Excessive handling and establishment fees mean that while no interest is charged by law, people are paying 20% extra on their principal loan as an establishment fee and an extra 4% each month. This means, for example, for a loan of $2,000 paid off over 12 months, consumers will pay $3,360. These loans are insidious and they're becoming unavoidable. They're everywhere. More and more, everywhere that we turn or shop, we are bombarded with options to pay later, buy now, pay later, or to take out loans to provide an immediate solution to a financial issue. You can even buy now, pay later for food deliveries. You genuinely can't make this up. It is the worst excesses of the capitalist system when left unchecked. That these financial companies are offering people unaffordable loans in order for them to buy food is unbelievable. To give you an idea of some of the harm these lenders do, Care Financial Services from my electorate has provided me with a few incredibly troubling case studies. Of course, names have been changed. Frank is in his mid-30s and works full-time and has a partner and young son. About 18 months ago, every parent's worst fears became a reality for Frank when his 18-month-old son became ill and was hospitalised for nearly 6 weeks. While still working, Frank travelled back and forth to be with his son, staying in hotel accommodation during this time. He turned to payday loans to help meet unexpected expenses during this stressful time. He took out about 10 payday loans during the time his son was in hospital and in the weeks after, as he struggled to keep up with accommodation costs, household bills and the high repayments incurred in his growing payday loan debts. Frank says payday lenders allowed him to borrow multiple loans, and he doubts that they could have reasonably concluded that he had the capacity to repay them. He estimates that he owes more than $6,000 to about 10 different payday loan providers. Some of the loans were taken out to keep up with the debt spiral he was in. Frank says that these debts have left him feeling overwhelmed and stuck, and he is now on a mental health treatment plan. Unable to keep up with his debts, Frank states he tried to deal with the payday lenders himself, including negotiating payment arrangements, but some of the payday lenders have been difficult to deal with. Sarah is a single parent whose primary income comes from the disability support pension. In early 2019, Sarah and her child both needed a computer to study and access course materials at home. Sarah went to a local store and saw a computer advertised for just under $1,000. She didn't have the money to buy the computer outright and asked if there was a lay-by option. She was advised that this wasn't possible, but that she could apply for a loan to buy the computer. She took that advice and applied for a $1,000 payday loan. This application was rejected, but the lender advised Sarah that she could have a greater chance of obtaining a loan if she applied for a higher amount. The application for a larger loan was approved. This assessment of sustainability describes Sarah's monthly expenditure on groceries as just over $220, and there is no mention of her rent obligations. In the documents, the lender recorded that the borrower's purpose was to buy a computer for a little over $1,350, a computer that was advertised for just under $1,000. The loan document also says that a commission of approximately $200 was to be paid by the lender to the store for introducing Sarah's credit business. The loan documents state the total amount payable under the loan was a little over $2,300 for a computer that retails for under $1,000. This is the kind of behaviour that we're dealing with here. This bill also is relevant to consumer leases. A consumer lease, also marketed as a rent-to-buy scheme, lets people rent items, for example a laptop, white goods or furniture for a set period. The person makes regular payments until the lease ends. Despite often being charged significantly more than the recommended retail price of the goods, at the end of the lease the consumer does not own the goods. In one case, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission found that a dryer with a retail price of $345 cost $3,042 through a consumer lease. This is equivalent to an interest rate of 884%. And of course, these leases are usually marketed towards people who cannot afford the relatively small amounts of money to purchase these goods up front. Deputy Speaker, this package of bills implements a range of measures to reform this sector. Firstly, the establishment of an accountability regime for financial sector companies, as recommended by the Banking Royal Commission. Second, the establishment of a compensation scheme of last resort for victims of financial misconduct, also recommended by the Banking Royal Commission. And third, the implementation of the government's response to the long outstanding SACS review. The previous government introduced but never passed that legislation that responded to some recommendations of the SACS review. The consumer protections in this legislation go further than those proposed by the previous government. Schedule 4 to the bill introduces a number of amendments to the National Consumer Credit Protection Act to strengthen consumer protections for both SACS and consumer leases. These include cost caps that limit what lessors can charge under consumer leases, caps on net income that consumers can spend on SACS and consumer lease payments, requiring SACS to have equal repayment intervals to prevent providers extending loans to increase the amount of fees they can collect, and extending the prohibition of unsolicited offers of SAC products to previously unsuccessful loan applicants and prohibiting certain predatory marketing practices for consumer leases. The bill also introduces broad anti-avoidance provisions. The CEO of Financial Counsellors Australia has said of this bill that financial counsellors are delighted that this long-awaited legislation has finally been introduced to the parliament. Every day we see clients with high-cost payday loans and consumer leases that they struggle to pay. The most important part of the bill will be in the accompanying regulations that will cap the amount a person can pay for each product to 10% of their income. This will make it less likely that people will end up trapped in a never-ending cycle of debt. Deputy Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to really thank and acknowledge the incredible advocates of these reforms, and in particular the thousands of financial counsellors around the country that help people in their lowest moments. These people are dedicating their lives to helping others, and they are really at the coalface of that interface, as I said, with the worst excesses of capitalism and its impact on vulnerable Australians. I want to particularly thank the counsellors from Care Financial Counselling in my electorate, the CEO, Carmel Franklin, and specifically Deb Shroot. Care is an incredible institution who help thousands every year. In 2021, through Care's counselling, over $1,546,000 of debt held by Canberrans was either waived or reduced, and almost $171,000 of assistance was provided to members of the public in the form of a community loan to help them get through hard times. Deputy Speaker, Canberra, as I'm often saying in this place, Canberra has a high median income, and it does make it a particularly difficult place to be poor. It is the most expensive city in Australia to rent. The work of Care and other counselling institutions is vital for the financial well-being of so many in our community. But Care can't do it alone. They need government, both federal and territory, to help those who most need it. This bill goes some way to ensuring that these worst abuses don't continue in this space and protects consumers from the more predatory aspects of this type of lending. Financial counsellors have been ringing the alarm bell for years. It's their tireless campaigning that ensures these changes happen. And again, I just want to thank them for every day fronting up the important work that they do. I think it would be remiss not to acknowledge too that part of the problem here is people facing a cost of living crisis on terribly low incomes. Last term, when I did the Care Financialing Day in the Life program and talked with them, and I met some of the clients, it was obvious that people who are living on social security payments are already some of the best budgeters in Australia. They have to be in order to make ends meet on these fixed and relatively low incomes. And part of the problem, it became clear in talking to these people, was not the way that they budgeted, of course, but the fact that these incomes were simply too low to live on. So I just want to acknowledge that government really does have a role in ensuring that we do have a strong and adequate social safety net, and that these reforms will go some way to addressing some of the worst things that people on very low incomes in our country are facing. But there is more that we can do to ensure that we better address poverty in this country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Canberra. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on these four bills in cognate debate. And as the Deputy Speaker would well know, having had a background in financial services prior to coming into this place, I always have a deep and abiding interest when we're doing stuff in the financial services sector. And can I say at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be proud in this country of our financial services sector by and large. If we go back even to the global financial crisis, it's fair to say, whilst not everything was perfect, our economy and our financial services sector came through it reasonably well. That being said, there were errors, missteps and things that could have been done better, which ultimately led to the Banking Royal Commission. And the member for Wide Bay, who's in the chamber here, was one of those on our side that pushed for that Royal Commission. And I think it's fair to say that the revelations at the Royal Commission were disappointing to many and all of us in this chamber. And the reason I say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that our big financial services companies, our banks, our insurance companies, have a social licence from our community to do what they do. And I expect, as I'm sure everybody else in this place does, for those organisations to uphold that social licence and the responsibility that goes with that. To see the revelations of the Financial Services Royal Commission to me was enormously disappointing as somebody who had a career in that industry before coming to this place. So I'm pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see this latest tranche of bills come to the House to further implement the recommendations from that Royal Commission. As we look at these bills, it's important to reflect on what they are seeking to achieve. Now, the Coalition has already taken action to implement 5 of the recommendations from the Royal Commission. The financial accountability regime will extend what is currently known as the Banking Executive Accountability Regime to all entities regulated by the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority and impose a strengthened responsibility and accountability framework within those institutions. In response to the Financial Services Royal Commission, the Coalition made a further commitment to extend the executive accountability regime to those entities regulated solely by ASIC, and the Coalition will progress this further commitment following the initial implementation of the regime to APRA-regulated entities. The BEAR establishes clear standards of conduct by imposing a strengthened responsibility and accountability framework for directors and the most senior executives of ADIs. And the financial accountability regime in this bill will extend this responsibility and accountability framework across all APRA-regulated industries. In doing so, the FAR is intended to increase the transparency and accountability of our financial entities in these industries, and we would hope, as a result, improve risk culture and governance for both prudential and conduct purposes. The bill introduces these new financial accountability regimes across banking, insurance and superannuation, and it will strengthen the accountability framework for those sectors. In addition, this set of bills introduces the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, which the Coalition, when it was in government, brought to this House in late 2021, was subsequently referred to a committee for further review, and that committee recommended the bill proceed. With the effluxion of time and the election, that lapsed, and the government is now reintroducing this bill into the House. The Compensation Scheme of Last Resort is designed to provide compensation to those consumers who have had a determination through AFCA that remains unpaid as a result of maybe the organisation that had to pay the compensation going broke or into administration and not having the funds, pardon me, not having the funds available to make that payment. The scheme will limit the compensation to $150,000 per case, and this is broadly equivalent to the £85,000 limit of compensation available under the UK Financial Services Compensation Scheme. Now, I do note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whilst the government was in opposition, they did raise the possibility of including MISs in this, and I can see the minister in the chamber, and thank him for the discussion that we had today. And I'm pleased to see that the government has sought not to include MISs in this legislation. Otherwise, I think the cost to this would be unmanageable and unbearable. That being said, those people who do run MISs equally, as I said, we're holding our superannuation funds and our banks and our insurance companies to account through this legislation. I would put them on notice that I'm firmly of the view that MIS managers and promoters equally have a fiduciary responsibility to their investors, and this is not certainly not in any way a carte blanche for them to go about and do some of the reprehensible things that we've seen done in that space over the years as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of these measures are designed to ensure that consumers, when they get the advice or the services that they are seeking, that is in accordance with what the requirements are that they're seeking the assistance for, and that if it is not, they get appropriately compensated. And I think, given that we have a body like AFCA that makes those determinations, and I'm very proud of the fact that when we were in government, we established AFCA through the merger of a number of other complaint resolution processes into a one-stop shop for all financial services queries and complaints and concerns, and I think AFCA by and large do an extraordinary job in that case. The Financial Sector Reform Bill also implements some of the recommendations from the Small Account Credit Review, and those have been around for some time now, I think since 2016. And I agree with much of what the member for Canberra had to say in her contribution on the small account credit contracts. I would, however, caution that in some instances, people in those situations where they do require credit, I want to ensure that in those instances they still have access to credit where it's needed. But I certainly concur with the position that they shouldn't be paying well over the odds for either the white goods or the computers or other things they require in that process. So I'm pleased to see the measures in this bill, and I hope that through this continuous process of improving the regulation in the financial services sector, we see a sector that is better run, more focused on the needs of consumers in our society and in our community, because we know ultimately that it is our financial services sector that provides the finance, the payment systems, the capacity for our economy to operate, and it is critically important that the Australian people have a confidence in our financial services sector that it is delivering the services and the products in a way that benefits them, and that they can trust and ensure that the services that they are paying for or seeking are properly delivered, and if not, through complaints mechanisms like AFCA, if they're found not to be appropriately delivered for their benefit and compensation is due as a result, they should be duly compensated. I support the bills.
I thank the member for Ford. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. rise to speak in support of the three bills that we're debating concurrently here before the House. And yes, we continue to work through the recommendations of the Hayne Royal Commission, and I'm not absolutely certain whether there are many final recommendations from that after these bills are progressed that need to be brought before us to complete that process. But I'm very pleased to be speaking on the progression of these bills. I think that all the outcomes of these bills will be a good thing for ensuring that we've got a robust, transparent, well-run financial system that is doing what it needs to do for our economy, and also being kept properly regulated and having an appropriate amount of oversight in place, so that we're protecting the people of Australia as well, and we don't have a financial system that can in any way exploit unfairly vulnerable people or any people, bluntly. The first element being the financial accountability regime, which is really expanding the current BEAR, the Bank Executive Accountability Regime, to include other financial institutions. And I think the BEAR was a sensible, very necessary piece of legislation that absolutely is ensuring that the highest standards are in place for people who hold significant positions in banking institutions, on boards and in senior executive roles, and that we had unfortunately seen far too many examples of poor, if not bad conduct in those institutions, and an inability to properly hold particular individuals to account for their role in leadership positions in these institutions, and therefore perhaps not having as much pressure on them as there should have been to ensure that their conduct was to the highest of standards. And so extending that to insurance companies and other institutions in superannuation, etc., in the financial sector seems completely obvious. And I know that this has been this part of the bill has been in some way, shape or form meant to be coming before us in the previous term, and so I commend the government on bringing this forward to us now, and I think that that's a very sensible evolution of the BEAR into the FAR, and hopefully that is as comprehensive as we need to be, but no doubt when it comes to the regulation and oversight of the financial sector, which is a very robust, complicated and fast-moving sector, no doubt maybe at some point we look at it again, but I do believe on the face of it that that does pick up the necessary elements of the financial sector to have the same sort of oversight that the deposit-taking institutions have, and so we welcome the outcome of the BEAR becoming the FAR. The next, the compensation scheme of last resort. So again, obviously, we've seen examples of people who have received determinations through AFCA, the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. And to quickly digress, as a Member of Parliament, I'm sure most of us at some point have had cause to refer constituents and support constituents with matters to AFCA. And they're a very important institution that we've got, and they do a lot of work for people in an extremely frightening circumstance. And I've certainly dealt with constituents who have had large amounts of money disappear from bank accounts and things like that, other scams, etc. And so it's good to have a robust organisation like AFCA to work with when people are in a desperate situation, having experienced things like that. But of course, this compensation scheme of last resort creates a fund from this levy, one-off levy, that will mean that where people do get a determination of financial misconduct, if that's sort of not very helpful, if the entity has perhaps become insolvent, gone bankrupt, in the meantime, and there's no money for that guilty party to meet the determination against them. You know, we have these schemes of last resort in other parts of our society for different reasons, and we are talking about people, you know, who have been taken advantage of, who have, you know, probably lost something close to, if not the entirety of their life savings, and large amounts of money for people involved. It's capped at $150,000, and I think that's important because that really means that the people that are, you know, getting these determinations, that first $150,000 for vulnerable people will be an extremely significant amount of money for them. If they've had a determination towards that amount or over that amount, then that's clearly a very significant amount of money that they've lost. And where there's actually been a determination to say that there's been, you know, financial misconduct and they should be compensated by an amount of money up to maybe exceeding $150,000, but can get up to $150,000 under the scheme, I'm sure there's a lot of people that this will be a life-changing outcome for them, and take an awful situation that they will have been through if they've gotten to the point of having that determination from AFCA, that they will have gotten to a point where this compensation to them of up to $150,000 will mean that they've had hopefully in most cases a very just outcome, and they get the money back that they deserve to get back. So I think again that's a good outcome that I'm pleased to support progressing through the House. Just with the small credit loans, I know that this has been a more area of a little bit of friction over the past, and not in the last parliament that I recall, but I think in the parliament before there's certainly been at times when issues around the small amount credit has been discussed and debated in this chamber, effectively payday loans. I think, to be fair, this is an area where there's no absolute black and white, right or wrong answer, because there is a risk that if we are too prescriptive with regulation in this area, that the criminal world steps in and does something that the legal oversighted sector should absolutely do. We don't want anyone in a situation where they're engaging with organised criminals and the sort of dark players and dark actors out there that prey on vulnerable people in a variety of ways. And we all know that within organised crime, one of their many elements to their business model is lending money. And we clearly don't want to get the regulation in this area wrong to the extent, or so tight to the extent, that people are forced into the criminal world out of absolute desperation to get access to short-term loans because they're in that desperate situation, and we've closed off legal avenues for them. I absolutely concede that there are as many problems on the other side in having too lax a regime in place, and that vulnerable people can be tricked and preyed upon by legitimate operators in the lending in the lending marketplace if we don't properly oversee them and their conduct and the way in which they operate, because unfortunately we are talking about extremely vulnerable people who have to access this kind of finance, and it's almost always in circumstances of significant desperation, and that means they are very easily preyed upon. And so getting that balance right, I think is it's not just a current challenge, it will be an ongoing challenge. And the other thing clearly that we'll have to be wary of in this small amount credit contract sort of space, as it's formally known, is as technology develops and as there are other ways for people to operate in this marketplace. I mean, this is a broad challenge in the financial sector, of course, But again, the online world and other technological development which may lead to avenues being created, particularly in this space, to prey upon people and exploit them, we are going to have to be vigilant, and I think there's going to be ongoing reform, including at a legislative level, that we probably will be needing to consider in this space into the future. But I do commend this set of measures to the chamber. The Royal Commission has, given us a lot of valuable recommendations to pursue, and they have been being worked through over a number of years now. So this is really a part of that process to put in place recommendations where there's legislation required. In this case, without completely recapping the remarks I've already given, I think in each of the cases that are addressed, we are going to see a good outcome for the people of this country and the protection of them from exploitation, but also having a robustness around our financial sector, because it is absolutely the engine room of our economy. The financial sector are really the lifeblood, the artery of the economy. We're seeing now and we're understanding now. People, for the first time in their lives, are starting to see changes in the financial sector that they didn't fully understand, and things like interest rates moving up rapidly, etc. People are better understanding just how significant the financial sector is and how much they've got to be aware of these sorts of things, but also how important the sector is to our economy and how important it is for us as a government to undertake an appropriate amount of oversight and regulation without getting in the way of the system doing all it can to contribute to the growth of our economy and the betterment of our country. With those comments, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the introduction of the Financial Sector Reform Bill as a response to the Financial Services Royal Commission that made recommendations in 2019. Efficient financial services regulations are essential to ensure accountability within the sector and to make sure that our financial institutions are acting with honesty, skill and diligence. Financial regulations are particularly important when they affect people who are already vulnerable. We owe a duty of care to the most vulnerable to ensure that the financial sector is transparent, coherent and truthful. This is why I'm pleased to see more stringent regulations applied under Schedule 4 of the bill to small amount credit contracts, which most of us know as buy now, pay later services. The catchphrase for buy now, pay later is that it's easy and accessible. Unfortunately, this includes people who are already in or at risk of financial hardship. Buy now, pay later is not marketed as credit, and with no affordability assessment, it can easily get you into debt. The final review of the Small Amount Credit Contract Laws Review, which was established to consider and report on the effectiveness of these laws, was published in March 2016, so 5.5 years ago. Some of the recommendations included enhancing consumer protections for buy now, pay later schemes, putting a cap on the cost of consumer leases, making a more robust anti-avoidance provision so that all buy now, pay later schemes are regulated equally. And each of these recommendations is essential to protect our kids, our elderly and our low-income earners in the community. I'm not convinced by the member for Sturt's argument that the only alternative to buy now, pay later is loans from criminals. We need to accept the challenge to ensure that we have a safety net that produces other alternatives other than exorbitant interest or loans from organised crime. I wanted to tell the parliament about the impact of buy now, pay later on people in Perth who have sought support from financial counsellors. Earlier this year, Alex and Ash, aged 19 and 20, presented for financial counselling accompanied by their parents. At the initial appointment, a total of 12 buy now, pay later accounts and 4 loans were disclosed, amounting to more than $20,000 between them. All these loans were obtained online with no financial assessment or proof of income required. The credit was accrued largely for retail items like clothing and shoes. These young people were employed, earning under $20,000 per year each, supplemented by Centrelink allowances. As their parents considered them financial dependents, they had paid to clear previous debts. But as it was a recurring issue, they sought help through financial counselling for education. All buy now, pay later providers insisted on repayment arrangements, with some matters having to be escalated to internal dispute resolution. And the financial counsellor revisited the budget based on the repayments that had been agreed. With the repayments, their expenses exceeded their fortnightly income. These young people were fortunate to be supported by their parents, who would cover the cost of food and housing. Now, while this was a learning experience for these young people, it's also an example of the consequences of easily accessible credit online. And this is just one of many stories. Data from the Financial Counselling Network in Perth shows that 62% of buy now, pay later users were on government benefits, 37% were not in the labour force, and many of these clients presented for financial counselling as they were struggling to manage on a low or restricted income, and many were impacted by mental health. Financial counsellors and financial coaches told me some of their concerns with buy now, pay later. Buy now, pay later services are used to supplement insufficient income. So many clients are reporting purchasing gift cards from buy now, pay later providers to purchase essential items including food and petrol. For users on low income, a significant percentage of their income goes towards meeting buy now, pay later repayment obligations, impacting other financial obligations and leading to higher reliance on emergency relief, as well as contributing to growing utility debt and rent arrears. It's too simple to access buy now, pay later with no safeguards such as income, serviceability or credit checks by various providers. Financial coaches have observed that the behavioural change in mindset as buy now, pay later services become popular. This has prompted a potential decline of long-term saving habits, as buy now, pay later enables impulsive spending and overcommitment. There's heavy advertising of buy now, pay later in stores and online, and many counselling clients report having multiple accounts and don't view buy now, pay later as credit. Clients were hesitant to seek hardship assistance for buy now, pay later debts and generally preferred to prioritise these instalments and seek hardship for utility and essentials. Often and shrewdly, they're marketed as a budgeting tool, and clients view buy now, pay later as a contingency plan and don't want to risk losing access. The tightening of the regulations around accessing buy now, pay later is overdue, and this bill is a welcome step in the right direction. Promoting fair and transparent marketing of buy now, pay later services would be a good further step to ensure that people understand that they're effectively credit and treat them with appropriate caution.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. No, I'll call the Minister. I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First, can I thank all the members who have contributed to this debate. I'll refer to some of them in my summing up comments. It's been a useful and enlightening discussion in the House. Together, the bills implement the financial accountability regime, the compensation scheme of last resort and the small amount credit contracts and consumer leases reform. Through these bills, the government is finalising the necessary action to ensure that financial institutions are meeting the community's expectations and shifting their focus from profit at all costs to outcomes for all Australians. The financial accountability regime delivers on the government's commitment to finalise the implementation of 5 recommendations from the Banking Royal Commission. The FAR will increase the accountability of financial institutions in the banking, insurance and superannuation industries and their most senior executives and directors, restoring trust and confidence in a sector that plays an integral role in the well-being of Australians and our economy as a whole. The FAR imposes 4 core sets of obligations on accountable entities and accountable persons. Number 1, accountable entities and accountable persons must conduct their business in a proper manner, which includes acting with honesty and integrity and with due skill and diligence. Second, dealing with the Australian Prudential Regulatory Authority, hereafter APRA, and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, hereafter ASIC, shall be in an open, constructive and cooperative way. Third, preventing adverse impacts on the accountable entity's prudential standing. And finally, preventing breaches of certain specified financial services laws by the accountable entity. Important point to make is through this regime, not only will the entity be responsible, but so will certain named individuals within that entity have responsibilities. Further, accountable entities must ensure clear identification of accountabilities for accountable persons in the organisation across key areas of operations and defer at least 40% of the variable remuneration of accountable persons for a minimum period of 4 years. Variable remuneration will be reduced where accountability obligations are breached. That is the sting in the tail. The FAR will be supported by the imposition of notification obligations, which require accountable entities to provide APRA and ASIC with information on responsibilities of their accountable persons, and secondly and importantly, information on breaches of those obligations. APRA and ASIC will jointly administer the FAR. They will have the power to disqualify accountable persons, investigate suspected breaches of the FAR and direct entities to take remedial action, and to apply to the Federal Court to impose a civil penalty on accountable entities. Now, there's been quite some discussion about the compensation scheme of last resort, and I'd like to reiterate and clarify a few matters that have come up in the course of the debate. The government continues to build trust in Australia's financial system, external dispute resolution framework, and remains committed to improving consumer outcomes. Establishing for the first time the compensation scheme of last resort, or the CSLR, implements recommendation 7.1 of the Banking Royal Commission. In doing so, delivers on one of the key outstanding recommendations of the Banking Royal Commission, but also, as the member for Curtin has alluded to in her address, the earlier Ramsay review to the former government. The compensation scheme of last resort will provide compensation of up to $150,000 to consumers. Importantly, those consumers must have received a favourable Australian Financial Complaints Authority determination. That remains unpaid. Obviously, it remains unpaid because in the overwhelming number of circumstances, the entity has gone into administration or is in a liquidation, or the funds just aren't there. The scheme will apply to personal advice on relevant financial products to retail clients, credit intermediation, securities dealing for a retail client, and credit provisions, and will be paid for by industry, reflecting their obligations to their rights and wrongs. The scheme will be operated by a subsidiary of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority. The compensation scheme of last resort will ensure that eligible consumers can have their case heard and be confident that where they are owed compensation, it will be paid. In putting together the CSLR, particularly in relation to the compensation caps, we think we've got the balance right. I know that not everybody agrees with this, but we think we have got the balance right. There has been some discussion, including in the contribution from the member for Forde, about the scope of the CSLR. And I know there are many who have been pushing on the government, and I must admit, you people can look at my speeches on this in previous parliaments and elsewhere, look at the inclusion of managed investment schemes from the beginning of the operation of this scheme into the CSLR. I've considered their submissions, the government has considered their submissions, and Treasury has provided advice. And on the overwhelming balance of all of that advice and all of those submissions, we have decided at this stage to exclude managed investment schemes from the scope of the CSLR. That is not to suggest that there is not a job of work that needs to be done within the managed investment scheme sector, in particular looking at the risks and regulations within that sector. There is. There are questions to be asked about regulation within that sector, and this is something that the government is actually actively considering. but it would not be appropriate to move MISs into the scope of the CSLR until that job of work has been done. It would be unfair to the existing participants, and particularly those on whom a levy will be imposed, to include the much riskier MIS sector into the scope of the scheme at this stage. Can I say something about small amount credit contracts? The SACS and consumer leases reform deliver on the government's commitment to ensure safe and well-regulated consumer markets for credit products, such as small amount credit contracts, also known as payday loans, and consumer leases. Safe and well-regulated markets for consumer credit products are necessary to protect vulnerable consumers from predatory lending. Credit markets safety is essential for credit market efficiency, which also benefits lenders, merchants and the broader economy. The reforms will strengthen the consumer protection framework for consumers of small amount credit contracts and consumer leases through introduction of new obligations for these providers. The measures include enhanced and extended caps on the amount of net income a consumer can spend on a SAC or consumer lease. This will be known as the protected earnings amount. A cap on the total amount of payments that can be made under a consumer lease, require SACs to have equal repayments and equal repayment intervals over the life of the loan. It will prohibit licensees from charging monthly fees in respect of residual term of a loan where a consumer fully repays the loan early. It will prevent certain undesirable, unsolicited marketing practices for payday loans and consumer leases. It will improve the information that must be taken into account in accord in lenders' assessment of affordability of payday loans and consumer leases. It will improve disclosures to consumers and record keeping, and it will enhance penalties and sanctions for breaches of credit laws. There will be broad anti-avoidance measures to ensure that payday lenders and consumer lease providers cannot circumvent the law, and providers of consumer leases within definite terms will be regulated. Can I say something finally about buy now, pay later, as the member for Curtin has raised that in her contribution. I thank her for bringing to the attention of the House the examples of her constituents who have been affected by the behaviour of certain BNPL providers. There is a separate job of work going on inside government. There is actually deep consultations going on inside the sector about the appropriate regulation inside the credit laws of the buy now, pay later sector. So I say to all members of the House, and I invite the member for Curtin to feed this back to her constituents, the government is onto this. The government believes that BNPL should be treated as credit products. We aren't interested in having an argument about whether cleverly drafted contracts fall inside or outside the credit laws. We want to have a conversation with the industry about the appropriate type of regulation so that this product can be safely offered to consumers and there is a level playing field in the operation of the credit markets. The government is committed to ensuring providers do not take advantage of financially vulnerable consumers. I once again thank all members for their contribution to this debate, and I commend the bills to the House.
I thank the Minister for his contribution. And the question is now that the bill be read at time. At the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to provide for a strengthened accountability framework for financial entities in the banking, insurance and superannuation industries and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister?
I move that the bill be read a third time.
All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to provide for a strengthened accountability framework for financial entities in the banking, insurance and superannuation industries and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Second read first. That we have to vote on the second read.
The question is now that the bill be read a second time. The clerk.
Order of the day, number 3, Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is now that the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the minister. No.
Put the question.
Oh, I'll now put the question. Sorry, at the conclusion of the debate. All those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Financial Accountability Regime Act 2022 to establish the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, to amend the National Consumer Credit Protection Act 2009 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be read immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister?
I move that the bill be read a third time.
All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Financial Accountability Regime Act 2022 to establish the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, to amend the National Consumer Credit Protection Act 2009 and for related purposes.
The question is now that the bill be read a second time. I put the question. No, with the clerk again.
Yeah. Me. Government Business Order of the Day, number 4, Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Sorry, the question is now that the bill be read a second time. Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to impose levy on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Minister?
I move that the bill be read a third time.
All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose levy on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes.
The clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day, number 5, Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort Levy Collection Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is now that the bill be read a second time. I put the call, and all of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide for the collection of levy imposed on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
The Minister?
I move that the bill read a third time.
All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to provide for the collection of levy imposed on persons relating to the AFCA scheme and for related purposes. Doing the social services,
I have to report to the Social Services and other legislation amendments incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill of 2022 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber, and the Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purpose of bills has been reported, and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is now that the bill be agreed to. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. The Minister?
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately. Please.
Leave granted.
Leave is granted.
Minister?
Thank you. I move that the bill be read a third time.
Thank the Minister. The Clerk?
No, put the question.
Well, all of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The Clerk?
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
Clerk, so we don't call the Clerk to introduce the bill.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, High Speed Rail Authority Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals Party.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I can inform the House that the opposition will support this bill, but will introduce some substantive amendments to it, not to change the intent, but to bring greater accountability and transparency to the new agency that this government is forming. We acknowledge that this was an election promise. The Australian people have voted. They've given a clear indication of their intent, and it's important that we allow the government to get on with it, but also make sure that the transparency and accountability of this new agency is put in place. And that will be through the amendments that we put through this place, and we would like to work constructively with the government to work through that in making sure that we can give confidence around where high-speed rail may go into the future. High-speed rail has a long history from both sides of this parliament in support, as far back as the 1980s, and have sought many ways in which to expedite it. And while we acknowledge that this new authority will put greater emphasis on it, there are already existing agencies that have undertaken much work around the possibilities and opportunities of fast rail in this country. It's important to understand that the cost of high-speed rail is significant, and we acknowledge the fact that in the election the now government pledged $500 million towards that, and the New South Wales government has recently also pledged around $500 million towards that as well. But if you put this into context, there was a review undertaken in 2012 that estimated the cost of fast rail across the eastern seaboard of around $131 billion. It's $131 billion. So $500 million will not scratch the sides. And if you look at what is estimated by some experts now, in real dollar terms, in today's terms, it's somewhere between $200 and $300 billion. That is a significant amount of money that Australian taxpayers will have to bring forward. And so, therefore, we believe that it's imperative that there are accountability measures, there is transparency to the Australian people around such an investment, and also around the journey towards delivering this, because there has been, as I articulated earlier, since the 1980s, much intent to try and bring high-speed rail to this country, but little delivery. And it's important that we hold that accountability for the people of Australia in spending their money, in trying to bring this to fruition, understanding the opportunities that are there, but it's important that we're honest with the Australian people about the challenges that this piece of infrastructure will bring. It's also important that this doesn't come at the expense of other infrastructure items, particularly like inland rail. And the former infrastructure minister here, who's behind me, the member for Riverina, championed inland rail, along with the member for New England, in making sure that we can get freight from Melbourne to Brisbane in 24 hours, a real economic mindset that he brought to the portfolio in trying to get freight out of this country and to start to pay the bills. Because you can only pay the bills when you put product from this country on a boat and it goes over and we get paid for it. And to get those supply chains moving to be more efficient means that money comes back to this country quicker and into the pockets of those that have the courage and conviction of their own wallet to have a go. And this is a significant investment in our nation's future. And to the member for Riverina who championed this and has delivered much of it, it's important that these commitments towards high-speed rail are not at the expense of inland rail, or to the many other projects, particularly for regional and remote Australia, on roads and airports, in making sure that we aren't the ones that pay the bill for this. So in giving support to this bill, much of what the opposition wants to talk about in terms of what we would be asking for is around ensuring that there is arrangements with the Productivity Commission and Infrastructure Australia to undertake independent assessments of the cost-benefit analysis of high-speed rail. We have to be honest with ourselves. If it costs too much, it's not affordable, it's not achievable, well, let's look each other in the eye and say it can't be done. We need those reports to be made public and tabled here in the Australian Parliament. This is the people's house. The Australian people should see this with the transparency that both sides of the House should be prepared to give. It's their money. We also believe that there needs to be continued and extensive consultation with those communities along proposed corridors. But also I think it's important to understand, and we acknowledge that there will be a 5-member board, that on that board there is at least one person from regional Australia. This will traverse much of regional Australia along the eastern seaboard. And it's important that those voices are heard, that their livelihoods, their lives that will be impacted by this, is heard and has representation in that board. So what this is all about equity, transparency and accountability. That's all the opposition is asking for. We don't intend to get in the road of what we've all agreed is something we should explore. But it's important that we're honest with the Australian people and that we have the measures that give them the confidence that this parliament and this government and future governments are honest with them about the future of high-speed rail in this country, and that we're prepared to make those decisions predicated on science and economics. And if we all believe that, then the amendments, the sound amendments that we're putting forward, aren't irrational. They are ones in which I believe both sides should work constructively towards to making sure that we give confidence to the Australian taxpayer. After all, it's their money. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the Minister for that contribution, or the Shadow Minister. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call. Oh, you're seeking the call. We normally go alternative. They've got member for Higgins in the. I give the call to the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to transport, Australians want options. It's all about alleviating congestion, boosting convenience and protecting the climate. The relatively small size of Higgins at 39 square kilometres means that my constituents face the irritations of road congestion on a daily basis. The people of Higgins welcome measures that take cars off the road, and they also care deeply about the environment. Transport in Australia is the third largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for 18% of our total burden. Emissions from transport have been increasing every year since 1990, with the exception of 2020 during the early phase of the pandemic. Road transport makes up the bulk of our transport emissions, indicating that any intervention that reduces our dependency on cars is going to have an impact on overall emissions. Australia is a wide brown land with horizons stretching as far as the eye can see. Distances are vast, and as a result, we have become over-reliant on planes for intercity travel. Aviation accounts for 9% of our transport emissions, far less than road vehicles, but nevertheless significant. This election, Higgins voted for progress to end the gridlock on climate action. The passage of our historic climate change bill a few weeks ago is a signpost in a forked road that course-corrects our country. Higgins had a key role in that outcome. My constituents, like many Australians, want transport options, from EVs to alternatives to aviation. Frankly, we are not all enamoured with the airport experience either. I must confess that I feel guilty flying from Melbourne to Canberra as often as I do. There must be a better way, and there is. High-speed rail is a gift for a country as vast as ours that is also on the front line of climate change. With Australia's population projected to increase to over 35 million by 2050, it's time to begin long-term planning, especially as we race to net zero. Globally, several advanced economies operate high-speed rail. Japan's Shinkansen in 1964 was the first, but high-speed rail now exists in France, Germany, Italy, Spain, the UK and the Netherlands. China started relatively late in 2003, but now has the world's largest network, stretching a whopping 38,000 kilometres with plans to double by 2035. I am proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is establishing a high-speed rail authority to oversee and plan the construction of high-speed rail down the East Coast, from Melbourne to Brisbane. As a statutory agency, the authority will provide independent and impartial advice to the government. This has been a passion project of our Prime Minister, who has been championing it for over a decade, initially from government and then opposition. Our Prime Minister never gave up on the vision, tabling a high-speed rail bill 5 times between 2013 and 2018. In 2013, the Coalition abolished the High-Speed Rail Advisory Group, killing off the dream, until 2022, when Higgins and a slew of seats around the country voted for change. An Albanese Labor government will provide $500 million to start work on the connection between Sydney and Newcastle as a matter of priority. This link was identified in a feasibility study commissioned by our Prime Minister in 2010, when he was the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. The funds will go towards corridor acquisition, planning and early works. But we are not stopping there. Melbourne, Canberra, Sydney and Brisbane are in scope. Trains made with Aussie know-how, Aussie green steel and powered by our sunshine. Through Labor's National Rail Manufacturing Plan, we will ensure that we build capacity in onshore manufacturing and local jobs that upskill our people. My only desire is that 250 kilometres an hour is a floor and not a ceiling. Frictionless systems like the maglev intercity link being built in Japan right now offer a glimpse into the future. Labor governments turn aspiration into action. We raise, not dim ambition. Melbourne to Sydney in 2.5 to 3 hours. Bring it on.
Thank you for your contribution, Honourable Member for Higgins. And I now give the call to the Honourable Member for the Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Back in 2012, in my first term as the federal member for Riverina, I called a high-speed rail forum at Wagga Wagga, and I was stunned by the response. More than 100 people turned up to that forum, including one Brian Nye. Now, many people, including the Prime Minister, would remember Brian Nye. Sadly, he passed away in 2016. He had family links to my home city of Wagga Wagga. He had joined the Australasian Railway Association in 2003. I think Brian Nye would be looking down upon today and he would be pleased. I think also Tim Fischer, the great patriarch of the member for Cowper and my party, the National Party, would also be pleased. They would both be wanting the government to not just talk about this, but to get on with this. They would be saying that they also played a big part in this. As the Nationals leader, the member for Maranoa, has said at this dispatch box this afternoon, the opposition will be supporting this, but there will be some caveats, there will be some amendments, there will be some parameters which need to be put in place. But this is something which is nation-building, and I acknowledge that. But let me just talk a bit about the late Mr Nye, because it's important, because he was one of the absolute staunchest advocates for high-speed rail in this nation. And when he passed away, the Rail, Tram and Bus Union, yes, I'm quoting a union, the National Secretary, Bob Nanva, said Mr Nye had made an enormous contribution to the rail industry and was highly regarded and respected. He was a passionate advocate for Australia's retail sector. Not only had an encyclopedic knowledge of the industry, but he knew his way around the corridors of power. Yes, he did, and he was often in this place. His greatest skill, however, was in bringing people together and finding consensus, whether it was bringing competing interests to the table on a united industry position or managing negotiations between industry and government. Brian used his skills to great effect, and that he did. And I think what we're seeing tonight, what we're discussing tonight, what we're debating in this motion, the High Speed Rail Authority Bill 2022, is bringing people together. People who may not necessarily always agree, but want to do things in the common interest, in the national interest, in making sure that we build the infrastructure fit for purpose for this nation. Now, Bob Herbert AM, he also talked about Brian Nye. Bob Herbert was very influential in transport, and he said he remembered that Brian had established a Rail Industry Safety and Standards Board in 2005, which enabled the industry to harmonise practices and establish national standards, and that was so important, and it fits in so well with what we're discussing, high-speed rail. Now, in that 2012 forum, I concluded that particular convention with, for all the reasons and its benefits outlined today, the question is, can we afford not to do it? Indeed. Now, that forum, and you just heard from the member for Maranoa talking about at the time, around about those years, high-speed rail was costed at $131 billion. That was a significant amount then. Goodness knows what that figure would be now. And I know that even with the Inland Rail originally costed on a desktop analysis of around $9.5 billion, is now around $14.5 billion. Now, I know when I took over as Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, the states signed up to the Inland Rail, and I have to say that one of the great helpers in that process, one of the great assistants who provided great assistance in that project was Jacinta Allen from Victoria, Labor Minister, and I also, your home state Deputy Speaker, Mark Bailey. I will give those two credit, those two Labor ministers, for the vision that they had to come on board with the federal government with Inland Rail. And I do also recall signing the pact with the New South Wales government at the time, the Representative John Barilaro at Parkes, which is on the east-west, north-south intersector for freight rail, and as I told the Federation Chamber earlier this week, will be boomtown when it comes to Inland Rail, with getting goods from the regions to Melbourne or Brisbane ports within 24 hours, or the opposite way, getting goods from the metropolitan ports to regional areas. But certainly, as the member for Maranoa has indicated, getting our product from plate and from paddock and pit to port for our exports is going to be so important. Now, I come from Wagga Wagga. There is a lot of conjecture at the moment and submissions to the New South Wales planning authorities for Inland Rail for the actual route is a bone of contention at the moment. I appreciate that. I want what's best for the community, with Inland Rail going right through the corridor of our city, and there have been a lot of calls for a bypass, which would be very costly, just like this would be very costly. I appreciate what the member for Higgins said earlier about talking about the 1980s and high-speed rail in Japan. In actual fact, in Europe, high-speed rail began in 1938, would you believe? And certainly they have been championing that. The member for Whitlam was talking earlier about his experience, as I understand, with high-speed rail in Japan, and in Honshu. I know Hokkaido, Kyushu, Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu and Shikoku. There's the 4 main Japanese islands. I know how interconnected Japan is with high-speed rail, and it's so important. Indeed, a representative of the Japanese company which ran the Osaka Nagoya-Tokyo link, they moved 386,000 passengers a day. This is going back a little while in high-speed rail trains. The average annual delay per train was, wait for it, 6 seconds. 6 seconds, I mean, that's efficiency. Now, this bill, which the government has introduced, it establishes a high-speed rail authority as an independent body, and that's important, to advise on, plan and develop a high-speed rail corridor in Australia. Now, I know others opposite have been championing their Prime Minister, and I know how much the Prime Minister, because I've had discussions with him, the member for Grayndler, about the importance of rail, about freight rail and about high-speed rail. This in particular is talked about Newcastle and Sydney. $500 million has been allocated by Labor for the project. As the member for Maranoa pointed out, that is barely scraping the sides. That is barely but a drop in the ocean compared to what would be needed, even for the Newcastle to Sydney link. But it's a start. It's a start. And see the member for Hunter there nodding. And I suppose you need to start somewhere, and that is why there won't be opposition from the opposition, unlike when we were in government and those opposite were in opposition, where they opposed everything. We want to see this nation reach its potential. We want to see Australians be their best selves. Yes, there does need to be some caveats and some amendments, as I said earlier, but I appreciate the member for Grayndler's long-held ambition to have select corridors preserved, because if you don't do that, you end up with what we have on even projects such as the Hume Freeway when it was duplicated. And I appreciate that even near the Wagga Wagga Airport there has been provision talked about and indeed action taken on preserving a corridor for a potential high-speed rail link in the future. And I appreciate that we have some Greens in the House. I know a previous Greens proposal, which I read carefully because I always read everything that the Greens put up carefully, talked about an inland rail link along the coastline. We need inland. We need high-speed rail to come inland, through Canberra, through Wagga Wagga, down the somewhere beside the Hume Freeway, possibly through Shepparton, because that, if nothing, well, that will boost regional Australia. That will create jobs. And I appreciate the member from Maranoa talked too about what it might do for other transport stakeholders, and I appreciate that Wagga Wagga and inland Australia is well serviced at the moment by Rex, an world award-winning airline, and by QantasLink, and we can't do anything that was going to damage the airline industry at a time when the airline industry is on its knees and has been so because of COVID-19. And I appreciate I was the minister who provided a lot of money in aviation support, domestic aviation network support, regional airline network support, and of course the tourism incentives that we put in place to ensure that people still were able to fly, that we were still able to get personal protection equipment and health professionals to particularly remote Australia during the height of COVID-19, and certainly as we hopefully come out of the back of COVID-19 to ensure that people can have confidence in the aviation sector again. We're talking here about something very, very important, and that is, of course, the High-Speed Rail Authority. And it does need to be there to lead, to plan, to develop, to coordinate, to oversee and monitor the construction and operation of a high-speed rail network in Australia, just like Ministers Allan, Bailey and Barilaro did with agreeing on a state level with the inland rail, because you cannot do this sort of nation building without the agreement and the say-so, help and support of our state governments and indeed of local governments as well. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we have to start somewhere, and I commend the government for making that somewhere now, because it is going to be important. And the Coalition has a very good record when it comes to high-speed rail. We released our 20-year National Faster Rail Plan in 2019, and 22-23 budget committed a further $3.72 billion, not an insignificant amount, to deliver faster rail, bringing total commitments to faster rail projects to $6 billion. So it's not, and I do not want to hear Labor saying, well, this is all about us, because it's not. It is about bipartisanship. I see the member for Newcastle rocking her head back and laughing, but it is. We have to be bipartisan because, you know, when I go out there, people actually like to see us getting on, and people, even in the Julia Gillard years as Prime Minister, there was something like 88% of legislation was actually agreed to on a bipartisan level, and people don't realise that. They just think it's always argy-bargy. They just think that we're always opposed to everything, and we're not. We're not. And indeed on this, we're certainly, let's just say, pardon the pun, we're on one track. It's just how we get there that may well be, you know, it might take some work and some diplomacy, and certainly I know the Nationals leader is committed to getting around the table and talking about these sorts of aspects, and I'm sure the opposition leader will be too, because this is important. The high-speed rail along the Australian East Coast has been examined by both sides of politics since at least the 1980s, but we also need to ensure that if we're going to do high-speed rail, we're going to do it inland. So if it's Newcastle to Sydney, well and good, that's fine. But we need to make sure that we extend it to the Northern Rivers. We need to extend it to those popular areas up north, but also through the inland, through the Riverina, through the electorate that the member for Nichols serves so well, to make sure that we take advantages of giving those people options. And what we don't want to see is the continuance of our overcrowded metropolitan cities. Melbourne is the fastest growing city in Australia, potentially the world, and what we want to see is people being able to live in one of those outer areas, outer regions, but be able to get on a high-speed train and get into Sydney or Melbourne, in the future Brisbane, and be able to commute, not just for leisure and not just for pleasure, but also for work, because our satellite cities are going to become so important. And one thing that we don't have, that America has, is a lot of those larger cities inland, and we can do that. And we can do that when we build the right infrastructure. And high-speed rail is important infrastructure, just like water infrastructure is going to be so important in the future. I commend what the government is doing here. I support it. There will be some amendments needed, but in principle, very much in favour of it. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his valued contribution, and I give the call now in anticipation to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do acknowledge the passion and interest of the member for Riverina in rail. There's quite a heritage in his national party for interest in these matters, and there's nothing like a high-speed rail bill to bring out all of the infrastructure nerds in this parliament, including myself. So, but I do want to say that it was on this historic day 25 years ago that hundreds, indeed thousands, of Novocastrians caught the train down to Sydney, to the Sydney Football Stadium, to watch good beat evil and watch the fairy tale grand final come true when the Knights won their first ever premiership, staging a terrific comeback from 8-6 to shatter Manly's hopes. And anybody that knows the Novocastrian knows how delighted we were to see that moment when Darren Alvin came up the sort of wings and scored in the last 17 seconds. The town erupted. But here we are, 25 years later, and the Knights' prospects for a grand final victory has certainly changed. But the time it takes to catch a train from Newcastle to Sydney hasn't. And that is the point. Just as this was a historic day 25 years ago, today is a historic day because we are discussing the bill that is going to establish a high-speed rail authority. And as this is an authority that will act as an independent body to advise on, plan and develop high-speed rail system in Australia. The Prime Minister, a well-known infrastructure nerd, came to Newcastle on the 2nd of January this year to indeed launch not just Labor's election campaign in 2022. Good member for Hunter was joining me at the time. It was indeed an announcement to the people of Newcastle that if elected, Anthony Albanese Labor government would prioritise fast rail between Sydney and Newcastle as a first step towards a much larger network of high-speed rail in Australia. Now in government, we are putting the wheels in motion. That's what we do here. High-speed rail on this route will ultimately deliver speeds of over 250 kilometres an hour and include stops on the Central Coast. So my colleagues of Dobell and Robertson will also be thrilled with this news. And it'll cut the journey from Sydney to Newcastle down to just 45 minutes from the current 2.5-hour trip. As I said, that has not changed since I was a teenager. Indeed, it's possibly the only piece of technology that's managed to get slower over time is the Sydney-Newcastle train. So we in Newcastle are delighted with this news. Labor's plan is in line with the New South Wales government's existing plans to progress faster rail between Newcastle and Sydney. The most recent report into high-speed rail, commissioned by the former Labor government, identified, and indeed commissioned by the Prime Minister when he was the then minister, identified the Sydney to Newcastle corridor as the first component of that much larger line up through to Brisbane. Pardon. An Albanese Labor government is making this stage of works a key priority for the High-Speed Rail Authority. So we've provided $500 million as a down payment in our first budget. This will be revealed to all on budget night. That will begin the corridor acquisition that is required, the planning and early works. Because seriously, what has worried us all along of the last wasted decade is just, when you get to the point where you actually get to form government, introduce a high-speed rail authority bill, the great worry was that the corridor might well not be there. So, not a moment to waste. With the population of the Hunter Valley and the Central Coast forecast to grow by 200,000 people by 2040, Labor knows that the planning for Australia's long-term future requires vision, dedication and commitment to work cooperatively with the states and territories. High-speed rail just opens up so many choices for our communities. Without it, you would have to live closer to where you work or sacrifice time with your family being stuck in traffic. I know this because so many people I've spoken to in Newcastle, in fact, work in Sydney. They're stuck with the option of spending over 2 hours driving to Sydney and tackling the traffic and the parking, or spending close to 3 hours on a train to get there. With high-speed rail, you will have more choice. You can move out of the city, take the pressure off the outer suburbs and into regional areas with all the benefits that brings, and have a whole lot more time with your family, not to mention a whole lot better life in a city like Newcastle. Without high-speed rail, it's not only the connection to work that's made more difficult, but the connection to your wider family and friends as well. So with high-speed rail, catching up more often becomes more possible, and that's a good thing. Connecting people is a great thing. It's not only an easier people mover, but it's a job creator too, and it's an industry builder. And I come from a city with a long history of making trains, and it is criminal that we have been sidelined in the production of those trains. Indeed, what we end up with is having to repair all the dodgy work that have been contracted out overseas, and then we have to do the repair job and make them fit for purpose again. So let's start building these trains back in communities like Newcastle again. I know that's the ambition of the Labor government. It's staggering that over the last 10 years the coalition turned what has been a snail rail, we refer to it as, doing very little work on developing on the previous government's work around high-speed rail. We want our regions like Newcastle and the Hunter to grow and prosper, and we want an economy those regional economies to be strong, to deliver benefits right across the country. The high-speed rail network has the potential to do that. It's not just the benefit. City centres are just not the sole beneficiaries here. We want public transport to be a big part of the green economy, and the coalition don't have or haven't seemed to want to act as quickly enough to enact that vision. The Labor Party has always been the party of nation building and is committed to delivering long-term infrastructure that helps drive that economic development in our regions, ensuring the continued prosperity of regional centres and cities. Investment in transport infrastructure, and in rail in particular, plays a significant role in connecting people to their families and employment opportunities and improving the accessibility and livability of our regional communities. Rail infrastructure also helps to decarbonise the economy by taking more cars off our roads, and for long-distance rail reducing our reliance on air travel. Investment in rail has always been a priority of the Labor Party, and during our last period in government we invested more in rail projects than any, indeed all, previous governments combined. When the Prime Minister was Minister for Infrastructure in the former Labor government, he commissioned this Phase 2 study report into high-speed rail. And the benefits identified in that rail study were significant, not just substantially reducing travel times, but also unlocking regional economies, providing significant employment opportunities and supplying a remarkable economic boost in the medium and long term. The study found that for every dollar of costs, there would be a return of $2.30 in benefits to society. They're good odds, Deputy Speaker. The report identified Sydney to Newcastle as forming the first component of that larger line through to Brisbane, and this government is determined to continue that legacy and the work undertaken into high-speed rail by the former Labor government. We recognise the potential of our regions and the vibrant jobs and lifestyle options they offer to all Australians. For too long we've seen the former coalition government use infrastructure as a partisan issue. I'm delighted to hear that at least the National Party are on board with high-speed rail, and I hope that they continue to support us in this regard. We are committed to nation building and infrastructure investment that plans for our country's future. That's why the Minister for Infrastructure, who's in the chamber with us now, I see, has initiated a review into Infrastructure Australia, and why we are legislating to establish the High-Speed Rail Authority. No project captures the imagination of Australians quite like high-speed rail, and we are committed to realising the massive benefits that this project could bring. This is a long-term project, but with the pragmatic advice of the High-Speed Rail Authority, we can take a genuine path forward. High-speed rail has already been embraced in countries throughout Asia and Europe, and with Australia's population projected to increase to over 35 million by 2050, it's time to start the long-term planning for high-speed rail here. Japan introduced its first bullet train in 1964, France in 1981 and China in 2003. As I said, this is a long-term project for us, and the High-Speed Rail Authority will be established to lead, to coordinate and plan and oversee the construction of high-speed rail network through Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales and the Australian Capital Territory. The high-speed rail is critical to lead and coordinate planning and oversee construction of a reliable, safe, efficient and cost-effective high-speed rail network, working closely with the relevant state governments. It will play a key role in providing strategic directions and policy advice to state and territories to the effective development and interoperability of a high-speed rail network along the east coast of Australia. As a statutory agency, the authority will provide independent and impartial advice on the policy and standards develop business cases and secure those corridors. Specific measures will be taken to prevent and reduce environmental impacts, and the authority will coordinate and consult with the state and territory governments, industry, business and communities. The government will provide $500 million as a down payment in the 2022-2023 budget to start that corridor acquisition, the planning and early works for the Sydney to Newcastle corridor. While Sydney to Newcastle will be the first priority, and I am obviously, as a member for Newcastle, delighted by that, this is a long-term vision, and the High Speed Rail Authority will also work on advancing other sections of the line, eventually connecting Melbourne, Canberra, Sydney and Brisbane. High-speed rail can improve the prosperity of regions by enhancing connectivity between regional centres, between our major population centres and our international gateways. High-speed rail will revolutionise interstate travel, providing a fast alternative to move between capital cities compared to other modes of travel. Providing the option of high-speed rail for intercity travel will also help the transition to net zero. Delivery of the high-speed rail network will provide economic benefits and enhance connectivity through a fast alternative mode of transport, increasing price competition into the market and providing jobs. Like, seriously, everyone is a winner. Australians in regional areas will benefit from improved livability through enhanced connectivity to urban areas and international gateways. The high-speed rail network will reshape settlement patterns along Australia's east coast, alleviating pressure on those outer suburban areas and the growth corridors in major cities. And we know our major cities are struggling in this regard. So this is a welcome addition to a welcome measure, rather, to alleviating some of that pressure. The construction of high-speed rail will also secure significant jobs and is a great boost into regional economies. And in regional economies like ours, which are heavily carbon-dependent economies, this is an important addition, an important introduction of alternative sources of an economic future for us. The interconnectivity with other centres of commerce and productivity is critical for Novocastrians and people in our region. Through Labor's National Rail Manufacturing Plan, the Australian government will also ensure that more trains are built in Australia by local manufacturing workers, and that every dollar of federal funding spent on rail projects will go towards creating local jobs and providing a sustainable industry. That is great news for the people of Newcastle. As I said, we've got a long history of being builders of rail, and sadly, consecutive Conservative governments have, to the detriment of our nation, sent those contracts elsewhere.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle for that contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the bill, with the caveat given by the Leader of the National Party that we in the Coalition have some amendments we intend to move on this bill to put some more robustness around the and accountability mechanisms in place around this new authority. But I'm absolutely a supporter, as we are in the Coalition, of major long-term infrastructure concepts like high-speed rail, and having a framework to look very properly at the feasibility of something such as this, which, as has been outlined in its completed vision, sees the linking of our major East Coast metropoli of Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane and other major centres along the way. And people will have different views about which other centres should be picked up in and not on the route. Can I firstly say how outrageous it is that Adelaide isn't being considered as being linked to this, and that is bitterly disappointing. The people of Adelaide are tuning in right now to this debate to hear whether I can succeed in convincing the government to not treat Adelaide like a second-class city in this great continent, let alone Commonwealth. But evidently we don't make the cut. Nonetheless, that's not going to prevent me from doing the right thing by the people of Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane and other communities that would benefit from this. And look, we've just got to be realistic here, though. There are benefits, there are also costs, and the benefits are obvious and don't dispute any of them, and I hope that the benefits do outweigh the cost of this piece of infrastructure. I just point out, there are two major high-speed rail projects in places we could understand very well from this country. One is in California, and the other is in the United Kingdom at the moment. So the UK one, which involves linking London, I think it goes up through Birmingham to Manchester and/or Liverpool, picking up other Midlands centres through there, and then my recollection on the California high-speed rail project is Los Angeles to San Francisco. I think maybe longer-term plans for Sacramento and down to San Diego. Now, those are both projects that link a much larger number of people than this one, and the reports are that they are struggling financially. They're progressing, but they are struggling financially from what their initial concept was from a costing point of view and a time frame point of view. So I certainly don't hope that befalls the work that this will allow to progress around looking at high-speed rail in this country. But I think it is just very important that we temper some potential realistic outcome of a process that this bill and this authority will facilitate, which is undertaking all of the proper robust planning and processes to consider this. I note the government's commitment, which will be put in place, no doubt, in the upcoming October budget, specific to Sydney to Newcastle, and I'm sure there are benefits to that proceeding, and that is a worthy project, even if this authority finds that the broader vision doesn't necessarily stack up financially. It's also been commented upon about just the scale, the quantum of the cost of this, or the estimated cost. And I know that we're dealing with some figures that are more than a decade old that approached $100 billion, and speculation from previous contributions that this project could cost a few $100 billion, and just using the term a few $100 billion without being able to pin it down much more specific than that just goes to show how much work needs to be done and how impossible it is for us to say at this point in time whether there is any likelihood or not of the cost-benefit analysis and all the various other elements of planning that will see this progress. But we definitely support doing that body of work. And just as importantly, if we find that it doesn't stack up economically as if we do, because yes, this is a debate that's gone on for a long time, way more than 10 years. I lived in Canberra for a couple of years as a child in the 90s, and they were talking about Canberra being a part of some kind of rail link. High speed in those days may have been different to what we call high speed these days, and I've certainly been on some very high speed networks. The maglev from the Shanghai airport into, well, it doesn't go into the middle of Shanghai, unfortunately. You sort of get off and then get in a cab, depending on where you're going to. It doesn't connect that well with the broader rail network, but that from memory gets over 300, maybe up towards 400 kilometres an hour. It's a magnetic sort of suspended thing, but we're talking about speeds in excess of 200, I believe up to 250 kilometres. I've had the opportunity in Japan and of course in Europe, the TGV and other connections to experience high-speed rail, and it would be fantastic if it stacks up economically to have that option of getting from Melbourne to Sydney. I'm sure a lot of Melbourne and Sydney members will excuse themselves from this vote because they'd love to take that high-speed line to Canberra and back rather than all the challenges of flying on the short hop that you need to. But it's worth doing that work. But I am very cautious about. We support this because we need to do the work and find out the answer to the ultimate question of what are the economics around the broad vision of linking Brisbane to Melbourne and everything along the way. Places that have done it, obviously, Japan is one of the best examples, and France as well. And that is neither of those examples involve connecting just two cities. They are a major network, and that, I think, has lent itself to the economics there. And, of course, the populations of both those countries and the cities that they interconnect are larger than what we're talking about here, but I don't necessarily believe that the economics don't stack up, particularly around linking cities like Sydney and Melbourne. I'm sure it's not the case since the pandemic, and I don't know what data is available, but certainly I seem to recall at times the Sydney-Melbourne air route was the second busiest on the planet, I think after Tokyo, Osaka, but I'm not sure if I've got that right. But it's certainly equally one of the most lucrative air routes, and any of us that sit in the Sydney airport or the Melbourne airport looking up at the board are not surprised at the number of passengers that move between those cities and the number of flights that go between those cities. And certainly those cities, the concept of there is really only one option, which is flying. To drive from Sydney to Melbourne is beyond that reasonable amount of time for the purposes that most people are doing that travel. Whereas high-speed rail could certainly could compete, should be able to compete between two great wealthy cities like Sydney and Melbourne that, as has been pointed out in this debate, are also growing extremely rapidly. And realistically, we know the time frame that we'd be talking about to link cities like Sydney and Melbourne with each other in a high-speed rail corridor. And so that first trip is way more than at least 1 decade away. And so the population of those two cities, by the point in time at which a link was put in place and the first passengers were using it, you would see cities that are both way beyond 5, maybe even 6 million inhabitants each. So that's why this is very, very worthy. And the broader point I'd make before finishing is, we do in the coalition, and I think we do in this country, a better job than most of recognising that these major expenditure decisions, particularly infrastructure decisions, should have a lot of robustness around them before decisions are made. And there are a lot of spectacular white elephants around the world that have been linked to political decisions, promises made out of populism and seeking to win votes that have not been judicious allocation of public funds. I really do commend the creation of Infrastructure Australia that I absolutely acknowledge occurred under the Rudd government when they were elected, and the now Prime Minister, from memory, was the Infrastructure Minister that put that in place. And I was part of the government. I was an elected member. I was the Chief of Staff to the Premier in South Australia when we put in place the Infrastructure South Australia body, modelled on Infrastructure Australia, with great support from Sir Rod Eddington in particular and Mark Birrell in designing that mechanism for the South Australian government so that they could get maximum value from working with Infrastructure Australia to have robustness around infrastructure projects that we're making decisions about putting billions and billions and billions of dollars, in the case of this proposition, hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer funding towards, subject to how the financing of it was structured. And so we are lucky that we're now in what I think is towards the 15th year of Infrastructure Australia and having processes in place that ensure that we're making the best decisions on these major infrastructure projects. And I think that has just become part of the culture now in federal politics, which is a great thing. No one is suggesting with any seriousness that we embark on major infrastructure projects that a body like Infrastructure Australia has said should not be invested in. And that's very important. Having said all of that, we're creating an authority here that probably will have some interaction with Infrastructure Australia, but will be doing a lot of the work that Infrastructure Australia would do on this kind of proposition, because of course it is of such magnitude that it is appropriate that we have a special statutory body to take control and governance over this nation-building infrastructure proposition. And I wish them well. I wish the idea well. I sincerely hope it stacks up. I am glad that by creating this authority, and that's why I believe the amendments we'll be seeking to move are very important, because of the spectacular magnitude of what we could be committing to around this expenditure, that we make that decision with the best possible facts before us, and particularly the economic analysis and the cost-benefit analysis of the expenditure before we lock into such a significant project for the nation. But on the basis of those comments, I welcome the opportunity to support this bill, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is about building renewable-powered transport for the next generation, making sure that we have those great pieces of infrastructure that really do so much more than just get us around, but actually bring our country together. As I reflected on this bill, I remembered the first time I got on a high-speed train, the Eurostar, travelling at 300 kilometres an hour. And a bit like the first time that you sit in an electric car and you go vroom, you do not forget that first acceleration. It's exactly the same on an electric train, and indeed on a high-speed electric train, which this bill will enable to become a reality here in Australia, something which has been talked about for decades and decades. I remember as a child slightly smaller technology when it came to Perth, when we transferred the Perth rail network from diesel to electric trains. That happened in 1992. I remember the Transperth officers coming to my primary school, giving us the education about how we needed to be safe around electric trains, which even involved a slightly naff but nevertheless memorable Maggie the Magpie, who would tell us how to properly behave around electric trains. And while Perth has electric trains, I acknowledge that we won't be part of this initial part of the high-speed rail rollout, but nevertheless, as an Australian, I'm excited. And maybe I can have a little bit of hope in my heart that while we have high-speed rail for the east coast of Australia, connecting communities, for Western Australia and those of us who travel across the country regularly, maybe Qantas and Virgin will start to get serious about investing in the next generation of supersonic airliners that are being developed currently. This high-speed rail authority bill is an example of bringing the country together, creating faster, more efficient connections for our cities and our regions, giving people more freedom about where they choose to live, where they choose to work, where they choose to holiday, and being able to more affordably stay in touch with family and friends. I agree with the previous speaker that we should not use infrastructure as a political tool. We should use infrastructure to grow our nation. Investing in infrastructure is about investing in the future of Australia, and this is about a better future for all Australians. It gives people stronger connections, and it will open up new opportunities for business. We also know that this does have a grounding in good economics for our country. Previous studies by the Department of Infrastructure have found that the benefits of a high-speed rail network go well beyond travel times, unlocking regional economies, creating jobs, significant boost for the economy in the medium and the long term. A report by the University of New South Wales found that the adoption of a high-speed rail network across the East Coast could result in $140 billion of value uplift. This will make it easier to live in our vibrant regional centres. And we know that the studies completed in 2013 on the Phase 2 rail study released by the previous Labor government showed that for every dollar spent, there would be $2.30 of economic benefit. That's before you go on to all of the social and environmental benefits. And as I said, this technology is about building renewable-powered public transport that can give people more choices about how they get around this great country. And this is not a new idea. The idea of a high-speed rail link between Melbourne and Sydney was first proposed in 1984 by none other than the CSIRO. We know that 20 years before that, Japan introduced their high-speed rail network in 1964. We saw in the 1980s Europe begin to build their network, which now operates across France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Belgium, the United Kingdom and Netherlands. And China, who only started building such a network in 2008, now boasts one of the world's largest, 37,000 kilometres of lines in operation. Needless to say, it's Australia's turn. We know that if we get this done here, the technology is there. Yes, we have unique and beautiful geography that will be a challenge for those who seek to build this, but the preservation of the corridors has already begun. We now just need to start planning that first link that the member for Newcastle spoke about a few moments ago, the Newcastle to Sydney link. I mentioned before that this does have unique benefits when it comes to the question of climate change. This is a technology that's uniquely placed to take advantage of our 80% renewable energy mix, which we will meet by 2030. The International Energy Agency tells us that rail is already the most electrified transport sector. 3/4 of passenger rail runs on electricity worldwide. Half of rail freight operates on electricity. So if we are going to tackle that big challenge of decarbonising the transport sector, we need to be serious about expanding the rail networks that operate in Australia. We know that when you compared to aviation, high-speed rail uses 90% less energy than aviation per passenger kilometre. When we look at a country like Australia, that makes a huge difference. And we know that people want these transport alternatives. On a very simple basis, as someone who loves, as you could probably tell, Deputy Speaker, loves being in those modern, fast versions of transport, one of the things I always appreciate about being in a train rather than an aeroplane, and I studied aviation when I was young, and I love the aviation sector, but the windows are just a little bit bigger on a train, and in a country as beautiful as Australia, to be able to sit going from the member for Whitlam's electorate at a very beautiful part of the world, and I'm sure it's equally beautiful at 300 kilometres an hour. So that's why we need this essential, independent, impartial body for the effective and responsible development of Australia's new high-speed rail system. The authority will bring together state and territory governments, industry, business, communities to optimise our nation's first long-term investment in fast rail. The first priority, of course, being an updated analysis of the commencement of work on that fast, reliable, cost-effective connection between Sydney and Newcastle, part of eventually connecting Sydney all the way up to Brisbane. The High Speed Rail Authority will provide expert advice on policy and standards. It will secure the corridors necessary to build this nation-building project and allow for the wider expansion of the network over time, eventually bringing in Canberra, Sydney, Melbourne and many regional centres throughout. This is about vision, and it's also about knowing that if you want to do something that requires long-term planning, you've got to act quickly, and that's why in the first 4 months of this government we're bringing this legislation, because we are 100% committed to making sure that the talk turns into bureaucratic action, the bureaucratic action turns into policy action, and then we actually start building this thing. So, over time, we won't be debating the legislation about the authority, but I'm sure we'll see members from all over this chamber start to advocate as to why it should stop in their particular town or why it should have an extra train service from time to time. And I look forward to the day that we have a granular debate like that, because that will be the time where we have had a truly successful implementation of the high-speed rail network that Australia has waited for so long. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. High-speed rail represents an incredible opportunity for Australia. You know, what an exciting prospect, linking capital cities, including Brisbane, and regional centres on Australia's east coast. It's going to go a really long way to helping us decarbonise domestic travel by significantly reducing domestic flights, and can open up new economic opportunities, particularly in regional centres, as earlier speakers have mentioned. And politicians have talked about it for decades. So now is the time to get it moving. And this bill for a new authority could be the moment we finally get this crucial infrastructure happening. But I am currently a little concerned that there could be some embedded difficulties caused by underfunding it and putting forward a framework that could lead to partial or wholesale privatisation. At the 2022 federal election, the Greens brought a policy of committing $17.7 billion over the next 4 years for the initial stages of high-speed rail development, because we do support the idea of high-speed rail. This government has only committed $500 million over the same period. This is a completely inadequate amount, as previous speakers have mentioned, to get the high-speed rail off the ground. At best, purchasing some land, commissioning route planning for the Sydney to Newcastle link, hiring core staff. The 2010 feasibility study estimated the cost of the overall project from Brisbane to Melbourne would be $114 billion, or in today's terms that would be about $135 billion. So where's that extra $134.5 billion going to come from? The government hasn't clarified this, but it's pretty clear that much of it could well come from private finance, who would end up with a significant, if not majority, stake in the operation and want their profit from this investment. And as always is the case in public-private partnerships, this could lead to, chaotic and slowed project delivery, higher prices for passengers, downward pressure on rail worker wages, and potential corner-cutting on regulations on environmental and social impact. Unfortunately, nothing in this current bill ensures this privatisation, partial or wholesale, won't take place, and that's our concern. The very fact that the authority will have to spend so much of its time just trying to secure finance for this operation could itself be an enormous delay on the project rollout, which is a huge concern, given that Australians have already waited decades for this infrastructure, and any feasible time frame for delivery is itself at least a decade long. This is such crucial public infrastructure. It needs to be publicly funded and publicly owned. We believe that that's the only way to deliver it quickly, cheaply, efficiently, and with environmental sustainability and social benefit at the centre. And before members of this chamber ask how else would the government pay for the infrastructure itself, I want to question why they aren't asking the same of the over $100 billion the government intends to spend on nuclear submarines, or of that $244 billion we mention a lot the government will hand to the billionaires and mega-rich as part of the Stage 3 tax cuts. There's $350 or so billion sitting right there, which could be used. Why not use that to fund an obvious social good like high-speed rail? Long story short, we can afford to deliver a fully publicly owned high-speed rail network. We can't afford not to. Underfunding and partially privatising our public infrastructure can set it up to fail. It's what happened to our NBN with its highly corporatised structure, reliance on private finance and delivery via subcontractors. Even if the government is committed to full public ownership of this high-speed rail infrastructure, and that in itself isn't clear, as the bill doesn't explicitly stipulate it, even if they are committed to keeping it in public hands, what's to stop a future government from using the exact same framework of this authority and this funding arrangement to push for an extremely privatised model? I think we need to lock in a far more robust plan for public funding and public ownership now, or we could end up paying an enormous price in years to come. I also want to add that by keeping this infrastructure entirely in public hands means we could ensure that the trains and other infrastructure are made in Australia. We could ensure that the infrastructure is rolled out as much as possible with green steel so that we can keep the emissions of the set-up phase as low as possible. We can ensure that the rail corridors and stations are planned in a way that is ecologically sustainable and socially beneficial. We could guarantee lower-cost ticketing so everyone in Australia can enjoy the benefits. If we do fund this through public investment, not private interests like those very complex land value uplift schemes, we don't have to worry about those private interests being prioritised over quality infrastructure and service delivery for the people. As we said, and everyone agrees, it is a crucial piece of infrastructure and it needs to be done right from the get-go. We've some of the busiest flight routes in the world. Melbourne to Sydney is the world's second busiest domestic route. Brisbane to Sydney, the world's 8th busiest domestic route. Pre-COVID, these had reached close to 100,000 flights a year total, producing enormous emissions. The International Energy Agency has shown that the introduction of high-speed rail around the world has led to significant reductions in air travel on many specific routes. Paris to London and Seoul to Busan, for instance. In these cases, air travel was halved when high-speed rail was introduced. High-speed rail in Australia can do the same thing, massively decreasing our transport emissions and providing people with a high-quality, comfortable and enjoyable transport alternative to flying. And with all the delays and chaos at airports at the moment, I think people are begging for a convenient and reliable alternative to air travel. Many members of my Ryan community are affected very badly by constant flight noise, and they're rightly concerned about pollution over their homes and our natural surrounds from these round-the-clock flights that they're suffering through. High-speed rail is crucial to cutting flight noise as well, and this pollution long-term. The only way to truly reduce flight noise in the long run is to reduce the overall number of domestic flights at our airports. Caps on flights and curfews will be easier to sustain, with high-speed rail available as an alternative. More tranquil cities and suburbs, what a wonderful thought, and more efficient and environmentally friendly modes of travel. It's a huge win-win. So it's commendable that the Labor government is finally making a first step, but there remain some gigantic question marks over the authority and the plan for delivery and service of this infrastructure. So I think we all agree it's time to get moving on high-speed rail, and this bill is a good first step, but we need to ensure that we set up this crucial infrastructure to truly benefit all Australians long-term. And the government's current plan just leaves one wondering if the settings are absolutely right for that. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded? Before I give the call to the member for Brisbane, can I ask him to sit in his correct seat? Member for Brisbane.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So if it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The Assistant Minister for Veteran Affairs.
Thanks, Speaker. High-speed rail has the potential to be a game-changer for Australia, a game-changer for productivity improvement, a game-changer for environmental outcomes, a reduction in urban congestion and better, more efficient and convenient travel options for Australians. For far too long, we've delayed and procrastinated about high-speed rail in this country. If we do go ahead with this bill and get on with the process of planning a high-speed rail line along the East Coast, we have the potential to improve productivity in our nation. We all know that too many Australians spend too much time in traffic on their daily commutes to and from work. And it's not only having an effect on their productivity, it's also having an effect on the quality of lifestyle that Australians can enjoy. We know that high-speed rail can improve environmental outcomes by taking more cars off roads that people are using these days to commute to and from work. And, of course, taking pressure off some of Australia's busiest airline routes, in particular the Sydney to Melbourne route, which is the second busiest airline route of any in the world. High-speed rail has the potential to dramatically reduce urban congestion. We know that where high-speed rail stations are situated, history shows that over time cities will spring up around and services will spring up around those stations. So think of this. A station in the Southern Highlands could provide the opportunity for new development around that station and new opportunities for residential accommodation around that station, providing an opportunity to reduce urban congestion in Sydney and for people to live in a region like the Southern Highlands, yet be able to commute in an efficient time without having to sit in traffic into the city or into Western Sydney to do their work. It really has the potential to be a game changer for urban congestion and taking pressure off our major cities. And, of course, it will deliver better, more efficient and more convenient travel options for Australians. Now, it's remarkable, I find it remarkable, Speaker, that we haven't already gone down this path of high-speed rail in Australia. High-speed rail has been a feature of most European cities for almost half a century. It certainly has been in Asia, for particularly Japan, for well over half a century, and more recently in China and other large nations. And most of Europe and most of Asia moves around on high-speed rail. And it's remarkable that a nation like Australia, with such a dispersed population and such a large gap between major cities, hasn't taken up this transport option in the past. And the reason we haven't is, unfortunately, we've had a wasted decade over the last 10 years under the Conservative government that missed the opportunity to get on with planning for high-speed rail. When Labor was last in government, the Rudd government commissioned a comprehensive study into the viability of high-speed rail, and that study showed that an East Coast high-speed rail network would be viable and it would be economically sustainable. That plan was released by the now Prime Minister and the then Infrastructure Minister in 2011, and the plan prioritised where most of the costs will be in reserving the corridor up and down the East Coast. In other words, the government buying the land or securing the land for the high-speed rail lines to go down to transport people on the network. And to do that, the government planned to establish an authority to buy that land, to reserve that network and get on with the planning process, which is most of the work associated with planning a high-speed rail line. Now, unfortunately, the Rudd and Gillard governments lost office, and we never got the opportunity to do that. But this isn't the first time a high-speed rail authority bill has been introduced into this parliament and debated. A bill was actually introduced in 2013 by the then shadow Infrastructure Minister, the member for Grainler, and now the Prime Minister. And what was the response of the government at the time when the opposition, the then opposition, introduced that bill? They refused to debate it. They opposed it and they refused to debate it. So it's remarkable that many members of the opposition are now coming out in support of this bill, and I think that they're doing that because their constituents know that this is a popular infrastructure proposal and is nation-building and would be a game-changer for many communities. So this important bill now seeks, finally, in this parliament to establish a high-speed rail authority to plan and oversee the construction of a high-speed rail network through Victoria, Queensland, New South Wales and the ACT. The authority will build on the previous work, including that comprehensive study that was commissioned by the former Infrastructure Minister and now Prime Minister. That work, back in the early 2000s, found that a high-speed rail line was not only viable in Australia, but would return $2 for every $1 of investment that was made in the project. And that's what productivity investment is all about. During our last period in government, we invested more in rail projects than all previous national governments combined, and that is nation-building. We're committed to delivering long-term infrastructure that drives economic development, ensuring the continued prosperity of our regional centres and Sydney. And high-speed rail would substantially reduce travel times, allowing passengers to travel between major cities and significant regional cities at speeds exceeding 250 kilometres an hour. That means a crucial unlocking of regional economies and the generation of significant employment opportunities. And I mentioned earlier that where you have these stops, particularly in rural and regional areas, cities will spring up over time. Businesses will start to locate there. Services, government services will be delivered there, and populations will move there because they have the transport options to get them to and from, in particular, employment, but other travel in reasonable times. It really could help to change the lives of millions of Australians, especially in our regions, while also bringing our East Coast capitals closer together. And we know that rail infrastructure also helps decarbonise our economy by taking more cars off the road and, for long-distance rail, reducing that reliance that we've had in Australia traditionally on air travel. The first priority of the authority will be planning the corridor works for the Sydney to Newcastle section of the high-speed rail network. And that's backed by a $500 million commitment from the Albanese government. And this was a commitment that was promised in the election campaign. The Australian people voted for it, particularly along the Central Coast, and those seats we saw change hands to the Labor Party, I think, was very much a reflection of those communities saying that finally they do want a big transport project like this, and they do want access to higher-speed rail for their communities. And the commitment will see the corridor planning and early works progress in this fast-growing region of the East Coast. Now, while the authority works closely with the New South Wales government on this section, it will continue to advance plans for other sections along the broader network. This will eventually connect Brisbane to Melbourne, with stops in Canberra, Sydney and other regional centres. The authority will provide independent advice to governments on high-speed rail planning and delivery, and will lead to the coordination with states and territories. The authority will be overseen by a board drawn from experts in the rail and infrastructure sector. Faster Rail will also continue to be advanced under the authority, with the functions of the National Faster Rail Agency being undertaken by the authority and the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. High-speed rail will help to revolutionise interstate travel along the East Coast. It can provide fast alternatives for people to move between capital cities compared to other modes of travel. And the option for high-speed rail for intercity travel will also help in the transition to net zero emissions by 2050. Delivery of the high-speed rail network will provide economic benefits. Think of all of the jobs that will be created, not only in the planning phase but in the construction phase of this important infrastructure as well. It will enhance connectivity through faster alternative modes of transport and increase price competition in the market for travel along the East Coast. Australians in regional areas will benefit from improved livability through enhanced connectivity to urban areas and international gateways. And the high-speed rail network will reshape settlement patterns along Australia's east coast, alleviating pressure on outer suburban areas and growth corridors in major cities. The construction of high-speed rail will also secure significant jobs for the economy, and that's through Labor's National Rail Manufacturing Plan. The Australian government will ensure that more trains are built in Australia by local manufacturing workers, and that every dollar of federal funding spent on rail projects will go towards creating local jobs and providing sustainable industry. We know that Australians can build efficient and effective train carriages for our rail networks. It happens in Victoria. There is no excuse for governments continuing to buy off-the-shelf products internationally from other nations and then having to rework them in Australia to fit them along stations, along the rail gauges and along the networks that we have along not only the East Coast but broader Australia. It never made sense, and it actually led to cost overruns because of the modifications that had to be made to the carriages once they arrived in Australia to sit within our network. And we've got a dispute going on in New South Wales at the moment that is all about that particular issue, and the government having to modify those carriages so that they're suitable for and provide a safe form of travel for Australians in the rail network. So in conclusion, Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill. It's a long time coming, but it represents the new Labor government getting on with the job of planning better transport options for Australians and finally getting on with planning a high-speed rail network up and down the east coast of Australia.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Lyons.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've always been a big supporter of high-speed rail and advocated for this type of infrastructure since my maiden speech back in 2013. Many of us across the parliament have been regular participants in parliamentary friendship groups on high-speed rail and work with numerous stakeholders to continue progressing this long term. I'd like to compliment the former member for Bennelong, who was indefatigable in his attempts to get the coalition on board with high-speed rail a lot sooner. But as you know, we can only build one railway at a time, and we're busy building the mighty Inland Rail. And there's more to say about that later. Now, in 2019, the coalition government, that's us, announced a 20-year plan for a faster rail network. I've often joked it was going to be a less slow rail network. It was improving on our existing transport corridors by rail, but it wasn't high speed. We actually did establish a dedicated National Faster Rail Agency that this bill will wind up and roll into the new authority. But that agency has been busy and been working with the states since 2019, and we ended up with a $5.9 billion plan. There are too many people in this House that say we did not support rail. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the way the Constitution works is the rail networks are owned by the states and generally run them in the big cities, but ARTC has a long-term lease on a lot of their rail infrastructure. And the establishment of the High-Speed Rail Authority is welcomed by me and many in the National Party, and it will drive great outcomes, but it's got to be done in a really efficient way. It will have to be really fast, and the idea of building it between Sydney and Newcastle Maitland, two big cities, is exactly the model that the Japanese followed when they built it. It's the hardest bit, but it's the first bit. And then you'll find every city in the country will want to be part of it. But only China can build these networks with big bang money. We just got to build the first bit, and we're not competing against planes. A lot of coalition opposition was, oh, it's a lot easier to go jump on a plane. Well, it is. But this original build will be displacing cars. It'll be competing against 40,000 people that drive down from the Central Coast every morning and drive back in the evening. What business case won't survive with 40,000 potential customers? If you add further up to Port Macquarie, which is the plan, you'll be going into a rapidly expanding North Coast network. And that is a reasonable first build. And then down through the outskirts of Sydney, down to the new international airport, and soon as that's there, Canberra will want to be hooked up, and then as soon as Canberra's hooked up, Victoria will be saying, we want to get hooked up. But that's how organically built bits of infrastructure happen. We can't do it like Japan, because many people will get on board with this project and they say, we want you to go from Brisbane to Adelaide in one go. Like, it just can't happen. But it will be a great piece of infrastructure. But just so the good things that we did on rail aren't forgotten, I'm just going to put it on the record. As you know, we are building the biggest bit of freight infrastructure, the inland rail, from Melbourne up to Brisbane, and we advocated to go all the way to Gladstone to get the industrial complexes there and another harbour hooked into it. It will pay going through to Brisbane, and I hope Queensland, that's been a recidivist objector to the high-speed rail, now that they can see a political value by linking in with the federal Labor government, will get on board and that project will go ahead, because it will get trucks off the road, it will make the existing rail infrastructure a lot more efficient, and the resistance and the energy involved in bulk rail transport is infinitely more efficient than rubber on tarmac or on cement roads. But we put in $1.6 billion for the Brisbane to Sunshine Coast, a Beerwah to Maroochydore rail extension, $1.12 billion for the Brisbane to Gold Coast rail upgrade, $1 billion for the Sydney to Newcastle faster rail upgrade, and that built on $2 billion for stage 1 of faster rail between Geelong and Melbourne. There was $178 million for Brisbane to Gold Coast, the Currabee to Beenleigh section pre-construction works, and there was other work completed, $15 million for the next stage of planning the Sydney to Newcastle corridor. Sydney to Wollongong plans were completed and Sydney to Parkes plans were completed. Melbourne to Greater Shepparton planning was completed. Now, that was a proposal put forward by the Clara Consortium, where they were going to employ the value capture of the land that would be opened up nearby these rail corridors and in particular railway stations. If you look at any of the great rail networks in the world, the real estate around stations is essentially the part of the business plan that delivers the greatest economic viability, because everyone wants to be next to a railway station. If you're a commuter, you want it. If you're a business, you'll want it. It's such a no-brainer, this idea. But anyhow, I think the government is aware of these possibilities. I support the plan. But one thing that is going to be really important with it, what bedevils this whole nation, is the red and green tape in any of these projects. Not only does it delay things, but it adds enormous costs. So we need synchrony between the planning laws that are state-run and the state governments to make sure these corridors are secured under local planning instruments. If you go local government by local government, it will just be dragged out forever. It is just incredibly frustrating. Anything in this country costs double or triple what it should in any other country, and we can't afford to do that stuff anymore. We have to get all levels of government. It's a national project. It's not going to be delivered overnight. It's going to take long beyond when I'm out of this building, and everyone here is in, unless you're really one of the young ones, like the member for Menzies, who might be here, but it's going to be something that is a lasting legacy. And again, I'd like to congratulate John Alexander, the former member for Bennelong. Your plan will happen. It's just that the credit will go across the other side. So here we go, a great development that I look forward to seeing. And if the planners are out there, I'll just tell you that the mighty line electorate, I like what the member for Kingsford Smith was talking about the local bills. People have got to realise that when states, either nations or state governments are doing business, the being counter philosophy only makes sense so far. If they're getting local construction and local sovereign manufacturing capability for trains in this country, sure, it might cost a little bit more. But if you give long-term plans and long-term contracts for continual bills, for maintenance, all to local companies, there's plenty of existing rail contracts and carriage contracts that will support huge industries. In my electorate, we used to have UGL constructing rail bogies at Lansdowne, and it was a tragedy that it shut down because it used to get a contract to make 3 bogies or 5 bogies, and then the state government would dry up the contracts. Their first bogie would cost X amount, the second one would cost 80% of X, the third end up being 50%. Then when they got on a roll and all the systems were in place, it would be half the cost of the original build. And these are the efficiencies. But all the GST, the PAYE, all those taxes that are generated by local employment, it will grow a huge part of our sovereign manufacturing capability that we've lost. Even if we start just assembling, not just building the railway, but assembling and maintaining the carriages here would be so great. And we have a huge rail site in the Lion electorate that used to build trains forever, and it's lying vacant. There's some plastic recycling, but this will be a breath of fresh air, and I call on any railway constructors to come on down and have a look at the beautiful Lion electorate. We've got an unemployed workforce that's in other industries now, but they know how to make trains, and we'd welcome them with open arms. And I commend this bill to the House.
The Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this be adjourned to a later hour.
The Assistant Ministers move that the debate be adjourned to a later hour. All those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I have received advice from the Chief Government Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of the Joint Standing Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to appoint members to the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation.
Is leave granted? Member for Hinckley, leave is granted. Minister.
I move that Dr Haynes, Mr Lim, Ms Murphy, Mr L O'Brien, Mr Wallahan and Mr Zappia be appointed members of the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation.
I'll put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, High Speed Rail Authority Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Ryan.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. New Acceptus is on the reverse side of the US $1 bill, which means that God approves those people who get things done, who start things, who have the bravery to get things done. And I acknowledge that high-speed rail is an admirable cause if you wish to get into it. $500 million that you've put aside is not going to build even a section of it. And so I'm a little bit perplexed about what exactly you're going to do with that $500 million. But the test of your mettle will be the inland rail and how that goes. Now, I see the minister here, and I acknowledge the minister now has the admirable task of driving that forward, and that's going to require quite some determination on her part, because she's going to get everything thrown at her about every review and amendment and prevarication and change, and unless you actually get to the mantle and say, I'm going to drive this through, it's not going to happen. And that will be a test. If you can't get the inland rail done, which we're doing now, you've got Buckley's and none of getting high-speed rail done. Now, the inland rail, 1,716 kilometres of it, is great for Melbourne, it's great for Brisbane, it's great for the development of our nation, but it's also great for Gladstone. You have to push it up into that section of our nation to drive that agenda, to drive to drive the capacity of that city to generate the export dollars that pay for so many of the things that are going to end up on the expense side of the nation's P&L. If we don't understand the logic of how our economy works, then we're not going to have the money for your NDIS, you're not going to have the money for your social security, you won't have the money because our export dollars will not be there. And obviously, if you want populations to live west, then you have to provide the services, whether it's health, education, schools, and they're the social infrastructure that has to be put in place. That's why we drive for things like Dungowan Dam, that's why we drive for things like Paradise Dam, to make sure that that basic infrastructure is in place so that it complements the work of such things as high-speed rail. Now, Mr Speaker, to do that you need the advice to government that understands these requirements. That's why on the Infrastructure Australia Board I think it's incredibly important that we have regional representation. If you don't have regional representation, you're going to get an echo chamber of Sydney University views on what the infrastructure requirements are for Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, and that is not what is going to grow our nation. So, Mr Speaker, I would love to see a high-speed rail. I think it'd be great. I think that it shows a vision, and I compliment the Labor Party on that. If you've got a vision, that's great. That's what our nation needs. I look forward, and I hope that's the same vision you show in the future with high-paying, high-level manufacturing jobs that give people coming through high school the best opportunity at great jobs in such things as small modular nuclear reactors. If you have the capacity to build those, then we have the capacity to be part of the global world with Hitachi, Hyundai, Rolls-Royce, Westinghouse, General Electric, with Scandinavia, with the United States, China, South Africa, Egypt, Argentina, France, United Kingdom, to make sure that we're part of that and we get the opportunity to have our children, our grandchildren as part of this new industry, which is going to arrive here whether we like it or not. Because to go with high-speed rail and technology that's required there, you need the technology for energy as well. And I hope this House has the bravery to leave certain people in this chamber alone and say that's what we're going to do because we're thinking of Australia.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you for the unexpected opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I rise to speak on the High Speed Rail Authority bill for a few minutes until, of course, we reach that appropriate point in time. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, only the Labor Party could suggest they're going to spend $500 million on high-speed rail and not actually build any. Only the Labor Party could suggest they're going to set up a new entity and a new body and allocate $500 million for something that can already be done by an existing body. That existing body is the ARTC. We already have the Australian Rail Track Corporation, and guess what their job is, Mr Deputy Speaker? Their job is to operate trains and build railway lines. Who'd have thunk it? We have a corporation owned by government that builds railway lines, runs trains, and yet only the Labor Party can take more of the taxpayers' money for another authority to look at more trains. Now, there is no doubt, there is no argument that this is something which could be utilised for Australia. But I think those opposite, those in government, as the former Deputy Prime Minister and former Minister for Infrastructure and member for New England said, don't really get how difficult it is to pick up thousands of kilometres of easements which have to be forced through landholders, and they're always very happy to have a railway track and a station near them, just not through their place. And this has always been the challenge, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whether it is inland rail or the proposed 10,000 kilometres plus of transmission lines that have been promised by the Labor Party at the last election. And to put some context around 10,000 kilometres, that is Melbourne to Cape York to Melbourne, Melbourne almost to Cape York again, to be built before 2030 and installed and operating as part of Labor's plan. Now, I don't think anyone out there believes that that is realistic. There's not even enough people to build that transmission line in that time in this country and maintain the existing network and all of the other access areas that are required to keep the lights on. Now, the High Speed Rail Authority Sure, it's a concept, but it's an expensive one at a time where we keep hearing that we need a bread-and-butter budget. This is what the Treasurer has said, a bread-and-butter budget. Well, I've got bad news for the Treasurer. The cost of bread and butter is going up, and it is going up because of the cost of transport. It is going up because of logistics. It is going up because of inflation. And for those individuals out there who have incredible difficulty meeting their bills, paying their bills every single week, these are the things, these are the opportunities for which they want government to focus on, how to make their lives better and easier. And whilst the High Speed Rail Authority for $500 million as a planning body may have some value somewhere, I'd suggest to those opposite, those in government, that they should consider utilising the existing facility. The ARTC is established. It has technical expertise, including engineers. It's already got a board. If I recall correctly, and I'm sure someone will correct me if I get it wrong, it's chaired by former Deputy Prime Minister, a long-term Minister for Infrastructure, former member for Wide Bay, and actually relatively all-round good guy. I think there's not even those in the Labor Party who could have something bad to say about Warren Truss, the former member for Wide Bay. He is a genuine good guy who goes out and does his best every single day. So, whilst we have this proposal before us, Mr Deputy Speaker, we do need to consider the cost, and we do need to consider the comments of the Treasurer. If in October you are going to have a bread-and-butter budget, then why wouldn't you utilise the existing facilities, the existing skills, the existing people who are already being paid for, those who are out there who have the expertise, and bring them into the fold to do what it is that you wish from all reports, which is quite simply to advise on, plan and develop what is supposed to be the high-speed rail network. Now, coming from Queensland, I've got one that's supposed to be high-speed, the tilt train. Now, unfortunately, the tilt train's had a few challenges. I think it still tilts, or it's on tilt, and it's most definitely generally a bus, and there's a whole lot of opportunities where people have to catch a bus from particular points because the tilt train just don't get there. So it would be great if we could actually step up and strengthen our existing infrastructure to continue those facilities, particularly in regional Australia. So it's a great plan, I'm sure, to have $500 million spent on an authority that doesn't exist, but I'd like to see money spent on existing infrastructure which needs the upgrades, which needs the maintenance, which needs to perform better, because that is the interest of all Australians, and it can be done much more quickly. So I'd say, Mr Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. Good luck. Bread and butter budget. Let's see it.
Order. I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate concurs with the resolution of the appointment of the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Cooperation Commission legislation. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Veterans education and veterans transition has always been something that I've taken a great interest in. I want to acknowledge the member for Menzies and the member for New England and all those in this place that have served this country in uniform. And while we recently amended eligibility to existing supports through the Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package, I believe that this parliament should take the opportunity to go further. I've long argued for the equivalent of an Australian GI Bill. The GI Bill was introduced by the United States government after World War II to provide free education, tertiary education services to GIs, veterans of World War II. We have talked a lot in this place. We've heard the ministerial speech today during the week by the Veterans Affairs Minister and the speech in reply by the opposition, talking about the dreadful figures involved in suicide from veterans. We all know that when men and women are serving in the military, the suicide rate is about half that of the civilian population. But when men and women leave the military, that suicide rate grows exponentially to a rate that is actually higher than what the civilian rate is. And we know that the younger a person, the younger they are when they leave the military, the greater the risk. Now, I don't for a second want to overblow this. I don't believe that the stats reveal that every person who joins the military comes out broken and busted. I'm looking at two fine men who are not broken and busted, and that is the vast majority of men and women who serve in the military. So we should not, we must not allow ourselves to think that way, because if we do, it actually serves as almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there are some men and women who struggle, and it is our obligation as governments, as parliaments, to appropriately care for them. Now, 1 minute you're driving, sailing, flying multi-million-dollar, sometimes multi-billion-dollar equipment. And if young men and women transition, they leave the military, particularly for those whose transition is involuntary, we know that they struggle the most. So I would like to see this parliament give great consideration to implementing an Australian equivalent of a GI Bill. When men and women are serving in the military, they have a sense of purpose, they have a sense of mission, they have a sense of tribe. And some, when they leave, particularly if it's involuntary, they lose that sense of mission, they lose that sense of purpose. Enabling young men and women, in particular, to convert that sense of mission, that sense of purpose, to a university degree, or perhaps it's a carpentry apprenticeship or some other form of education, gives them the opportunity to help transition them into civilian life and gives them something to focus on. And I believe if you look at the success of the GI Bill in the United States and the captains of industry that have resulted out of the GI Bill, you look at the amount of money that we spend as governments at a federal level, $11.5 billion on the Department of Veterans Affairs. If we can save one life out of providing this sort of education program, it is worth the money. Now, over the next few months, I'll be working up and I'll be coming back and I'll be talking about what this is going to cost, how it's going to look like, and I'm working with the Australian Catholic University in that regard, who have got a terrific entry program for veterans, as does the University of the Sunshine Coast, as does Griffith. So these unis are walking the talk. They're providing services to veterans. They're looking at recognition programs for those who don't have ATAR scores, and good on them. But it's time for this government, this parliament, to back our veterans through the tertiary education.
The question is that the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
The Speaker, what a week this has been. The Albanese Labor government has hit the ground running. We are developing and introducing the reforms that Australians need. Legislation to ease the cost of living pressures that are squeezing Australians. Legislation to ensure integrity and restore public confidence in politics. Legislation to help more Australians access childcare, buy their first home and afford the medicines that they need. The Labor government knows that Australians are doing it tough, and we are taking action. Labor is making childcare more affordable for around 1.2 million Australian families. We are lifting the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families with a combined income under $80,000, and we are increasing subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000. The Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022, which was introduced this week, will be a source of relief for Australian families. Childcare costs have increased by 41% over the past 8 years. This is placing enormous pressure on families with young children. Many people are unable to work because childcare costs were too high. According to the ABS, last year 73,000 people who wanted to work did not look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them. This represents not only a loss for families but a loss for the Australian economy, as productive workers, predominantly women, are held back from contributing. I commend the Minister for Education and the Minister for Early Childhood Education for their work on this important reform, and thank you to the Minister for Social Services who crafted this policy in opposition. Labor knows that cheaper childcare is good for children, good for families and good for the economy. That is why we have taken action. We know that education, including early childhood education, is vital for turning aspirations into reality for Australians. Good health and access to universal, prompt and world-class medical care is also vital. As I've spoken about in the House earlier this evening, the Albanese Labor government is making medicines cheaper for approximately 19 million Australians, helping to ease cost of living pressures. With the National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022, Labor is taking action to ensure that people are not forced to choose between their health and putting food on the table. In addition to this, we have expanded the medicines available under the PBS. These newly included medicines are used to treat a number of conditions, including some types of cancer and growth hormone deficiency in children. Labor knows how important access to health care is for Australians. We built Medicare and we will always protect it. The Labor government is also helping thousands of regional Australians buy their first home. From the 1st of October, regional first home buyers, like those in Cunningham, will be able to purchase new or existing homes with a deposit of as little as 5%. The Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee will provide 10,000 places each year to support regional first home buyers. Regional Australians are struggling to save for a deposit. This guarantee will help them and is just one part of the Albanese Labor government's ambitious housing reform agenda. This agenda also includes the creation of a $10 billion Housing Affordability Future Fund, a fund which will build 30,000 new social and affordable housing properties in the first 5 years, helping to improve housing supply. We will also seek to create the Help to Buy program, which will reduce the cost of buying a home by up to 40% for over 10,000 Australians a year. And I will finish on this final piece of important reform, a reform that will help to rebuild public trust in our political system and institutions. The Albanese Labor government has just today introduced legislation for the establishment of a powerful, independent and transparent National Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate serious or systematic corrupt conduct across the entire federal public sector. Constituents in Cunningham were very clear to me when I was out talking to them during the election campaign that they wanted to see a National Anti-Corruption Commission, a commission that would return integrity to Parliament and would help to rebuild their trust in government. I thank the Attorney-General for bringing us closer to the establishment of this important body. The people of Australia put their trust in Labor to lead the nation in difficult times. Our Labor government is listening and we are acting. And with these bills and the many others we have introduced so far, we will deliver cheaper childcare, deliver cheaper medicines, help people in regional areas buy their first home, restore integrity to Parliament and restore trust in our government.
The question is the House do now an adjournment. I'm just going to ask the member for New England and Hinkler if you just can take your conversation just a bit away from the chamber so I can direct straight to the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about veterans, not just in Cowper but also the entirety of the Mid-North Coast, all 11,000 plus of them. The same men and women who represented and protected our country as part of Australia's armed forces. The Mid-North Coast as a region has the largest cohort of veterans in New South Wales and obviously one of the largest cohorts of veterans across Australia. The Mid-North Coast encompasses 3 electorates of Lyne, Cowper and Page, and as I've already said, the ABS data statistics say we have over 11,000 returned servicemen and women. The reason I mention the regions is because the Mid-North Coast Veterans Wellbeing Network, led by passionate advocates, and to that end I'd like to acknowledge Louise Freeband, Richard Kellaway, Sean Berquist, Justin Poppleton, Brian Willey, Stephen Walton and many others. Thank you. Robert Fairbairn, thank you. I thank the member for New England. They represent the whole Mid-North Coast, not
just one town or one city, but the complete footprint. And for the past 3 years, they devised a cost-effective and proven model to better advocate for and support all veterans on the Mid-North Coast. It was a hub and spoke model, so rather than having one centre the veterans needed to travel to attend, it was 4, because we know from experience that veterans in distress are less likely to travel long distances. So this model, designed by veterans and veterans advocates, saw 4 models where it provided a service, it provided access to those who needed it most. Also, the hub and spoke model would attract volunteer advocates to support our veterans, making it easier for them to access those 4 areas. I mean, why should we make it more difficult for advocates to provide the necessary help? Prior to the election, the coalition government announced $5 million for the hub and spoke model, for 4 regional hubs as opposed to 1, for $5 million. And we made an announcement, and of course the veterans were very pleased that they were going to get the services that many other places around Australia would get, and it formed part, the announcement formed part of the 2022 budget, not the proposed 23 budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Labor has now announced 10 hubs in 10 Labor seats, despite the fact we have over 11,000 veterans on the Mid-North Coast, compared with the Hunter of 4,000, compared with the Tweed or North Coast region of around 6,000. The Mid-North Coast and the veterans of the Mid-North Coast missed out. Now, I don't want to seem cynical that these 10 centres went to 10 Labor-held seats. But if you look at a map with Lyne, Cowper, even New England, you see a vast chasm of nothingness for our veterans. And what you see sprinkled around those seats, those National Party seats, are veteran centres in Labor-held seats. I truly hope, and I call out to Minister Keogh, I truly hope that our veterans are not being penalised due to the fact that they choose to live in National Party seats and choose to have National Party members represent them. And I call on him to rectify this situation and provide those services for our veterans.
Order. The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to use this time today as an opportunity to voice the pleas and protests from members of the local Iranian community in my electorate of Bennelong, following the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini whilst in the custody of morality police. Iranian women alongside men, the young, the elderly, those fed up with oppressive rules and a battered economy have faced bullets, tear gas and arrests in the last fortnight since protests began. Here are the facts as we know them. Mahsa Amini was a 22-year-old woman who lived in the Kurdish region of Iran and was visiting the capital Tehran with her family. The notorious morality police approached her, claiming her headscarf was not appropriately covering her hair, and she was taken from her family to an education centre to be taught a lesson in morality. Mahsa Amini, a woman her father swears had no existing conditions, collapsed at the centre and was taken to hospital in a coma. 3 days later, she died. Iran are claiming she died of a heart attack. The videos that have since been released exposing the way the morality police drag women into their vans raises very serious questions, and quite frankly, the women of Iran and with them an equal number of men have had enough. And for the last fortnight, they and those across the world have let it be known. Iran is in turmoil. Indeed, Iranian women are in turmoil. The next generation of Iranian students, workers, farmers, scholars and journalists are also in turmoil. For women, simply letting their hair blow in the wind is a crime. For students, studying anything that looks favourably upon the West or pre-revolution Iran is a crime. And for journalists, reporting news of the growing unrest is a crime. In fact, in the last 48 hours, more than 20 journalists have been arrested. So far, at least 41 people have died. The actual number is most likely higher. However, large internet blackouts are making it challenging for Iranians to communicate to one another and to the outside world. This is one of the largest protests in Iran's history. All protest comes at an enormous personal risk to Iran, but these latest protesters have done some unusually brave things. The courage they have shown is unprecedented. On the other side of the world, in my electorate of Bennelong, a culturally rich electorate with a strong, vibrant Iranian community, many are kept awake with fears for their families, their friends, and what they call their vatan, the Iranian word for homeland. For those in my community who may be suffering right now, I want to let you know that the Labor government is listening. Yesterday, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong, and the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher, issued a statement condemning the violent crackdown in Iran, and I quote, "The Australian government condemns the deadly and disproportionate use of force against protesters in Iran following the tragic death of 22-year-old woman Mahsa Amini. We have raised concerns into the circumstances surrounding her death in custody with the Iranian Embassy in Canberra. Australia supports calls led by the Acting UN High Commissioner for Human Rights for a prompt, impartial investigation into Ms Amini's death by an independent body, which ensures her family has access to truth and justice, with those responsible held to account. We are alarmed by reports that dozens of people have been killed and many more injured, including teenagers, during heavy-handed measures Iranian authorities have implemented to crack down on ongoing protests. Australia supports the right of Iranian people to protest peacefully and calls on the Iranian authorities to exercise restraint in response to ongoing demonstrations. Reports of internet restrictions are also deeply troubling and suggest an effort to stifle freedom of expression. Australia regularly raises Iran's significant discrimination against women and human rights violations with officials in both Tehran and Canberra, as well as in multilateral fora. Australia stands with Iranian women and girls in their struggle for equality and empowerment, and we call on Iran to cease its oppression of women. Australia is committed to promoting gender equality and women's human rights, empowerment and ending violence against women and girls worldwide." End quote. Mr Speaker, I've received letters, emails, social media messages that are clouded in desperation, many asking for hope, all asking for the stories of Iranians to be told by those who can. And today I say to those in my electorate, I can and will tell those stories in this place. I stand for my local Iranian community in Bennelong with their fears, their anger and their dismay. And I'll use my position and my time here today to speak for them, to ensure that their message and that of their families is heard.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to Mrs Margaret Pine, who sadly passed away 9 days ago, and her funeral was held today, and I regret that I was not able to attend it because of parliamentary commitments to be here in Canberra. I pay tribute to her. She passed away at the age of 93. She led a full life, one of great enjoyment and satisfaction, and whilst her passing is sad, we are very grateful for the lovely long life that she led. She was a stalwart of the Liberal Party in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide, a community servant, a very proud mother of 5 and grandmother of 12. And of course, one of her children, Christopher Pine, served in this House for 26 years as my predecessor as the member for Sturt. I first met Mrs Pine a little over 20 years ago. She was indeed the embodiment of that generation that sadly is coming to an end, people who were so dedicated to their community and their contribution that they wanted to make to society. And standing here in the House of Representatives, there are a lot of different elements of Margaret Pyne's life, but I would like to talk about her contribution to the Liberal Party and to politics, because it's regrettable that people like Margaret Pyne don't come along very often these days. It is regrettable that we don't have those great element of our democracy, which are people that want to work really hard without seeking any personal political glory, to fight for the things that they believe in, people that love their country and that care about the direction that it is going in, and make a contribution to the political process. In her case, it was to the Liberal Party, but it doesn't matter to me, like it wouldn't have to her, what your political views are, but it is so important that we stand up for our values of democracy, of participating in the political process and helping to shape the direction of our country. And that is something that Margaret Pyne absolutely did for many, many decades through her involvement in the Liberal Party. She was awarded with the Meritorious Service Award by the Liberal Party more than 10 years ago. And when I first joined the Liberal Party and took my first early interests in Liberal Party politics generally, I met her very soon after my involvement commenced, and she was one of those people that was ubiquitous within the Liberal Party in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide. I remember her being in Canberra. I was about to say a few years ago, I think it was 15 years ago, when her son Christopher first became a minister in the Howard government. She loved her politics. At times, he, like he does for the rest of us, could frustrate her, but nonetheless, she loved his achievements in this parliament and through his career. But her involvement in the Liberal Party was well beyond the fact that he was a member of Parliament. She was very committed and dedicated to her love of politics, her love of the Liberal Party, and her interest in the Liberal Party's success, and being someone that would work towards that success through all the jobs that we all know in this chamber our great volunteers do, that are why and how we end up in this place. And we are so grateful to people like Margaret Pyne that do so much to support and help us become representatives for our community and contribute to the great contest of ideas that happens here in the House of Representatives and throughout politics in this great democracy in our country. My deepest condolences to the Pyne and Evans family. I hope that your grief is somewhat tempered by the fact that after nearly 4 decades of being apart, Margaret and Remington are together again for eternity in the kingdom of heaven. Vale, Margaret Pyne.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd just like to associate the government side of the bench and express our condolences to Mr Pyne on the death of his mother. He's got a lot of friends in the Parliament, and we wish him all the best at this sorry time. Speaker, last week Neighbourhood Houses Tasmania held its state conference in my electorate at Iron Creek Bay Farm Stay in Sorell. The focus for the conference was sustainable living. Due to a change in the parliamentary sitting schedule, I unfortunately could not attend as planned, which was a shame, as I've heard it was a cracking 3 days. And if you don't believe me, Speaker, there's a Facebook video from the Flower Power-themed conference dinner that proves Tassie's neighbourhood house community know how to have a good time. People have missed the opportunity to see me in bell-bottom flares and some hippie power shirts. Well, there you go. Speaker, this seems like the perfect opportunity to take a minute to recognise the important role that neighbourhood houses play in all our communities. And I'm sure every member in this House has an excellent relationship with their neighbourhood houses. And to give a shout-out to the dedicated and inspiring staff and volunteers from the neighbourhood houses in my own electorate. Neighbourhood houses are places where people come together and find support, belonging and purpose. There are 35 neighbourhood houses across Tasmania working with our local communities, delivering essential supports and providing opportunities for social inclusion, friendship, outreach
and community development. The value that neighbourhood houses provide to communities, especially across rural and regional Australia, cannot be overstated. Speaker, there are 9 neighbourhood houses in my electorate: Fingal Valley Neighbourhood House, St Helens Neighbourhood House, Bridgewater and Gagebrook Community Houses run by Jordan River Services, Derwent Valley Community House, Dunalley Tasman Neighbourhood House, Midway Point Neighbourhood House, O'Kines Community House and Deloraine House. Each plays an integral role in their local community, and all their staff and volunteers deserve a shout-out. Unfortunately, Speaker, I don't have the time to recognise everyone individually, but I will mention just some of the amazing work currently being done across lines in our neighbourhood houses. The Fingal Valley and St Helens neighbourhood houses, for example, will be working together with the Break of Day Council to celebrate Seniors Week next month, with a free bus trip to Woolmers Estate, also my electorate, and a picnic lunch. The Bridgewater Community House hosted community lunch today, as it does every Wednesday, with a very tasty sounding menu of patties with gravy and herb potatoes on offer. And I must give a shout out there to the excellent work of St Vinnie's, which also provides volunteers. Speaker, I've been lucky enough a few times to have a meal prepared by the volunteers at both the Bridgewater and Gagebrook community houses. It's been delicious every time. I've had a hand in preparing a few myself. And I know for a fact, Speaker, that the member for Sydney is quite partial to the strawberry jam prepared by the volunteer cooks in the Fast Foodies program at Gagebrook Community House. In the north of the electorate, Debbie and the team at Deloraine House, which hosted last year's state conference, have been hard at work at their new satellite site at Meander House, which will allow them to expand their services and programs across the beautiful Meander Valley. And I also have a visit coming up to the Derwent Valley Community House, where I am looking forward to giving a donation to coordinators Diane and Alexia to support their upcoming Halloween disco. I was very excited to see woodfire pizza making coming up this Friday at Midway Point Neighbourhood House. Unfortunately, disgracefully, this event is for ages 15 to 25, meaning I'm just slightly outside of the age bracket, Speaker, although Joe and the team have very kindly extended me an invitation. Further south, manager Nat and staff and volunteers at O'Kines Community House have a fantastic school holiday program coming up, including make-your-own pizza, bike maintenance, scarecrow making, tote bag sewing and workshops. Likewise, Dunalley Tasman Neighbourhood House with Jeddah, they're holding a school holiday drop-in session, including games, movies and lunch. Speaker, that's just a snapshot of the work that neighbourhood houses do across lines, and most importantly, or perhaps just as importantly I should say, they have a big food delivery service. They are a hub for providing meals to people who are doing it tough, and it's perhaps one of the sad things over the last few years has been seeing how that service has grown and grown, and here's hoping that that service will come down. But to all the neighbourhood houses across lines and across Tasmania, I wish them all the best, thank them all for their great service to the people of Tasmania, and I look forward to seeing them next year.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 at 12 noon.